Picture this. You're locked in a dark, high-security facility, snarling like a cornered beast with glowing green eyes and sharp fangs while blinded by harsh spotlights. You've been treated like a lab experiment your whole life, but today, everything changes. Swoosh! Alarm sirens blare as heavy armored guards with red tactical visors open fire, but our wild boy bursts through the dark at ridiculous speeds, dodging lasers like a complete phantom. But instead of dying in a hail of gunfire, he opens his eyes to soft pillows and a spotless ceiling. Scars cover his arm, and he looks around totally stunned. Seriously, going from sci-fi death row to a fluffy duvet has got to be the ultimate culture shock. He sits up on a neat orphanage bed, sunlight streaming through the window, wondering if this whole cozy room is just another high-tech trap designed to throw him off. Sliding down onto the wooden floorboards, his bare, scarred feet touch the ground as he crouches low, feeling the smooth, polished surface like he's expecting it to collapse at any second. He looks down at his clean tunic in utter disbelief. A level floor? Check. Clothes that don't smell like a swamp? Check. Meals delivered right on schedule? Check. And speaking of meals, look at the spread. Fresh croissants, sweet apples, and ripe fruits. Honestly, this orphanage cafeteria menu is unironically better than what most college dorms serve, no cap. Afterwards, he sits out under a wide, endless blue sky. Sitting in cute chibi form on top of a grassy green hill, he stares up at the clouds, soaking in a sense of freedom he didn't even know existed. Suddenly, a couple of local kids wander over, asking what on earth he's doing sitting out here all by himself, but our boy just stares back with total dial tone energy. Naturally, the two kids shade over in a creepy silhouettes, grinning smugly as they prepare to pull a classic playground bullying move on the new kid. Bad mistake! With motion lines blasting across the grass, wild beast instincts kick in instantly as he drops down, claws out, and ready to tear them apart. Ah! The kids scream in absolute terror and scatter in every direction. Man, you really gotta love it when playground bullies pick the one kid who grew up fighting literal apex predators in the wilderness. Watching the chaos from a second-story window, an elegant noblewoman with fiery red hair chuckles softly as the head nurse reports in on the boy's bizarre behavior. The nurse explains that while the kid can't speak proper human language yet, he understands context clues and reacts to sound like an absolute animal. Looking down at the courtyard, the nurse mentions that the rescue force believes he was raised entirely by wild beasts out in the untamed wilderness. The noble lady smiles, teasingly bringing up Mowgli from the old legends, leaving the younger nurse looking totally confused. Talk about a timeless pop culture reference going right over someone's head. Radiating a warm aura with little flowers floating around her, the red-haired lady chuckles softly, instantly taking a liking to this chaotic little feral child. Sitting gracefully in her wheelchair draped in a warm shawl, she oozes pure elegance and calm authority, clearly planning something big for the kid's future. Bong! The massive orphanage bell rings out under the sunny blue sky, signaling that recess is officially over and it's time for lessons. Woohoo! The hallway immediately turns into a stampede as a dozen energetic kids sprint down the wooden floors like a mini herd of wild buffalo. Among the crowd, a feisty young girl with braided red hair, freckles, and huge expressive brown eyes glances over, taking a real interest in our quiet protagonist. Smack! She slaps her hand right against an anatomical skeleton poster, lecturing the younger kids at full volume. Seriously, her logic that people are strictly 50% nice and 50% mean is peak toddler philosophy. Later at the lunch table, she plops down right next to Wild Boy, angrily ranting about how this kid Matthew keeps bragging about the giant gifts his rich patron sent him. Out on the tire swings, she continues venting about another girl named Lily who got a ridiculously fancy dress from her wealthy sponsor. She mimics gagging, complaining about how ugly and frilly the dress was, before leaning in close to whisper a secret rumor about another kid who actually spoke to his patron in person. Inside the classroom, whispers echo between the desks as all the kids debate how these shadowy, wealthy patrons choose which orphans to sponsor. Standing up with fierce determination, red-haired girl loudly proclaims that she doesn't need any rich patron taking pity on her. Crossing her arms stubbornly, she insists that her mom made a sacred promise to come back for her once 100 nights past. Wild Boy just blinks his massive round eyes, listening intently to her speech even if half the words sound like complete gibberish to his feral ears. Right on cue, the squad's resident nerd with giant round glasses pushes up his specs with a flashy sparkle, ready to drop some heavy lore on everyone. You gotta respect the confidence of the kid who brings encyclopedia facts to recess. The whole gang gathers around the outdoor merry-go-round, crowding around as the smart kid pulls out a giant, ancient-looking book. Flipping open the massive tome, dense lines of text and strange historical illustrations cover the yellowed pages. With sparkles practically flying off his glasses, he reads the epic tale out loud while the entire squad, including Wild Boy, leans in completely spellbound. His small finger traces down the detailed records, revealing forgotten myths about ancient cosmic forces that once ruled the world. Just look at this artwork! Giant glowing green and purple spectral entities towering over modern skyscrapers? The artist absolutely cooked with this sci-fi fantasy fusion. As the merry-go-round gently spins, Wild Boy sits in the corner with his jaw practically on the floor, trying to digest these mind-blowing stories. Dong! The evening bell chimes across the courtyard once again, cutting their epic lore session short as dusk falls over the orphanage. Inside, the head nurse approaches Wild Boy with a gentle smile, handing him an official sealed envelope. His official patron selection letter has finally arrived. But while Wild Boy gets good news, Red Hair Girl is sitting in the dark, tears streaming down her freckled face as heavy sniffling breaks her heart. Tucked away in a dusty storage room filled with old spinning wheels and sunlit boxes, the mood drops to absolute sub-zero as her muffled cries echo. When Wild Boy peeks nervously around the wooden beam to check on her, she curls up into a ball and screams at him to go away. But our boy doesn't give up. Twirl, twirl, twirl. He starts spinning around in goofy circles like a human top, doing a ridiculous cheer-up dance because he doesn't know how to use words. Honestly, if this wholesome breakdance doesn't cure sadness, nothing will. Tap-clack. She hears strange noises on the wooden floor and opens one teary eye in total confusion. Crawling over on his hands and knees, Wild Boy presents his ultimate hoard, a shiny rock, a bird feather, and a delicious chocolate chip cookie. She looks up with wide, tear-stained eyes, completely stunned that he brought her every single prized treasure he possesses just to make her smile. Turning her head away, she chokes back tears as she admits that it's been way more than 100 nights, and her mom only said that because she thought her daughter couldn't count that high. I'm all alone now, she cries out, completely heartbroken as the harsh truth finally crushes her hopes. But without saying a single word, Wild Boy sits right down back to back against her, bathed in warm golden sunlight, letting her know that she will never have to bear the weight alone again. A tiny, fragile smile breaks through her tears. This quiet, unspoken bond is easily one of the most wholesome moments in the entire story. Holding up the chocolate chip cookie, she asks if it's really okay for her to eat it, leaving Wild Boy looking completely flabbergasted that she's offering to share it back. Drooling like an absolute lunatic over a single chocolate chip cookie, our Wild Boy Maury is completely hypnotized by his very first taste of sweet human civilization. Under the warm glow of the afternoon sun, soft giggles echo from beneath a blanket fort tucked away in the dusty storage room. Rowena leans in close with a smug little grin, holding up the sealed patron letter and teasingly asking if our Wild Boy even knows how to read human letters yet. Unfolding the crisp white paper, big bold letters spell out a grand total of one word: hello. Honestly, sending an official high society letter that just says hello is the ultimate power move. Rowena shakes the envelope upside down in total disbelief, frantically checking if any actual cash or extra pages are going to drop out. Maury just stares with giant saucer eyes, completely clueless about how human mail works or why this piece of paper is such a big deal. Floating gracefully on a bed of glowing blue forget-me-nots, the artist randomly drops this ethereal artwork that makes our former lab rat look like an angelic celestial entity. Ding, ding, ding! The heavy brass orphanage bell echoes across the courtyard, calling all the kids back inside as dusk settles over the estate. Out on the front porch, the head nurse waves an envelope frantically in the air, shouting Maury's name at the top of her lungs. Meanwhile, back in her luxurious manor beside a sparkling Christmas tree, the red-haired noble lady chuckles softly while packing up a massive gift box for her little feral protege. Gasp! The orphanage kids burst through the door and freeze in utter shock at the sheer mountain of high-end presents piled up in the middle of the room. Decked out in a cute miniature red cape, Maury sits surrounded by handcrafted rocking horses, custom building blocks, and a deluxe crayon set that looks expensive enough to buy a small car. While Rowena critiques the patron's shaky handwriting on the note, the rest of the squad loses their absolute minds over a talking plush doll. Whispers immediately break out as the kids debate whether Maury's sponsor is some billionaire noble or an eccentric secret royal. Rowena drops some surprisingly deep toddler psychology, explaining that adults usually drown kids in expensive toys when they're secretly trying to cover up massive guilt. Before anyone can stop him, Maury assumes the red crayon is a delicious candy stick and tries to swallow it whole in one bite. Rowena lunges forward, grabbing the crayon and sternly demonstrating on a sketchbook that these wax sticks are meant for drawing magic lines on paper, not eating. To doom! Thunderbolts literally strike across Maury's brain as his mind is completely shattered by the mind-boggling concept of art supplies. Crisp white bedsheets flap gently on the outdoor clotheslines under a clear summer sky as chore duty kicks into high gear. Splash! The entire orphan squad lines up in wooden wash tubs beneath the shady oak tree, turning laundry day into a full-blown water park event. Stomping around in a mountain of bubbles, one kid excitedly kicks his legs up to show off his super wrinkly bath toes. Rowena crosses her arms with maximum tsundere attitude, trying her absolute best to act cool while Maury watches her every move. Squelch! Bare feet pressed down into soapy water, turning hard manual labor into the most satisfying stomping session ever. Step, 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 Maury takes laundry duty as a personal challenge, turning his tub into a high-speed blender and sending soapy suds flying across the yard. Rowena gets hit right in the face with foam and starts scolding him, but mid-sentence, a distant voice calls out her name. Gasps echo across the field as a woman holding a vintage suitcase runs over the grassy hill. Rowena's mother has actually come back. Rowena's jaw drops as tears instantly pool in her eyes, her whole world stopping as she realizes her mom didn't abandon her after all. Splash! Knocking her wash tub clean over, Rowena sprints barefooted across the meadow at full turbo speed. Smack! She leaps through the air straight into her mother's open arms, holding on like her life depends on it. Sobbing tears of pure relief, Rowena buries her face into her mom's shoulder in one of the most emotional, heart-wrenching reunions you'll ever see in a webtoon. Back under the tree, the other orphans freeze in their wooden tubs, watching the tearful hug with bittersweet smiles. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blows across the field as Maury stands alone on the grass, silently watching his first true human friend receive her happy ending. Later that night, Rowena stands in the dimly lit hallway with her packed suitcase, offering Maury a soft, bittersweet farewell smile. Dropping one last big sister wisdom bomb, she makes Maury promise to actually chew his food properly before swallowing like a normal person. Reaching into her shoulder bag, Rowena pulls out a pair of cozy leather boots and gently offers them to the wild boy. Sniffle! Fighting back tears, she tells him that he'll never have to walk around barefoot with scarred feet ever again. Hug! Throwing her arms around him, Rowena squeezes Maury in a tight embrace, overflowing with pure affection and gratitude. Maury's big round eyes stretch wide in shock as the cozy warmth of a real, loving human hug washes over his guarded heart for the first time. A soft, genuine smile spreads across Maury's face, instantly melting away years of harsh, feral survival instincts. The next morning, the entire orphanage squad gathers at the front gate, waving tearful goodbyes as Rowena sets off on her new life journey. Sitting back atop his favorite grassy hill under the endless sky, Maury gazes at the clouds, feeling the quiet change in the air. Reaching under his tunic, Maury pulls out the special note Rowena left behind, holding onto it like a treasured talisman. Paper shows Rowena's shaky handwritten words lovely circle, paired with a stunning blue flower resting on the page. Memories of his cozy red cape, the brilliant box of crayons, and the talking plush doll flash through his mind. Sniff! Maury brings the flower up to his nose, quietly taking in the gentle scent of a promise fulfilled. Sunlight hits the crystal-like blue petals, making the flower gleam like a magical emblem of their unspoken bond. Looking out toward the wide horizon, Maury's eyes soften as he accepts that even though friends come and go, true warmth stays forever. Memories of the kids playing under the warm sunlight flash back, proving that this place truly transformed him from a feral beast into a loved child. He remembers Rowena's joyful tears as she hugged her mother, taking comfort in the fact that genuine happiness really does exist in this world. Close up on Maury's glowing eyes, brimming with calm determination as he prepares to face whatever grand adventure his mysterious patron has in store for him next. Imagine abandoning the only safe place you've ever known, staring up at the endless blue sky, and wondering if the mysterious billionaire sponsor who's been pampering you with high-end gifts is actually your long-lost mom. I mean, talk about a dramatic family reunion. Your little wild boy Maury is out here questioning his entire existence while relaxing on a grassy hill. Under the cover of night, Maury packs up every single prized possession into the backpack his big sister figure Rowena gave him, including his trusty plushie who cheerfully announces it's time for Dreamland. Reaching out towards the dark horizon, he silently bids a heartfelt farewell to the orphanage that turned him from a feral beast into a loved child. Walking alone into the pitch-black night, he stumbles upon a set of cold iron railway tracks stretching endlessly into the unknown woods. And honestly, starting an impromptu solo journey at midnight is maximum main character behavior. Clack, clack, swapping bare feet for his brand new leather boots, Maury takes his very first courageous steps along the train tracks into a brave new world. Creeping inside a dark freight car, he finds himself bunking with a herd of sleeping cattle, resting peacefully on beds of dry straw. Slurp! Morning comes with a gigantic cow tongue licking Maury right across the face, waking our sleepy boy up in the most absurdly wholesome way imaginable. Clunk, clunk! Maury peeks his head out of the heavy wooden boxcar door, feeling the cool morning air as the freight train hurtles across the tracks. The train winds through a massive, scorching desert filled with towering red rock canyons. Seriously, the artist went absolutely insane with the background landscape here, giving us pure cinematic post-apocalyptic vibes. Crunch! Jumping off the train, Maury's boots hit the scorching desert dust, ready to explore this wild frontier. Waving a cheerful goodbye to the departing locomotive, he watches it vanish into the shimmering heat haze. Standing alone in his vibrant red cape, Maury adjusts his shoulder bag and gazes into the horizon with massive, curious saucer eyes. Fluffy golden clouds drift quietly across the pale sky, masking the chaos that's about to erupt in 3 seconds flat. Maury suddenly halts, twitching his ears as a strange rumble echoes through the desert floor. Bang, bang, bang! Out of nowhere, a gang of desert raiders on weaponized motorcycles comes tearing across the dunes, firing off gunshots like madmen. Gasp! Maury's eyes pop out of his skull as he realizes he's currently targeted by a bunch of Mad Max rejects. Dash! Tucking his arms back, our feral boy activates full turbo mode, sprinting across the sand faster than a motorized vehicle. Vroom! Whoosh! But the bikers maneuver with lethal precision, circling around tiny Maury and kicking up a suffocating wall of dust. Skid stopping their bikes, the lead bandit cocks his head in utter confusion, staring down at the little red-cloaked figure. Wait, check out these guys realizing their grand prize is literally just a toddler. Their brain processing delay is peak comedy. The entire gang gathers around, squabbling like total idiots over whether this tiny human is even worth capturing or turning in for cash. One creepy hooded bandit leans in closer, his glowing yellow eye holes locked onto Maury with sinister intentions. Gulp. Swallowing hard beneath his mask, this absolute creep decides that since the kid is small, maybe they should just take a little bite out of him. Reaching out a filthy, bandaged hand, he mutters that nobody will even notice if they slice off just one leg. Bro, who let this cannibal onto the writing team? Thud! Before his greasy fingers can touch Maury, a gargantuan gray demon monster crashes down from above like a falling meteor. Crowling through razor-sharp fangs, the monstrous demon boss looms over his subordinate with terrifying murderous rage. Cowering on the ground, the hooded idiot frantically begs his boss for forgiveness while sweating bullets. The monster boss dismisses Maury as nothing more than a bite-sized snack, but as he leans down for a closer look, something catches his eye. Maury just stands there completely unbothered, tilting his head back like he's waiting for a bus instead of staring death in the face. Bang! Out of nowhere, a high-powered energy round shatters the air, blasting the head off one of the raiders in a burst of glowing green sparks. Panic! The remaining bandits shriek in total terror as chaos erupts in the middle of their squad. Vroom! Roaring over the dunes comes a legendary armored motorcycle driven by a red-horned rider clad in sleek black tactical gear. It's Ryder! The bandits scream in utter despair, while the demon boss orders everyone to open fire. Bang, bang, bang! Bullets fly everywhere, but Ryder drifts the heavy bike sideways, executing insane evasive maneuvers without breaking a sweat. Do! Twin heavy turrets mounted on the bike lock on, unleashing a barrage of laser fire that lights up the desert canyon. Grinding his terrifying teeth in pure hatred, the demon boss curses the incoming vigilante. Dash! The monster charges forward on all fours, launching himself straight at the oncoming motorcycle with full brute force. Whoosh! Swiping his massive claws through the dust, the beast leaps high into the air for a devastating aerial strike. Leaning low into the turn, Ryder tilts the bike at a ridiculous 45-degree angle, dodging the claw swipe by literal inches. Boom! The monster's fist strikes empty ground, triggering a massive cratering shockwave that hurls tons of dirt into the air. Panting heavily inside the dust cloud, the beast grins, thinking he's cornered his opponent. Tss. Suddenly, digital glitching pixels break across the monster's hand as his body begins dematerializing into raw code. Wait, is this whole wasteland a simulated reality? Gasp! The monster's eyes widen in pure shock as he realizes he's been completely outplayed from above. Whoosh! High up in the sunlit sky, Ryder airborne launches the motorcycle directly over the beast's head. Whirr! Charging up a massive high-tech railgun mounted on the bike, a glowing turquoise energy spiral condenses at the barrel. Kaboom! A colossal orbital-style beam of pure energy incinerates the desert floor in a blinding column of cyan light. Screech! Ryder lands gracefully, drifting the heavy motorcycle to a complete halt as tire smoke drifts across the sand. An aerial shot reveals a massive smoking crater where the monster once stood. Seriously, this fight scene animation flow is top-tier webtoon art. Coolly adjusting his mask, Ryder grumbles about pesky fiends invading his turf, completely oblivious to tiny Mori standing right beneath his front tire like an unbothered cute little champ. Imagine thinking you're the baddest biker vigilante in the wasteland, only to find a tiny, confused toddler staring up at you like you're an exotic zoo animal. Ryder poses heroically atop his heavy motorcycle, towering over little Mori, who doesn't look scared in the slightest. Leaning down with a scowl, Ryder inspects the tiny intruder through his glowing yellow mask, genuinely wondering what kind of bizarre creature just wandered into his battleground. Sensing the heavy mood, Mori instantly puffs out his tiny chest and lets out a ferocious chibi growl. Bro thinks he's a vicious beast, but he honestly looks like an angry marshmallow. Beep! A small floating robot named Aya hovers into view, running a full futuristic HUD scan on Mori that instantly flags his internal emotion as pure, unfiltered panic. Aya dryly reports that the subject is literally just a harmless human child, leaving Ryder squatting on the sand in total disbelief. Dropping his edgy anti-hero persona in a split second, Ryder flashes a massive, fanged smile and gives the kid a super cheerful greeting. Talk about quick character rehabilitation. Ryder reassures the boy that he's completely safe, introducing his floating AI companion, Aya, while Mori stares at the hovering gadget with wide, sparkling curiosity. Striking a sparkling hero pose, Ryder proudly announces his name and vows to take the lost boy safely home. Seriously, the artist added actual sparkles to his background, and it's peak comedy. Mori's eyes swell into giant shiny saucers as adorable rosy blush spreads across his cheeks, totally smitten by this cool horned hero. As Ryder turns to walk back to his ride, Mori follows right on his heels like a loyal little puppy, making the biker chuckle to himself. But wait! The mood instantly drops to sub-zero as Ryder's expression turns terrifyingly cold under the dark shadows. In a shocking internal monologue, Ryder reminds himself that while eating humans is frowned upon by wasteland monsters, it isn't technically illegal. Yikes, who let this guy watch survival tutorials? Glancing back at the small boy, Ryder calculates that Mori is way too tiny for a full meal and would only net around 300 credits on the black market, which, in his twisted mind, still isn't a bad payday. Considering auctioning the boy off as a rich noble's pet toy, Ryder suddenly freezes as he notices Mori quietly reaching into his shoulder bag. Pausing mid-thought, Ryder kneels down and tells the kid to hold still for a second. Peeling back the inner lining of Mori's red cloak, Ryder spots a mysterious emblem hidden right inside the fabric. Chills. The moment Ryder recognizes the mark, his face turns ghost white. Cold sweat dripping down his sheer terror paralyzes his heart. Throwing his hands into the air, Ryder dramatically gasps about how late it suddenly is. Bro is panicking so hard his mask is practically glitching out. Fwhip! Ryder instantly backpedals, blabbering about how he's a super busy guy who needs to leave immediately, casually asserting that Mori can definitely survive the lethal desert on his own. Vroom! Before Mori can even blink, Ryder revs his heavy motorcycle engine and takes off like a literal rocket, kicking up a massive cloud of sand. Zooming across the open dunes at breakneck speeds, Ryder puts as much distance between himself and that toddler as physically possible. Panting heavily, Ryder wipes the sweat off his face, terrified that he almost got annihilated just by being near a kid linked to that high-level entity. Aya, the robot, pops up on the dashboard and snarkily asks if this is what humans call being a chicken, prompting Ryder to scream at the AI to shut its metal mouth. Trying to act tough, Ryder clears his throat and mentions how thirsty he is, only to be handed a water bottle by a tiny hand reaching out from right behind his elbow. Gulp! Ryder takes a quick sip, but mid-swallow, his brain finally processes what just happened and his eyes snap wide open in utter horror. Ah! A wide shot reveals that Maury has been clinging on to the back of the speeding motorcycle the entire time, looking completely unbothered, while Ryder screams at the top of his lungs. Ryder completely loses his cool while trying to steer, screaming in total confusion over how and when this ninja toddler managed to sneak onto his bike. Flail! Swaying wildly across the sand, Ryder flails around like a lunatic, begging the little punk to let go before they both crash. Crash! Out of nowhere, a literal sentient rock on the road cheerfully greets them right before the bike hits it, launching both Ryder and Maury flying sky-high into the desert sky. Hours later, Ryder slowly groans as he regains consciousness under the pitch-black night sky, feeling a throbbing headache. Sitting up near a roaring campfire, he finds himself completely covered in Maury's scattered belongings, including handwritten notes, a red cape, and a squished plush doll resting on his leg. Staring down at the messy pile in total confusion, Ryder tries to make sense of why he's wrapped up like a birthday present. Reaching down with his clawed-gloved hand, Ryder picks up 2 pieces of paper labeled Hello and Lovely Circle, wondering what kind of secret code this kid is carrying around. Suddenly, Maury's giant round eyes peek out from behind a paper sheet, silently watching the horned warrior like a little ghost. Ah! Ryder jumps out of his skin in total shock, while Aya hovers nearby, calmly informing him that he's finally awake. Aya explains that after the crash, the tiny human covered Ryder with his own warm clothes so his body temperature wouldn't drop, while the robot lit the campfire, making Ryder stammer out an awkward thank you. Spotting how drained his master is, Aya warns Ryder that he's dangerously dehydrated, making Maury's ears perk up instantly. Dash! Wanting to help his hero, Maury tucks his arms back and bolts across the campsite toward the water container. Trip! Splash! Maury trips over that exact same cheerful rock once again, sending the water jug flying straight into Ryder's face in a colossal splash. Trip! Drip! Ryder sits there frozen in dead silence, completely soaked from head to toe with water dripping off his horns. Doom! Maury's jaw hits the floor as dramatic shockwaves fill his brain, realizing he just executed the worst aid attempt in human history. Scramble! Expecting instant monster wrath, Maury frantically scrambles on the dirt, grabbing his cape, plushie, and letters to pack everything back up before he gets eaten. Clutched tightly in his tiny arms, Maury hugs his treasures close to his chest, trembling like a leaf. Ryder's sharp green eyes narrow as he locks onto the dark red wax seal stamped onto one of the envelopes, confirming his terrifying suspicion. An artistic lore panel reveals a grand divine crest, showing glowing golden wings above mysterious hooded figures, a holy emblem that can only be used by supreme beings or their chosen representatives. The scene shifts to dark, visceral imagery of a sacrificed horned beast being bound and sliced by crimson hands, highlighting the ruthless power behind that crest. Shing! A terrifying close-up of a golden eye reflects the forbidden red symbol, symbolizing absolute authority in this apocalyptic wasteland. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Ryder pieces together the unbelievable puzzle right in front of his eyes. Ryder analyzes the facts. A helpless, unskilled human child carrying priceless luxury paper, precious personal letters, and items all stamped with the seal of a godlike entity. A sinister, brilliant smirk spreads across Ryder's red face, realizing that instead of a simple snack, he just accidentally adopted the most valuable golden ticket in the entire world. Just as Ryder is about to lay out his grand wasteland strategy, floating AI companion Aya drops a major buzzkill with a low battery warning. Realizing his tech buddy is about to pass out, Ryder tells the little bot to shut down and get some rest. With the digital glitch sound, Aya powers off into sleep mode, leaving Ryder all alone on babysitting duty. Unfazed, the horned warrior inspects his heavy revolver with a satisfying mechanical click, making sure he's locked and loaded for whatever comes next. Trekking across the endless desert dunes with tiny Mori waddling behind him, Ryder starts boasting about how rare it is for a tough guy like him to save a lost kid. Seriously, bro is giving himself a whole motivational speech while a random desert lizard just stares at him in total judgment. He keeps blabbering on about how nobody knows this apocalyptic wasteland better than he does. Meanwhile, down on the rocks, two adorable little lizards are literally nuzzling together and making hearts. Completely ignoring his edgy main character monologue, Ryder claims he's doing the kid the biggest favor of his life, strutting ahead like a proud hero while passing a literal lizard funeral happening on the rocks. I swear, the background gags in this manhwa are top-tier comedy. Who knew desert reptiles were so dramatic? Turning around with a confident smirk, Ryder starts explaining what's going to happen once he gets the kid back to civilization. He's already envisioning that fat reward payday, fully convinced he's the mastermind running the show. But mid-sentence, he notices little Mori squatting down in the sand, completely ignoring him and fidgeting with something on the ground. You can practically see Ryder's ego deflate in real time as this toddler tunes him out. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Ryder stomps back over and demands that the kid pay attention when a legendary warrior is speaking. But when he leans in to check what Mori is actually doing, his heart instantly drops. Yikes! Mori is literally shoving a giant, wriggling, dark purple alien beetle straight into his mouth like it's a candy bar. Look at those giant, innocent eyes while this creepy bug squirms between his cheeks. Kid has zero survival instincts. Ryder instantly freezes in place, his brain completely short-circuiting as a literal mute symbol pops over his head. The sheer silence of pure shock in this panel is absolutely hilarious. "What the heck are you eating?" Ryder screams at the top of his lungs, grabbing the toddler's face and frantically trying to pry the monster bug out before he gets poisoned. Mori is flailing around like a little sack of potatoes while the beetle tries to escape for his life. After an agonizing struggle to save the kid from eating a toxic nightmare, Ryder collapses onto his knees in the dirt, huffing and puffing like he just fought a raid boss. Taking care of a child is clearly way harder than fighting wasteland monsters. Exhausted, Ryder grabs Mori by the cheeks, sternly warning him that eating random desert creatures will get him killed. But Mori just sits there with the most clueless, unbothered meh expression ever. Holding up the wriggling purple beetle, Ryder decides it's time for a quick survival lesson, explaining that bright blue and purple creatures in the wasteland are usually ridiculously poisonous. Luckily for Mori, this specific bug turned out to be harmless, but still. Ryder goes full survival instructor, lecturing the boy about staying away from weird bulbous mushrooms and glowing scorpions while sitting cross-legged on the sand. Little Mori just sits there nodding his head obediently, though let's be real, he probably doesn't understand a single word. Wiping the sweat off his face, Ryder sighs with relief, thinking he finally hammered some basic survival rules into the kid's tiny head. Oh boy, if only he knew what was coming next. No way! The very next second, Mori takes a bright blue marker and starts casually scribbling graffiti all over Ryder's high-tech motorcycle. Ryder's eye twitches as he lets out a blood-curdling scream. Before Ryder can even process the damage to his ride, he turns around to see Mori reaching out to pet a giant carnivorous Venus flytrap cactus that's snapping its fangs. Ryder lunges forward, screaming at him to stop. Next thing you know, the kid stumbles right into a pool of mud, flailing around while sparkling like he's at a luxury spa resort. Man, supervising this toddler is an absolute full-time extreme sport. After hauling Mori out and scrubbing him clean, Ryder stands over him in pure disbelief while the squeaky clean toddler sits there looking like a fresh marshmallow. Ryder screams in frustration, wondering why the kid is looking at him like he's the villain. Collapsing flat onto his back in the dirt, Ryder stares up at the sky, utterly defeated by a toddler, asking himself what his life has even become. From feared wasteland mercenary to exhausted nanny in 0.2 seconds flat. As night falls over the apocalyptic desert, a cozy campfire crackles in the darkness. While Ryder rests on the sand, Mori sits quietly nearby, scribbling away on a notepad under the warm glow of the fire. Curious, Ryder crawls over on all fours like a giant lizard and asks the kid what he's drawing. Mori turns around with sparkling eyes, babbling a bunch of adorable chibi nonsense that leaves the horned warrior completely baffled. Glancing over at Mori's bag, Ryder spots a small engraved metal tag that spells out Mori, finally confirming the mystery kid's actual name. Ryder looks down at the paper pad and sees a hilarious stick figure drawing. A tall horned monster with glowing green eyes and red claws holding a gun next to a tiny child. He points at the scribbled black figure and asks what it is. Without hesitation, little Maury points his tiny finger right back at Ryder with the most innocent face ever. "What? That's me?" Ryder gasps in total shock, his jaw dropping while Maury nods along super proudly. Honestly, you gotta love how the kid drew him as a giant, intimidating hero figure. Ryder stares down at the rough crayon drawing, a sudden quiet stillness falling over his face as the reality of how that kid views him sinks in. In Maury's eyes, this scary horned warrior with a railgun isn't a terrifying beast at all. He's a giant protector standing right beside him. That art detail is surprisingly wholesome. Suddenly, Aya boots back up and dryly comments on how pleased Ryder looks with the drawing. Spooked, Ryder flinches and violently denies it, acting like the ultimate tsundere antihero. Floating over to inspect the pad, Aya recognizes his own flat, circular self in the corner, arrogantly giving the toddler's art a strict 50 out of 100. Meanwhile, behind his mask, Ryder can't help but soft smile. Chuckling under the starry night sky, Ryder teasingly tells the kid he's got to draw him way cooler next time, while Aya wisely remarks how art always imitates life. This unexpected bonding moment is peak wholesome content. The next morning dawns with a cute cartoon sun beaming over the desert as Ryder powers on his high-tech holographic compass, tracking their next target location. Standing tall on a rocky cliffside with Aya hovering beside him, Ryder looks like an absolute boss, ready to navigate through the dangerous wasteland terrain. Turning back to lay out their path, Ryder explains that all they need to do is cross the valley ahead and they'll be home free. But as he turns around, he spots Maury wandering way off into the open desert again. Ryder's veins pop as he screams for the kid to get his butt back here. Threatening to leave the kid behind if he doesn't listen, Ryder stomps over, completely done with these constant detour adventures. As he gets closer, Ryder squints his green eyes, noticing Maury leaning down to inspect something strange resting in the sand. Maury is crouching in front of a weird, chubby little desert lizard, wonderingly staring at the wild creature like it's a new best friend. Out of nowhere, a colossal, angry mother beast bursts out of the ground with a terrifying roar, swiping its giant claws right toward Maury to protect its baby. A massive wall of fiery explosions consumes the area in a blinding orange inferno. Ryder's eyes widen in sheer horror as the flames swallow the small child whole. The entire scene fills with roaring, intense fire, leaving nothing visible inside the scorching wasteland heat. Instant panic sets in. Ryder draws his heavy gun with a sharp click, blasting a warning shot into the dirt as he sprints headfirst right into the blazing inferno. Reaching his gloved hand straight into the fiery cloud, Ryder desperately reaches out to grab the boy before it's too late. Sweat drips down his face as sheer despair washes over him, realizing that no normal human child could possibly survive being submerged in a literal furnace. A dark, heavy silence settles as the text confirms the grim reality. Surely there would be nothing left of the toddler but a pile of ashes. But wait, just as hope seems completely lost, the bright red cape inside the flames begins to flutter violently. The roaring flames begin swirling around Maury's tiny body, getting sucked into his glowing red cloak like water down a drain as he floats in midair totally unharmed. A colossal black hole vortex opens up right at the center of the flames, absorbing the entire firestorm into raw magic energy. Maury isn't just a lost kid, he's a walking divine powerhouse. Ever wonder what happens when a walking weapon of mass destruction turns out to be a clueless toddler in a red cape? Right after absorbing a massive fiery inferno like it was a minor inconvenience, little Maury plops down onto the desert sand completely unbothered, while magical sparkles drift off his body like he just finished a quick afternoon nap. Ryder's jaw literally hits the floor as his 4 green eyes bug out in absolute shock. Meanwhile, down on the rocks, the 2 desert lizards are standing on their hind legs, actually clapping for the kid, like they just bought front row tickets to a circus show. Sprinting over in total panic, the horned warrior inspects the toddler from head to toe, sweating profusely as he realizes the boy didn't even get a single scratch. Letting out a massive sigh of relief, Ryder collapses on his knees, grumbling about how this kid almost gave him a heart attack. But before he can even catch his breath, Ryder's ears perk up as a sharp instinct triggers inside his brain, making his eyes narrow into dangerous, predator-like slits. With a loud mechanical click, Ryder draws his heavy hand cannon and points it straight at the adult desert reptile, roaring in anger while Aya hovers nearby trying to figure out why his master is suddenly picking a fight with wildlife. Fearing for its life, the mother lizard steps protectively in front of its baby, shielding the tiny creature with its scaly arms like a true mama bear ready to defend her hatchling. Stomping forward in pure outrage, Ryder scoops up little Mori and thrusts him into the monster's face, screaming about how its fiery attack almost turned his toddler into a pile of ashes. Seriously, watching a terrifying mercenary argue with a giant lizard over parenting style is peak comedy. Ryder gets into a full brawl stance, daring the scaly beast to step up if it wants a piece of him, completely oblivious to the soft slipping sound coming from the dunes right beneath their feet. Suddenly, Aya's synthetic voice cuts through the tension with a grave warning. Something massive is burrowing through the earth right beneath them at terrifying speed. With a deafening crowar, the desert sand ruptures as a gargantuan subterranean beast bursts through the surface, casting a towering shadow over the entire valley. The mood instantly drops to absolute zero as this colossal leviathan rears back, its dark armored body glowing with eerie blue bioluminescent stripes. Check out the artistic scale in this panel. It makes our tough guy Ryder look like a total action figure. Cold sweat drips down Ryder's face as he swallows hard, realizing this isn't just some territorial pest, it's a fully grown apex predator that could flatten this entire canyon in a single blow. Instinct taken over, the horned warrior reaches out to pull Mori safely behind his back, preparing to put his life on the line to shield the boy from the impending strike. Aya shrieks a warning as the shadow of the giant beast looms over them, and Ryder readies his weapon for what seems like a completely unwinnable boss fight. Bonk! Out of nowhere, the mother lizard casually whacks the colossal monster right on its snout. The giant beast lets out a whimpering screech as the tiny lizard barks at it like a strict parent scolding an unruly pet. To Ryder's utter confusion, the terrifying behemoth lowers its massive head completely docilely, while the little lizard pats its nose approvingly. Talk about an unexpected plot twist. Trying to save whatever dignity he has left, Ryder puts away his gun and shouts that they got lucky he decided to spare them, while Aya dryly points out that nobody was actually fighting him. Ryder's tsundere energy is off the charts today. With the threat neutralized, the cute little baby lizard waddles over to Mori, tilting its head in curiosity as the clueless toddler stares right back with giant innocent eyes. Digging into its tiny scales, the baby lizard pulls out a glowing gem-like amber crystal that shimmers under the desert sun like a rare piece of treasure. Mori's eyes instantly turn into giant, sparkly starbursts. Excitedly sitting down on the dirt, the toddler begins rummaging through his little shoulder bag to find something equally cool to trade. With a triumphant beam, Mori pulls out a soft, fluffy white feather and presents it to his new scaly friend, completing the most wholesome barter system in wasteland history. Overjoyed with their new friendship, Mori and the baby lizard join hands and start twirling around Ryder in happy circles. Sparks of magical light dance through the air while poor Ryder stands there completely dizzy and bewildered. With a low rumble, the giant mother beast burrows back into the earth to head home, while Mori waves his tiny hand goodbye to his short-lived playmate. Clutching the glowing yellow crystal tightly against his chest, Mori gives it a cute little squeeze, clearly treasuring his very first desert souvenir. Walking over to the toddler, Ryder adopts a stern tone, reminding the kid that he was seconds away from becoming a roasted snack, if it wasn't for that strange red cape on his back. Inspecting the fabric closely, Ryder marvels at the enchanted cloak, realizing it not only snuffed out an inferno, but also regulates the kid's body temperature against the harsh desert elements. Honestly, whoever gave Mori this legendary item had some serious high-level craft skills. But before Ryder can wrap up his deep lecture, Mori starts happily spinning in circles around his legs again, while the sun sets behind the towering rock formations, bathing the canyon in gorgeous orange hues. As night blankets the wasteland, the gentle crackle of a campfire fills the quiet darkness. Ryder lies stretched out on the warm ground, watching the flames, while Mori slumbers peacefully, wrapped inside his magic blanket. The toddler lies nestled on his side, fast asleep without a single care in the world after a day full of chaotic life and death encounters. Unable to sleep, Ryder calls out to Aya and asks his drone companion to pull up whatever records he has on human biology, prompting a bright green holographic UI to project over his head. Glowing neon diagrams of human anatomy, DNA strands, and infant growth charts flicker across the dark sky as Aya unloads his entire database. Resting his chin on his gloved hand, Ryder glares thoughtfully at the glowing screens, quietly processing the information. Ryder muses aloud about how humans reproduce through biological mothers, noting how strange and foreign the concept of family is compared to his own species that reproduces through splintering. A dark, atmospheric silhouette illustrates the tragic history of the world. When ancient creators discovered new life forms had emerged, one species stood out above the rest for its relentless violence and insatiable greed: humanity. Row after row of red and black human figures fill the screen, emphasizing how humans turn their destructive nature not just against nature, but against their own kind. The dark aesthetic choices in these lore panels hit seriously hard. Looking down with a heavy expression, Ryder sighs that despite having all this power and advanced knowledge, humans couldn't even bother to protect their own helpless children in this ruined world. Rolling over onto his demonic side, the horned warrior reaches out towards the small sleeping boy, his sharp demonic claws looking surprisingly gentle in the warm firelight. Softly placing his hand against Mori's forehead, Ryder gently brushes away the messy bangs falling over the toddler's face with incredible care. Mori lets out a tiny, contented sigh in his sleep, his chubby little cheeks glowing under the soft amber light of the campfire. The artistic focus zooms in on Ryder's glowing green eyes, showing a sudden shift from a ruthless, cold mercenary to a protective guardian who has secretly fallen in love with this kid. Teasingly poking the toddler's squishy cheek, Ryder watches as Mori grumpily rolls away, letting out a cute little snore as he snuggles deeper into his cape. A subtle, genuine smirk spreads across the horned warrior's face, proving that even the toughest wasteland badasses are completely powerless against wholesome toddler magic. Gently adjusting the cape around Mori's shoulders to make sure he doesn't catch a chill, Ryder settles down next to him while Aya floats silently overhead on night watch. Suddenly, the scene shifts softly as delicate dark hair sways gently against a bright, cloud-filled sky. Wait, where are we? Mori is lying flat on his back, surrounded by endless, lush green grass swaying beneath a gorgeous azure sky, a total contrast to the barren desert. Sitting up with a startled jolt, the kid rubs his eyes, looking around at the paradise-like landscape stretching across the horizon. Is this a dream, a flashback, or a magical realm? Tilting his head with a confused expression, Mori blinks as white puffy clouds drift peacefully across the vibrant blue canvas above him. A gentle gust of wind sweeps through the valley, blowing his hair as Mori stares into the distance with a look of pure, breathtaking wonder. The camera zooms into a stunning close-up of Mori's wide brown eyes, reflecting the sparkling blue sky and fluffy white clouds like a pristine mirror. The lighting and detail here are absolute masterclass level. Clunk! Suddenly, Mori's head hits something hard with a deadpan expression, snapping him right back to reality. Looks like our little guy was just daydreaming during their morning travel. Hey kid, you're awake? Ryder shouts over the roaring engine as he zips through the dusty wasteland on his futuristic motorcycle, with little Mori clinging onto his chest for dear life. Keeping one hand firm on the handlebars, Ryder turns to the toddler with a grin, telling him he woke up at the absolute best time because they're finally about to reach their destination. Vroom! The camera pulls back to reveal a breathtaking view of massive, towering stone pillars stretching into the clouds, interconnected by rustic bridges, the wild desert settlement of the Canyon Town. Down in the bustling market alleys, vendors hawk exotic wasteland goods while chatter fills the warm air. Honestly, the artist did an amazing job with the world-building details here, from the clay pots to the bizarre alien fruits on display. Mori steps onto the dusty ground, blinking his giant eyes in complete bewilderment as he takes in the wild architecture and bizarre residents surrounding him. High above the canyon floor, travelers cross wooden suspension bridges suspended between sheer cliff faces. Talk about living on the edge. One wrong step in this city and your dynamic history. Out of nowhere, a massive swarm of bizarre wasteland citizens descends upon the duo, catching both Ryder and Mori completely off guard. A horned female demon swoops in close, clasping her hands with hearts practically shooting out of her eyes as she gushes over how insanely cute the little toddler is. Waving his tiny hand, oblivious little Mori cheerfully greets the crowd of strange creatures surrounding him like a tiny celebrity holding a fan meet and greet. The crowd goes wild with affection, cooing over how tiny and adorable he is, which leaves poor Maury sweating bullets as he realizes he's completely out of his depth. Back off. Do any of you have any idea how much this little guy costs? Ryder snarls aggressively, scooping Maury under his arm while Aya dryly notes that the kid is turning out to be quite the local celebrity. Seriously, watching Ryder act like a protective tiger mom while pretending he only cares about money is top-tier comedy. Ducking into a dimly lit, cavernous tavern away from the chaotic crowd, the atmosphere cools down as background chatter hums inside the stone walls. Leaning across the bar counter is Valentine, a suave, elf-like merchant with curved horns and long blonde hair who greets Ryder like an old acquaintance, with a smirk. Eyeing the toddler nestled in Ryder's arms, Valentine raises an eyebrow in disbelief, asking if he's really raising a human child, to which Ryder sarcastically retorts that he isn't planning on turning the kid into dinner. Ryder pulls out a piece of paper displaying a unique symbol, prompting Valentine to whisper in shock that it's the crest of the legendary Fa clan, suggesting they might be hiding out in a high-tier city. Cold sweat instantly breaks out across Ryder's face as the gravity hits him. The city is the direct stronghold of the ruthless Arbiter. The dramatic lighting shift on Ryder's four glowing eyes here sells the pure dread in an instant. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Valentine inspects Maury's dark locks, recalling that the mysterious trader he met years ago also shared that exact same pitch-black hair. Trying to get down to business, Ryder orders a private room, an energy bar, and a solar charger, only for Valentine to coolly hit him with an astronomical price tag of 50 coins. What? Ryder roars in outrage, slamming his hand down and insisting 35 is more than fair, while Valentine fires back that inflation is killing everyone in the wasteland and he's just trying to survive. As the two grown men fiercely bicker over pennies, little Maury completely ignores the high-stakes negotiation to casually play tag with Aya floating right beside his head. Kids really can sleep through a war zone, can't they? Valentine throws up a hand in annoyance, dropping his final offer to 42 coins, leaving a defeated Ryder groaning in utter frustration as he realizes he has no choice. Clatter! Ryder empties his pockets onto the dusty floor, sheepishly counting out his sparse coins while the entire tavern snickers at the badass mercenary struggling to pay for lodging. Beep! Aya scans his internal systems, suggesting they sell his remaining battery power to cover the bill, but Ryder quickly shoots down the idea since they'll need the drone functional. When Aya jokingly suggests selling off one of Maury's personal items instead, Ryder glares with sheer panic in his eyes, asking if the drone is actively trying to get him murdered by the kid's terrifying magic cape. Suddenly remembering the yellow stone Maury traded for earlier, Ryder pulls out the glowing amber crystal and offers it up to Valentine to see if it holds any value. Valentine's eyes widen in recognition as he takes the stone into his claws, identifying it as a rare stone of Tomas, much to Ryder's complete ignorance. Crack! Without warning, the amber crystal snaps completely in half right on the countertop, sending shockwaves of panic through Ryder and Maury. Wham! Maury loses his mind, bursting into dramatic tears and clawing at Ryder in total heartbreak, while Valentine desperately tries to tell them to calm down. Just watch, Valentine instructs calmly as the two fractured crystal pieces begin to tremble on the smooth wooden surface. Clack! In a flash of self-repairing magic, the two pieces magically snap back together into a single seamless crystal. Sparkles burst into the air as Valentine shows off the restored gem, explaining that it naturally reattaches itself and even absorbs moonlight to glow in the dark. The artist's use of warm lighting effects here makes the crystal look absolutely magical. Ryder eagerly asks if he'll buy it for a high price, only for Valentine to crush his dreams by revealing that, despite its cool tricks, the stones are everywhere and virtually worthless on the market. Groaning in disappointment, Ryder carelessly tosses the crystal aside. It hits the floor with a soft bounce and begins rolling away toward the dark corners of the tavern while Maury scurries after it. Drops to his hands and knees, the clueless toddler crawls along the dusty floorboards, keeping his eyes glued on his rolling golden treasure. Step, step. Finding his footing, little Maury wobbles across the room on his tiny feet, completely unaware of how far he's wandering away from Ryder's protective side. Reach! Maury bends down to pick up his crystal, but right as his tiny fingers touch the stone, a long, sinister shadow reaches out to grab it at the exact same moment. Gasping in fear, Maury looks up to find a towering, eerie figure clad in dark robes, wearing a horrific bone mask with hollow staring eyes towering directly over him. The terrifying masked stranger leans down close, uttering in a creepy, distorted voice that the little toddler is so adorable. The mood shift in this panel drops the room temperature straight to sub-zero. Sensing danger, Mori snatches his stone and attempts to dash away, but a massive black claw shoots out and grabs him firmly by his red cape. Dark purple smoke swirls through the air as shadowy hands manifest around Mori, completely trapping the helpless toddler in a nightmare-like spatial vortex. Thud. Mori crashes down into a pitch-black isolated chamber, looking up in horror as the masked predator peers through a narrow opening in the darkness. Meanwhile, back in the main tavern room, another masked patron turns his head with a subtle glance, sensing something sinister unfolding behind the scenes. Trapped in the dark void, little Mori bangs his chubby fists against the walls, thud thud, crying out in nonsensical toddler babble as fear takes over. Tears streaming down his dusty cheeks, Mori opens his mouth and lets out a deafening, heart-shattering scream for his protector, Raya. Snap! Across the tavern, Ryder's 4 glowing green eyes widen in total shock as the agonizing scream pierces straight through the noisy background chatter. Ryder's face instantly twists into a terrifying predator's glare, his mercenary instincts kicking into overdrive as pure adrenaline surges through his veins. The camera pans up to an overhead perspective of the counter where Ryder was sitting, only to reveal that Mori is completely gone from the floor. Looking down at the entire bustling hall, the patrons continue drinking and chatting normally, totally oblivious to the silent abduction that just took place under their noses. Where the heck did he go? Mori! Ryder roars in pure panic, whipping his head around frantically as he realizes his worst nightmare has just come true. Slipping through the exit tapestry in the shadows, the creepy masked figure disappears into the dark alleys carrying the kidnapped toddler, while a bystander cluelessly asks what all the commotion was about. Talk about a massive cliffhanger. Will Ryder tear the town apart to save his kid? Talk about the worst possible time to lose track of a toddler. Ryder's 4 glowing eyes snap wide open in pure shock as the agonizing realization hits him that little Mori has completely vanished. Without wasting a single microsecond, Ryder turns into a total Papa Bear on a rampage, bursting past the tavern curtains and shouting at the top of his lungs for the culprit to freeze right where they stand. High above the chaotic canyon streets, Aya immediately boots up her tactical radar while Ryder spots the mysterious robed suspect dashing through the crowd, screaming at them to halt. Reaching out with pure desperation, Ryder roars through the dusty air, demanding the creepy kidnappers stop in their tracks before things get ugly. Foosh! Before Ryder can close the gap, the Bone Mask villain does a full-on leap of faith right off the high stone bridge, plunging straight into the dizzying depths of the canyon abyss below. Seriously, this kidnapper's parkour skills are out of control! Ryder skids to the edge of the cliff, his jaw virtually on the floor as he watches the robed freak pull off a death-defying escape route through the mountain gorge. I'm picking up a human heat signal locked inside that creep's pocket, Aya chirps out, causing Ryder's blood to boil as he realizes they're literally pocket-sized kidnapping his little kid. Click! Tapping into his tactical gear, Ryder barks orders at Aya to take to the high skies while he takes the high-speed ground pursuit to intercept the runner. Dash! Pushing his legs to their absolute limit, Ryder sprints across the massive elevated stone bridge like an Olympic sprinter on pure adrenaline. The camera angle on this chase sequence is insane. Ryder tears across the dusty mountain pathways, kicking up clouds of gray smoke as he races against time to save Mori. Vroom! Soaring straight into the upper atmosphere, Aya activates her satellite surveillance mode, scanning the entire sprawling canyon settlement from a bird's eye view. Displaying a high-tech loading ring, Aya's internal processors go into overdrive as she maps out every single alleyway and suspension bridge in the area. Bright green wireframe grids illuminate the massive stone pillars, creating a real-time 3D tactical map of the Wasteland City. Talk about top-tier sci-fi visual effects from the art team here. Aya's heads-up display calculates complex geometry, tracking all the potential escape routes and choke points across the mountainous terrain. Beep beep, I've calculated 14 possible exit paths, Aya reports, sifting through millions of data points per second to outsmart the kidnapper. Beep beep, pinpointing a blinking red target dot, the drone locks onto the suspect's current trajectory, determining they're taking course number 2 down the gorge. Whoosh! With the navigation locked in, Ryder's 4 eyes burn with lethal intent as he prepares to cut off the kidnapper's escape path. Step. Take the stairs right ahead, Aya directs, and Ryder leaps down the steep, crumbling stone steps cut directly into the cliff face without missing a beat. Down in the murky lower levels, the Bone Mask creep pauses among giant wooden storage barrels, totally unaware that a furious mercenary is closing in fast. Dash! High above the lower tunnels, Ryder's dark silhouette blurs as he sprints across another massive stone arches spanning the canyon depth. Cut left onto the next suspension bridge, Aya instructs, tracking the kidnapper's exact movements beneath them like a satellite-guided missile. Meanwhile, in the middle of all this high-stakes chaos, we get a hilarious fourth-wall joke as a chibi background artist cries tears of joy over a masterpiece they spent 6 months drawing. Crash! Out of nowhere, Ryder comes flying straight through the panel, obliterating the artist's months of hard work into literal dust. I am wheezing. The comedic timing in this manhwa is pure gold. Sniffle. The poor artist stands there sobbing dramatically in their ruined panel, while Ryder swoops away into the distance, completely oblivious to the collateral damage he just caused. Beep, beep! Aya keeps her eyes glued on the target as the masked suspect scrambles deeper into the dark alleyways below. Recalculating to Route 11, Aya chirps out while a frustrated Ryder lands heavily on a rocky outcrop, growling in annoyance as the target changes direction. The creepy bone mask swivels around, its hollow black eye sockets looking back with an unsettling, lifeless glare that gives you absolute chills. Thud! Deep inside the dark spatial pocket, poor little Mori crashes onto the floor, his heart hammering ba-doom against his chest as he whimpers in total darkness. Closing in on the target's estimated location right now, Aya announces, prompting Ryder to burst forward with game-changing speed. Bursting through a narrow canyon archway marked with yellow warning indicators, Ryder finally corners the culprit at a dead-end bridge. Skid! Ryder's heavy combat boots slam into the ground, sliding to a dramatic halt as dust billows around his feet. Whoosh! The camera zooms back to show the staggering scale of the canyon pillars towering over the isolated cliff edge with a final showdown is about to go down. Gulp! Ryder swallows hard, taking a quick breath as he fixes his gaze on the eerie, robe-clad figure holding his toddler hostage. Beep! Now, Ryder, do it! Aya shouts over the comms, giving the green light for the surprise strike. Whip! Without a single second of hesitation, Ryder launches his entire body off the edge of the cliff into open air. Crumble, crumble. Rocks shatter beneath his boots as Ryder uses his high-tech grapple cable to swing dramatically across the deep canyon void like a sci-fi superhero. Bone-masked kidnapper gasps in shock as a massive shadow looms over them from above. Turn! Spinning around in pure panic, the robed creep looks up just in time to see a massive shadow dropping straight out of the sky. Vroom! It's Ryder's heavy futuristic motorcycle falling like a meteor directly onto the kidnapper's head. Talk about returning with style. He literally called in a vehicle drop from above. Screech! The heavy steel bike crashes violently onto the stone pathway, sliding across the gravel and blocking the kidnapper's only exit route. Standing face to face on the narrow stone bridge with the fallen motorcycle between them, the atmosphere turns instantly deadly as Ryder confronts the villain. Who are you? Why are you chasing me like a lunatic? The masked creep stammers out, trying to play the innocent victim card. Mori, are you in there? Speak to me! Ryder roars at the top of his lungs, causing the terrified toddler inside the pocket to gasp as he recognizes his dad's voice. Flinch! The bone-masked kidnapper pulls back nervously, clutching their dark robes tightly against their chest to hide the hidden pocket. Whirr! Aya hovers down into the tension-filled air, initiating a precision audio scan on the robe suspect. Voice signature confirmed. It's a 98% match with young Mori. Aya verifies, prompting Ryder to snap as he demands the monster hand back his kid right now. The villain stammers back that they don't know what he's talking about. But Ryder isn't buying the fake playing dumb routine for a single second, yelling that he knows the kid is stashed in their robe pocket. Pressing their claws into their cloak, the kidnapper stubbornly claims that Mori belongs to them and they've been raising him, asking why Ryder wants to steal something that isn't his. The audacity of this guy is unbelievable. Beep! Warning! Mr. Mori's panic levels are reaching critical limits? Aya alerts, causing Ryder's face to contort into a terrifying, wild predator glare with fangs exposed. Click! Drawing a massive high-caliber blaster and aiming it directly between the kidnapper's eyes, Ryder snarls that he's out of patience and orders Aya to prepare for complete elimination. Talk about a total creep with zero concept of personal boundaries. This robed freak genuinely stands there with a straight face, claiming little Mori's just too cute to pass up and declaring the kid belongs to them now. I mean, look at those hollow, lifeless eyes staring straight into your soul. You can practically hear the eerie, spine-chilling hum in the air as this guy tries to justify flat-out child abduction like it's a casual Sunday errand. But Ryder is absolutely not having any of it. Clenching his fangs with pure rage, his 4 glowing eyes lock onto the kidnapper as the robed freak finally recognizes the legendary mercenary standing right in front of him. Instead of backing down, the kidnapper starts throwing shade, calling Ryder an ignorant outlaw and an illegal creation whose bad reputation precedes him. Seriously? Talking trash to a guy who summoned a heavy motorcycle from the sky? Bold choice. Raising his massive high-tech blaster, Ryder keeps the barrel leveled right at the villain's forehead. The kidnapper even has the nerve to ask how a ruthless killer like him could ever raise a human child, trying to act like they hold the moral high ground. Then comes the ultimate delusion. The kidnapper turns the guilt trip up to 11, claiming they could love Mori way better than an outlaw ever could. The nerve of this guy is actually insane. They even dare Ryder to ask Mori directly who he wants to stay with, acting like a toddler wouldn't immediately choose his terrifying yet loving demon papa over a creepy bone-masked stalker. But as Ryder's aura darkens to sub-zero levels, the kidnapper quickly backpedals, whispering that an actual vote won't be necessary. Yeah, standard villain behavior. All talk until the plasma blaster comes out. Trying one last desperate bluff, the robed freak warns Ryder that firing a high-caliber round inside town limits will instantly make him a wanted criminal. Click! Ryder cocks his weapon without a second thought, his dark silhouette radiating pure threat as he calmly informs the kidnapper that he couldn't care less about town laws when his kid is on the line. Thud, thud. Meanwhile, deep inside the dark spatial pocket, little Mori is throwing an absolute temper tantrum, banging his tiny fists against the invisible walls and wailing for help. Wiggling around in the pitch-black void, the little guy slips out of his boots, trying every trick in the book to break free from the kidnapper's dimensional pouch. But just as frustration sets in, Mori's tiny eyes light up as a sudden realization hits his cute little brain. Reaching into his little satchel, he pulls out the soft, fluffy monster doll his mother gave him before she passed away. Suddenly, a core memory unlocked. Mori remembers his mom's strict golden rule: always go to the bathroom before bed. And right on cue, a brilliant, diabolical idea pops into his head. Back on the stone bridge, the clueless kidnapper continues rambling on, pompously offering a generous proposal to settle the standoff peacefully. Get a load of this psycho! The kidnapper literally suggests splitting Mori in half, taking the head for themselves and leaving the body for Ryder. Manhwa villains really have zero filter, but check out Ryder's 4 glowing eyes narrowing into pure murderous intent. Behind the scenes, Aya runs a rapid internal bioscan, warning Ryder that shooting the kidnapper directly might cause the pocket dimension's muscle tissue to contract, crushing little Mori inside. Talk about high stakes. Ryder stays completely silent, furiously brainstorming a way to pull Mori out safely, completely tuning out the kidnapper's obnoxious voice in the background. "Hey, are you even listening to me?" the robed freak screeches, throwing a petty diva fit because the terrifying mercenary isn't hanging on their every word. Out of nowhere, the kidnapper lets out a blood-curdling shriek of utter horror. Little Mori just executed the ultimate biological attack, relieving his bladder directly inside the kidnapper's prized dimensional pocket. Trickle, hop. Disgusted beyond belief, the spatial pocket literally regurgitates the toddler, letting Mori spring back out into open air as Ryder's face lights up with a triumphant grin. Dirty! So dirty! The bone mask freak trembles in pure agony, completely losing their cool over their precious pocket getting ruined while little Mori struts away like an absolute boss. Bang! The second Mori is in the clear, Ryder doesn't waste a single millisecond. A searing beam of green plasma tears through the air, completely obliterating the kidnapper's arm in a blinding explosion. "My arm! My jewels!" the villain howls in agony, clutching their smoking stump, only to look up and see the icy cold steel of Ryder's heavy blaster pressed point blank against their mask. Standing tall over the whimpering kidnapper, Ryder looms like an unstoppable force of nature, proving once again why you never mess with a Papa Bear's child. Scooping up little Mori in one arm, Ryder keeps his weapon locked on the target, his menacing 4-eyed glare making sure the villain doesn't even think about making another move. Whee-oo! Distant sirens echo through the canyon cliffs. Aya alerts Ryder that local security forces are heading their way fast, drawn by the sound of the blaster shot. tug. Ryder tosses his gun aside, grabs Maury securely, and hops onto his heavy futuristic motorcycle. Time to make a clean getaway before the local cops start asking questions. Vroom! The bike roars to life with a deafening engine blast, tearing across the stone pathways and kicking up massive clouds of white dust as they escape into the wasteland. While speeding down the highway, little Maury lets out a cute little PFT sound, making Ryder look down in total confusion. Ha! Ryder suddenly bursts into a booming, uncontrollable belly laugh, the sheer absurdity of the situation finally hitting him as sunshine breaks through the storm clouds. Did you see the look on its face? Dirty, so dirty, Ryder wheezes, completely dying of laughter, while Aya dryly comments that weaponized peeing was surprisingly creative. The comedic timing in this chapter is top-tier manhwa gold. Aya hovers down to eye level, giving the brave little toddler her official stamp of approval for saving his own skin in the most hilarious way possible. Clutching his fuzzy monster doll tight, Maury blushes bright red with sparkles in his eyes, feeling like an absolute superhero after getting praise from his squad. Feeling full of confidence, the little guy climbs right up onto Ryder's shoulders, grabbing his demonic horns like a tiny motorcycle captain steering a giant warship. Aya brings up her navigational HUD, asking for their next destination. Ryder simply grins, telling her to set the course for whatever route gets him off the radar the fastest. Whale's Cradle, here we come! Maury cheerily squeaks, holding tight to Ryder's horns as they charge headfirst into their next big adventure. Hey, stop pulling on my horns, kid! Ryder growls playfully as Maury tugs too hard, prompting Aya to act like the responsible mom, telling both of them to behave while the vehicle is in motion. Fast forward, leaving the dusty canyon settlement behind, the duo begins their long trek uphill on foot, stepping onto lush green grass as sweat drips down Ryder's face. Poking his tiny head over a rocky ridge, Maury catches his very first glimpse of a brand new, untamed wilderness stretching out beyond the mountains. Swoosh! The cool mountain breeze sweeps through Maury's hair as his big brown eyes widen in complete awe at the paradise unfolding before them. Look at this incredible background art. The camera pulls back to reveal a breathtaking valley framed by towering, snow-capped peaks under a crystal-clear blue sky. The visual aesthetic here is breathtaking. Delicate white flowers bloom along the sunlit grass, signaling that they've finally left the bleak, polluted wasteland behind for somewhere peaceful. Crossing a massive fallen log spanning across a sun-drenched forest ravine, Ryder carefully guides Maury through the ancient, towering woods. Stepping into a ruined stone hallway illuminated by shafts of golden sunlight, the pair explores the quiet solitude of forgotten ancient ruins. As night falls, they set up a cozy camp under a cliff overhang. Ryder stirs a bubbling pot of warm stew over the crackling campfire, while a hungry Maury waits patiently with his little wooden bowl. But peace never lasts long in this world. Shrouded in thick, eerie fog, giant eldritch leg monsters loom on the horizon. Ryder quickly pulls Maury low behind a boulder, holding his breath as the colossal shadows march past. Seeking shelter deep inside a dark cavern, Ryder clicks on his tactical flashlight. But suddenly, strange glowing green corruption marks begin spreading rapidly across his face and arms, while Maury gasps in shock. Thud! In a terrifying sudden twist, Ryder collapses heavily onto the cavern floor, groaning in sheer agony as the mysterious glowing infection takes over his body. Talk about a massive cliffhanger. Will little Maury be able to save his protector this time? Just when you think things can't get any weirder, Aya's internal interface pops up with a diagnostic screen, revealing that these shadowy cave dwellers actually have a crippling fear of concentrated light sources. Floating peacefully across a crystal-clear subterranean lake, little Maury takes a quick breather on a wooden raft while Ryder glides through the cool water below like a terrifyingly majestic sea demon. Screech! Speak of the devil, a swarm of nightmare bat monsters with razor-sharp fangs drops from the ceiling. Ryder instantly scoops up Maury, shielding the little guy with his own body as water splashes everywhere. Luckily, our brave little buddy isn't just dead weight. Maury pulls out the glowing green antitoxin vial with wide, determined eyes, ready to play doctor for his big demon papa. Slumped against the rocky wall, Ryder groans in agony as the glowing green corruption spreads across his face, but Maury doesn't hesitate for a second to press the cure against his skin. Talk about an S-tier toddler clutch. Fast forward to the open road. As night falls over the valley, Ryder revs up his heavy motorcycle, carrying Maury toward a sight that honestly looks straight out of a fever dream. Cruising under a sky painted in shimmering auroras, Ryder flashes a rare, soft smile while little Maury snuggles against his leather jacket. Manhwa artists really know how to deliver top-tier wholesome vibes when they want to. Woo! Deep, echoing calls reverberate through the atmosphere as colossal cosmic sky whales gracefully glide through the starry night above them. Watching the Leviathan swim through the cosmos, Ryder can't help but look genuinely content for once in his life, leaving all the chaos of the wasteland far behind. Switching the heavy bike into autopilot mode, Ryder lifts little Maury high into the air like he's Simba on Pride Rock, letting the kid get a front-row view of the celestial migration. Bathed in the ethereal glow of the northern lights, Maury reaches his tiny hand toward the sky, completely mesmerized by the magical universe unfolding around him. Swoosh, a massive shadow looms overhead as one of the ancient sky whales swoops down shockingly close to the speeding motorcycle. In a breathtaking moment of pure wonder, Maury stretches his fingers out, almost brushing the glowing belly of the majestic cosmic creature as it passes by. Look at the detail in this panel. Maury's giant brown eyes literally reflect the galaxy and the glowing whales. The art direction in this story continues to absolute mind-blow me. Vroom! The heavy bike roars up a steep, snowy mountain crest, kicking up clouds of frost as they head deeper into the freezing alpine territory. Blink! Maury's eyelashes flutter open as he drifts awake, still feeling the warm, lingering, comforting sensation of a deeply peaceful dream. A soft memory flashes across his mind, the warm, golden halo of his late mother holding him close in a loving embrace before everything went dark. Snuggling into his warm clothes, Maury squishes his cheeks together with a tiny, adorable pout, muttering cozy little baby noises in his sleep. The golden glitter of his dream fades away, leaving only the quiet rustle of winter wind blowing across the frozen wasteland. Fluttering his eyelids open once more, the harsh cold air brings Maury back to reality as he blinks away the sleepiness. Gasp! Popping his head out from inside Ryder's heavy tactical duster, Maury lets out a tiny squeak, completely surprised to find himself nestled warm and safe like a joey in a kangaroo pouch. Glancing down with a smirk, Ryder notices the kid poking out and warmly welcomes him back to the waking world under the overcast gray sky. Bumping over the icy terrain, Ryder starts grumbling that the bumpy ride is entirely Aya's fault, while Maury just sits back enjoying the free heated coat ride. Aya's floating HUD screen immediately claps back, dryly offering Ryder the handlebars if he thinks he can steer any smoother through a literal glacier. Ryder isn't about to give up autopilot, though. Classic lazy driver behavior. Face it, you're helpless without me, Aya smugly chirps, prompting Ryder to burst an annoyance vein and yell about who built her in the first place. The banner between this demon cyborg and his SaaSbot AI is gold. Clack! The heavy tread of the futuristic bike comes to a sudden halt, grinding into the thick layer of packed snow. Looking out over a jagged, snow-capped mountain range, Ryder pauses in quiet reflection, observing that the bleak, frozen frontier hasn't changed a bit since he last saw it. Hopping off the bike, Ryder carefully adjusts Maury's gear, explaining that traveling on foot during the night is mandatory unless they want to wake up the terrifying apex predators sleeping beneath the snowdrifts. Hovering overhead, Aya cryptically announces that Maury is about to witness a mind-boggling miracle of human biology, leaving Ryder thoroughly confused. Ta-da! Look at this absolute unit! Ryder bundled Maury up in so many thick winter coats and scarves that the kid literally looks like a cute little walking marshmallow. Aya's practically dying laughing, asking if he can even move his legs. Ryder just grins deviously, admitting he kind of wants to roll the kid down the hill like a giant snowball, to which Aya deadpans that Standard Child Protective Services would definitely call that abuse. Suddenly, the comedic mood vanishes. Aya's sensors light up red as she detects a high-speed projectile signature blaring straight toward their location. What's the incoming speed? Ryder asks. Aya drops the bomb. 305 miles per hour. Ryder's four eyes widen in pure disbelief. Chills. An intense wave of pure killer intent washes over Ryder, freezing the blood in his veins as his demon instincts scream at full emergency volume. Change of plans. Back on the bike right now. Ryder roars as Aya rematerializes the heavy motorcycle in a flash of digital green light. Step! Ryder slams his heavy combat boot down onto the foot peg without wasting a single split second. Vroom! Kicking up a massive blizzard of white powder, the heavy bike rockets down the mountain pass at maximum throttle. Aya's tactical voice counts down the brutal reality. An unidentified lethal entity is closing the gap and will make contact in under 3 minutes. Rattle clunk. Clutching Mori tight against his ribs inside his jacket, Ryder keeps his knuckles wide on the handlebars, trying to outrun the approaching storm. Boom! In the distance ahead, a giant plume of smoke and snow detonates into the sky, blocking their path with total destruction. There they are, Aya screams as Ryder executes a violent high-speed drift through the snowbank, kicking up a blinding cloud of frost. Click! Unholstering his massive triple-barreled plasma cannon with one hand while driving with the other, Ryder locks onto the target with lethal precision. Bam! A searing bolt of high-caliber green plasma tears through the blizzard, illuminating the entire mountain pass in a deadly flash. But Ryder's jaw drops in complete shock as his heavy plasma shot is instantly absorbed into thin air without even making a scratch. Whoosh! A swirling black hole vortex erupts right in front of them, casually swallowing the supercharged energy blast like it was nothing more than a light snack. Swoosh! As the vortex collapses, the roaring blizzard parts, revealing a menacing silhouette descending slowly from the dark clouds above. Clack! Heavy armor-clad boots land silently onto the icy ground, creating a spine-chilling shockwave that settles the surrounding snow. Emerging from the mist stands an absolute nightmare, a tall, shadowy figure clad in a long white trench coat, a broad black hat, and surrounded by twisting, void-black tendrils. Tucked inside the jacket, little Mori breaks into a cold sweat, his tiny heart pounding out of his chest as he feels the overwhelming, suffocating aura of this new adversary. Looming in the freezing mountain wind, the mysterious white-robed Reaper blocks the only escape route, setting up what promises to be the most brutal battle Ryder has ever faced. Ever pulled up to a fight thinking you're the main character, only for the universe to drop a literal black hole-bending Reaper right on your head? Ryder takes one look at this newcomer and immediately realizes he is out of his depth. I mean, seriously, Ryder just fired a couple of warning shots in town, and they send a cosmic bounty hunter after him? Talk about overreacting. He swallows hard, his four eyes wide with pure panic. Meanwhile, the mysterious white-robed figure just tilts their head in creepy silence, giving off total silent assassin energy. You can literally feel the room temperature drop to sub-zero right now. Sweating bullets, Ryder quickly asks his AI system, Aya, for his survival odds, only for Aya to cold-bloodedly deliver a brutal 16% chance of victory. Talk about an optimistic forecast. Wait, 16%? Ryder screams, almost losing his grip on the handlebars, while Aya dryly adds that 7% of that depends on an act of God or a sudden natural disaster. Deep down, Ryder knows Aya's tactical calculations are never wrong, meaning standard combat is basically a death sentence here. Standing tall in the freezing mist, the shadowy Void Reaper looms with glowing blue eyes and dark tendrils writhing around him. Honestly, props to the artist because this villain design is an absolute 11 out of 10 on the aura scale. Every instinct in Ryder's demon blood screams that this terrifying entity is on a completely different power tier than anything he's ever fought before. Glancing down at little Marshmallow Mori nestled safe in his coat, Ryder realizes he can't risk a direct brawl with the kid right in the middle of the crossfire. Cocking his heavy cannon with one hand, Ryder decides to throw caution to the wind and yell out that it's time to run for their lives. With zero room for error, Ryder roars at Aya to remove all safety limiters on the heavy motorcycle immediately. Beep! The tactical HUD flashes a bright red warning as overclock mode is activated, overriding every safety protocol in the engine. Vroom! The futuristic bike's giant front turbine lights up with a blinding red glow, roaring like a caged beast ready to break loose. Kicking up a massive storm of frost, the heavy bike rockets forward with red-hot thrusters blaring, while Aya warns that the frame might literally shatter from the insane acceleration. Whirr! While driving like a maniac, Ryder unholsters his heavy energy sidearm, charging up a high-density plasma blast. Manhwa protagonists and driving one-handed with giant cannons? Name a more iconic duo. I'll wait. Boom! Ryder fires a shot directly into the snowy mountain overhang above, triggering a colossal energy shockwave that shakes the entire canyon. Seeing the mountain collapse behind them, Ryder grins, realizing his distraction worked, and urges the bike to top speed toward the frozen ice bridge ahead. Crawr! A terrifying avalanche of ice and boulders tumbles down the cliffside right on their tail, making little Mori gasp in pure horror inside the duster. From a bird's eye view, the heavy bike looks like a tiny black speck racing down the white slopes, narrowly staying ahead of the crushing wall of snow and debris. Whoosh! The freezing mountain wind blasts past them as Ryder leans hard into the handlebars while Maury's tiny face pokes out, clutching his big demon papa for dear life. Whoosh! Pushing the supercharged engine past its absolute limit, the motorcycle rockets through the narrow snowy pass like a missile. Hang on tight, kiddo, Ryder yells over the deafening roar of the blizzard, while poor little Maury's teeth chatter so hard he can barely keep his eyes open. But suddenly, Ryder's ears twitch as he senses a sudden shift in the air pressure right behind his shoulder. Just ahead, the glowing blue ice bridge spans across the jagged, bottomless chasm, their only shot at escaping this frozen nightmare. Emerging through the swirling whiteout like a ghost, the white-robed Reaper glides across the snow at terrifying speed, closing the distance in seconds. Whip! Leaning sideways on the speeding bike, Ryder spins around and aims his sidearm straight at the pursuer's chest. Bang! A searing bolt of supercharged blue plasma tears through the freezing wind, aimed directly at the assassin. Whoosh! But the Reaper simply raises one black-gloved hand, opening a miniature void vortex in midair that swallows the entire plasma blast without taking a single step back. Okay, absorbing energy blasts effortlessly? That's just cheat code behavior at this point. Vroom! Without even breaking a sweat, the shadowy Reaper continues gliding effortlessly behind the heavy bike, matching their 100-mile-per-hour pace like it's a casual Sunday stroll. The massive glacier bridge looms larger in front of them, hanging over the deadly Abyssal Canyon. Gritting his teeth, Ryder notices something strange. The assassin isn't throwing any lethal attacks, almost like they're just herding them toward a trap. If we can just touch down on that bridge, we can blow the path behind us, Ryder mutters, keeping his 4 eyes locked on the icy structure. A single snowflake glides past Ryder's glowing green eye as time seems to slow down to a crawl. Crash! Out of nowhere, the white-robed Reaper blinks through space, appearing right alongside the speeding motorcycle at full throttle. Ryder's jaw drops in absolute shock. How on earth did someone keep up on foot with an overclocked sci-fi motorcycle? Snatch! Before Ryder can even pull the trigger, a claw-like hand reaches out and clamps tightly around his throat. Squeeze! The assassin's grip tightens like a hydraulic vice, crushing Ryder's windpipe and cutting off his oxygen instantly. Ryder winces in agony, gritting his sharp fangs as he gets ripped completely off his seat mid-ride. Bang, bang, bang! In a display of horrifying physical strength, the Reaper lifts the massive demon cyborg into the air by his neck with one hand, while the driverless motorcycle tumbles across the ice. The heavy bike slams into the snowbanks near the bridge edge with a sickening crunch, leaving Ryder totally helpless in midair. Grab! Desperately struggling to breathe, Ryder tries to raise his pistol to shoot at point-blank range. Squeeze! But the Void Hunter clamps down even harder on his throat, choking out any remaining strength in Ryder's body. Ah! Ryder groans in sheer pain, his vision blurring as his life flashes before his eyes. Glance! But just as the Reaper prepares to snap Ryder's neck, their glowing blue eyes shift downward, noticing a tiny bundle tucked inside the demon's duster coat. Little Maury pokes his tiny head out, looking up at the terrifying masked killer with wide, trembling puppy dog eyes full of tears. I mean, look at this cute little face. If you can hurt someone in front of those eyes, you have no soul. The Void Hunter freezes in their tracks, the blue lights on their helmet flaring in genuine shock as they lock eyes with the innocent toddler. Slip! Unbelievably, the killer's suffocating grip loosens, letting Ryder slide out of their grasp and fall back to the snow. Foosh! Instead of finishing Ryder off, the Reaper leaps through the air, landing smoothly onto the still-running motorcycle. Vroom! Cranking the throttle, the white-robed assassin casually rides off into the blizzard on Ryder's custom bike. Wheezing on the ground and clutching his bruised neck, Ryder watches in absolute disbelief as his high-tech motorcycle gets stolen by the world's most dramatic Grand Theft Auto offender. Talk about a plot twist nobody saw coming. Talk about a plot twist. Right when you think Ryder is a goner, he opens his eyes with a devious grin, mocking the mysterious assassin for being a complete outsider to these dangerous lands. In a desperate move to survive, Ryder takes a literal leap of faith, plunging straight off the towering frozen bridge into the icy abyss below. Swoosh! Watching him fall, the white-robed Reaper stands silently on the edge, his dark trench coat whipping violently in the freezing mountain wind. Beep! The killer's helmet flashes as he realizes Ryder isn't just committing suicide, he actually has an insane backup plan up his sleeve. Roar! Right on cue, a massive cosmic sky whale bursts through the clouds, roaring loud enough to shatter the surrounding glaciers. Hanging on for dear life, Ryder snags onto the whale's giant fin with one hand while clutching tiny Maury close to his chest. Man, talk about calling in a mythical taxi service at the absolute last second. Meanwhile, back on the bridge, the assassin watches the bike power down as Aya remotely deactivates the engine, leaving the thief with useless scrap metal. The wind flutters across the Reaper's sleek mask as he stares into the distance, completely outsmarted by a demon on a flying whale. Meanwhile, little Maury pokes his head out of the coat, staring in complete awe at the sky full of giant flying creatures. Honestly, look at those big puppy dog eyes. This kid is way too unbothered for someone who almost died 5 seconds ago. A whole pod of cosmic whales glides gracefully over the mountain peaks, carrying our makeshift family safely away from the death zone. Floating beside the toddler, Aya hovers quietly, checking in on the unconscious demon cyborg who took the brunt of the fall. Blinking his 4 glowing green eyes, Ryder slowly groans awake, completely disoriented and wondering if he just blacked out midair. Aya dryly points out that getting choked out before jumping off a cliff usually leads to passing out, while Ryder immediately panics and checks if Maury is all right. Soaring high above the clouds on the whale's back, Aya explains that waking up the migrating sky beasts was a genius move to escape the tight canyon path. Sitting up on the whale's massive skin, Ryder rubs his head and asks where in the world they ended up drifting off to. Glancing around the misty horizon, Ryder notices they're approaching a sight that completely defies all laws of physics. Embedded right in the middle of the lush green mountain range sits a colossal, perfectly spherical black void, a giant anomaly blocking the horizon. Okay, art direction here is absolute fire. This black orb looks like a render glitch in real life. Fwhip! Touching down on solid ground, tiny Maury trots forward happily, while Ryder stands tall, admiring the breathtaking view. Preparing to head toward the city entrance, Aya warns Ryder that there's a massive bounty on his head, suggesting he needs a quick disguise to avoid instant combat. Droop! Using his demon manipulation, Ryder's spiky white hair begins to sag and shift downward over his face. Swish! Ryder shakes out his hair, letting his fringe cover all 4 of his glowing green eyes in a sleek, edgy new style. Feeling confident in his low-profile look, Ryder turns to call Maury over, completely ready to blend into the crowds. But Maury takes one look at him, steps back, and starts glancing around in total confusion like he's looking at a complete stranger. Flail. The poor toddler explodes into full-blown panic, wildly swinging his tiny hands, while Ryder desperately tries to explain that it's still him under the hair. Aya calmly chimes in that the kid has object permanence issues and can't recognize him with the new haircut, leaving Ryder completely exasperated. Step, cut to their brilliant new disguise strategy. Aya perched on top of Maury, sitting on Ryder's shoulders under an oversized trench coat. I am crying! This is literally 2 toddlers and a robot in a trench coat trying to look like a tall adult. If anyone falls for this classic cartoon trope, the guards need to be fired immediately. Wandering down a towering futuristic hall, Ryder whispers at Maury to stop shaking his legs, while Aya tells both of them to keep quiet. Ahead of them stands a creepy, faceless guard entity with a floating black oval head, politely asking how it can assist the mysterious visitor. Keeping up the act, Aya speaks from under the hood, stating they're here for an audience with the prestigious Fa clan, while the guard demands a proof symbol. Smack! Maury fidgets around under the coat, accidentally smacking Ryder right in the jaw while fishing through his little pouch. Reaching out from the coat, they hand over a sealed official letter, which the floating head receptionist immediately verifies as legit. Suddenly, a massive golden magic circle ignites on the wall, covered in glowing ancient runes, asking them to specify which clan member they want to meet. Sweat drops pour down Ryder's face as he realizes a major flaw in their plan. The clan has dozens of members, and he has no clue who sent the letter. Panicking inside the coat, Aya starts sweating bullets, trying to figure out how to guess the right identity without blowing their cover. Poking his nose out, Maury squints at the glowing magic symbols floating in midair, shaking his little head in disapproval. Russell! Maury reaches into his tiny shoulder bag, rummaging around for something specific he brought along. Fweep! With a proud little gasp, Maury pulls out a delicate glowing blue flower and holds it out toward the magical wall. Bzzz. Recognizing the flower instantly, the magic circle flashes as the system confirms the exact identity of the host. Whisper! The solid wall splits open, revealing a pitch-black void doorway hovering right inside the hallway. Reaching his hand into the dark portal, Ryder feels a strange spatial warp stretching across his fingers. The receptionist assures them that stepping into the portal will transport them straight to their destination, regardless of direction. Plunge. Stepping through the threshold, the trio falls into a pitch-black spatial tunnel, tumbling through dimensions. Whoosh! Seconds later, they burst out of the dark void and drop straight out of the sky into a breathtaking sunlit meadow. Landing gracefully on the soft grass, Ryder crouches down with Mori perched safely on his head and Aya hovering right above. Perched in the middle of a massive ocean of green grass stands a grand French-style estate under a clear blue sky. Ryder stares in total disbelief, asking how on earth an entire country estate is hidden right inside the bustling city limits. Mori's eyes widen in pure delight as the fresh breeze sweeps across the sunny field, completely captivated by the peaceful scenery. Skip, skip! Forgetting all about the spooky assassins, little Mori skips happily through the tall grass while Ryder runs behind, warning him not to trip. Arriving at the edge of the estate, they stand before a massive wrought iron gate, ready to uncover the secrets hidden inside the Fa clan's mansion. Ever wonder what happens when you accidentally break into an elite clan's domain? Ryder and Aya are about to find out the hard way as they realize uninvited guests around here get executed on sight. Standing right outside the massive estate gates, our demon hero starts looking around like a clueless tourist, trying to find a doorbell or intercom button. Meanwhile, little Mori isn't waiting around for permission. He trots straight up to the heavy iron fence, peeking inside with ultimate toddler curiosity. Cue the dramatic zoom on those huge, sparkling eyes. Honestly, this kid could stare down an ancient dragon and still look like an adorable, squishy marshmallow. Deep inside the grand mansion, a mysterious dark silhouette glides down the corridor, completely unaware of the intruder outside. Bzzz! Mori's eye suddenly flash as he catches a glimpse of the shadowy figure through the trees. A dark figure peeks out from behind an open doorway, and Mori lets out a tiny gasp as recognition hits him like a freight train. Slip! Without a single second of hesitation, Mori squeezes his tiny body right through the iron gate bars like liquid slime. Ryder's jaw literally hits the floor as he screams in utter horror. Dash! Little Mori turns into a miniature speed demon, sprinting across the pristine lawn while Ryder panics behind the lock, yelling at him to get his tiny butt back there. With a loud whoosh, Mori casually hops right through an open ground floor window. Meanwhile, poor Ryder is losing his absolute mind behind the bar. Talk about Worst Babysitter of the Year award. Ding dong, ding dong. In full-blown panic mode, Ryder starts slamming the gate button like he's playing a QuickTime event in an arcade game. Inside the luxurious, sun-drenched hallway, tiny Mori trots across the polished hardwood floors on a top-secret mission known only to him. Creak! A set of grand double doors at the end of the hall swings open, immediately catching the toddler's attention. Dash! Mori instantly guns it, his tiny legs moving at maximum velocity toward the opening doors. Huffing and puffing, this little guy is pushing his toddler engines to the absolute limit. You gotta give it to the artist, these running panels are ridiculously cute. His little lungs are working overtime, but nothing is gonna slow this baby down today. With laser-focused determination, Mori charges ahead, completely ignoring the sheer size of the mansion surrounding him. Suddenly, a bird-faced maid carrying a laundry basket turns around and lets out a startled gasp as she spots a random child in the hallway. The bird attendants pause in complete confusion, politely asking the tiny intruder if he lost his way or needs some help. Mori freezes like a deer in headlights, sweating buckets as the bird maid asks him how on earth he snuck inside. The two feathered maids start whispering among themselves, wondering if any high-profile guests were scheduled for this wing of the estate today. Sniff! Before they can call security, a gentle breeze wafts through the corridor, carrying a faint, mysterious floral magic that hits Mori's senses. Swish! Mori's head snaps around instantly as he locks onto the source of that familiar magical scent. Before the maids can even react, the kid takes off again like a rocket, leaving the poor attendants scrambling and shouting for him to wait. Tap, tap, tap! His little shoes echo down the endless wooden corridor as action lines blur the background. Stopping right in front of a colossal set of dark wooden doors, Mori stands before the mysterious chamber. Creak! Pushing with all his tiny might, he slowly cracks open the heavy double doors. Thud! Stepping over the threshold, Mori enters a dimly lit room shrouded in ominous shadows. Whoosh! His big eyes light up with pure wonder and hope, believing he's finally found what he's been searching for all along. Gasp! The toddler gasps in awe as a gigantic, intimidating figure looms directly over him. Looming in the darkness, glowing golden eyes flicker across a mantle of jet black feathered wings. Okay, the visual design here is giving straight-up cosmic horror, and I am loving it. A colossal entity clad in a dark cloak covered in eyes stands tall, staring down at the tiny intruder with immense presence. For a second, a warm memory flashes in Mori's mind, a tender vision of a loving mother embracing her baby with tears of joy. But as the dark illusion fades, reality hits. Mori stares up at the intimidating stranger, his eyes welling up with deep disappointment. Slip! The massive feathered figure lowers a dark-gloved hand toward the child, trying to reach out gently. Another dreamlike vision flickers across his heart, a glowing, affectionate hug from the mother he longs to see again. But this dark entity isn't her. Mori's face scrunches up in pure heartbreak as tears stream down his chubby cheeks. Bang! Right on cue, Ryder comes smashing into the room like a wrecking ball, screaming Mori's name to rescue him. Wow! Before anyone can say a word, Mori explodes into a full-blown nuclear meltdown, wailing at the top of his lungs. Echo! His toddler shrieks are so loud they literally reverberate across the entire country estate, echoing off the rooftops under the sunny sky. Talk about an S-tier sonic scream! Cut to a few hours later, and Mori has burrowed under a heavy bed like a cranky turtle. Ryder crawls on his stomach, begging the kid to come out with promises of delicious snacks. Even the bird-faced maids join in on the rescue operation, whispering sweet, coaxing words and offering drawing supplies under the bed frame. Outside the bedroom, Ryder steps into the hallway and sighs deeply to the estate host, admitting the little guy refuses to budge and needs some space. Ryder scratches his head in genuine concern, remarking that he's never seen the usually cheerful toddler cry like that before. Realizing he hasn't even properly greeted his host, Ryder turns around awkwardly to ask who he's actually speaking to. The mysterious host turns around, a striking figure wrapped in a white moth feather hood, introducing herself as Mori's official patron and head of the Fa clan. Shine! The lighting shifts to reveal Miria in all her radiant glory. White feathered crown, glowing eyes, and dark ethereal skin. Honestly, her character design is absolute peak high fantasy aesthetic. Later that night, as darkness falls over the mansion, little Mori sits alone in the quiet bedroom, still sniffling softly under his breath. Ding ding! Aya silently charges her battery on the nightstand while Ryder lies fast asleep on the bed, leaving Mori awake in the dim moonlight. Pow, 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 ow! In the ultimate display of toddler vengeance, Mori crawls onto the bed and starts pummeling sleeping Ryder's face with tiny baby fists. Ryder groans in pain while Mori gives him the funniest grumpy death stare ever. Moral of the story? Never misidentify a toddler's mom. Late at night, inside the silent mansion, tiny Mori wanders into a pitch-black hallway, right when his stomach lets out a massive growl. Driven by pure toddler instinct, the little guy puts his nose to the floor and starts sniffing his way through the shadows like a tiny bloodhound. Guided by the mysterious scent, he creeps into the sprawling estate kitchen, tracking down whatever delicious treasure is hiding in the dark. Cue the dramatic close-up. Mori stops dead in his tracks, his massive eyes sparkling as he locks onto something on the counter. Jolt! He jumps with excitement after spotting a basket overflowing with fresh, juicy green fruits resting right above him. A warm memory flashes in his mind. He remembers Ryder fondly handing him this exact rare fruit, bragging about how delicious and hard to get it was. Tap! Without a second thought, his chubby little hand reaches right into the bowl to grab the prize. Beam! Mori holds up the fruit with pure joy radiating from his face. Honestly, this kid's expression could melt a heart of stone. But the cozy vibes instantly vanish as a towering figure wrapped in a feathered hood quietly appears in the doorway. Moments earlier, Miria had been quietly browsing through the dark library, pulling books off the shelves in total solitude. Lost in her own heavy thoughts, the clan leader stared silently into the dim lantern light. That is, until her sharp ears picked up tiny shuffling sounds and frantic sniffing echoing from down the hall. Peeking into the kitchen, Miria catches the little intruder attempting a full-blown countertop heist. Whoosh! Before she can even utter a word, Mori transforms into a blur of pure toddler chaos, zipping across the kitchen like a runaway rocket. Miria's eyes go completely wide with shock. Seriously, she looks like she just saw a mythical creature break the sound barrier. Crash! Utensils and fruit fly everywhere as the kid goes wild, leaving the poor host entirely dumbfounded. Panting heavily on the floor, the tiny speed demon finally comes to a halt next to a rolled fruit. Realizing he made a huge mess, Mori instantly dashes under a low wooden table, his little heart pounding out of his chest. An overhead view shows the quiet kitchen, with Miria standing near the entrance while Mori cowers beneath the counter. Miria clutches her chest as her heart thumps. Looks like even high-ranking clan bosses aren't immune to extreme toddler surprise attacks. Softly stepping forward, Miria gently nudges 3 of the sweet green fruits, sending them rolling across the floor straight toward his hiding spot. Her glowing eyes soften with genuine warmth, completely dropping any intimidating aura she had before. Gasp! Hiding in the shadows, Mori gasps as a shiny green fruit rolls up and softly taps against his boot. His stomach lets out another eager growl, proving that no amount of toddler fear can overcome the power of pure hunger. Crunch! Mori takes a massive bite out of the fruit, his face lighting up as the amazing flavor explodes in his mouth. Settling onto the floor, he happily munches away while another fruit gently rolls over to join him. Miria's glowing eyes sparkle with satisfaction as she watches him enjoy his late-night snack. The lighting shift in this panel is top-tier aesthetic. Nom. The little guy is completely lost in food heaven, blissfully unaware of the mysterious host watching over him. Wrapped in the quiet, cool night air, Miria stays silent, making sure the little intruder feels completely safe. A wide shot captures the cozy scene as Miria sits quietly near the door, guarding the hungry toddler like a soft-hearted guardian angel. Outside the window, a blanket of brilliant stars covers the night sky as peace finally settles over the estate. Chirp, chirp. Morning arrives with bright sunshine flooding the kitchen counter, leaving behind a clean-eaten fruit core from last night's feast. Mori wakes up groggy on the floor, blinking sleepily as soft voices whisper above him, warning each other not to wake the sleeping baby. Jolt! Hearing someone eagerly say they want to see him too, Mori's toddler survival instinct immediately kicks back into high gear. Dash! He takes off running like a bullet, darting right out of the kitchen as fast as his little legs can carry him. Crash! Turning the corner at top speed, Mori bumps full force into a pair of tall black boots standing in the corridor. Looking up in total confusion, Mori clings to the leg as a smug, familiar voice playfully greets him good morning. It's Ryder! Looking down with a mischievous grin, while Aya's floating scanner chimes in, announcing that 40% of Mori's face is currently covered in sticky fruit juice. Clutch! Instead of running away, Mori buries his face into Ryder's leg, wrapping his tiny arms around him in an ultra-tight hug. Ryder instantly loses his cool, turning bright red and screaming in utter panic, while Aya roasts him for being all talk and no bite. Hovering nearby, Aya spills all the tea to Mori, telling the kid how Ryder was practically losing his mind with worry over him last night. Cut to the formal reception room, where Miria gracefully pours tea, explaining she assumed Mori came looking for his lost friend and asking how she can ever repay them. Ryder sheepishly scratches his neck, insisting it was no big deal, but Miria casually places a sleek, dark wooden box onto the coffee table. Clack! She instructs him to open it, and Ryder reaches forward, lifting the lid with a satisfying heavy click. Whoosh! A brilliant, blinding cosmic glare erupts from inside the chest, bathing the entire room in vibrant rainbow light. Ryder freezes in place, his jaw dropped as the radiant glow reflects across his demon features. Dovin! Sitting inside the box is a breathtaking, multifaceted star fragment, pulsing with pure galactic energy. Ryder completely loses his mind, shouting in shock as he realizes she just handed him an actual, literal star fragment. Down horribly bad for cash, Ryder's eyes literally turn into gold coins as he calculates it's worth up to 60,000 gold, cackling like a maniac in his mind while Miria politely offers an escort out. The scene closes with a hilarious flashback of Ryder suffering through dark caves while carrying Mori from bat monsters. Talk about earning every single piece of that reward. Ever woke up with full-blown crayon graffiti plastered across your face? Because that's exactly what our demon boy Ryder is dealing with after letting a toddler get too close with a green marker. Opening his eye with a heavy groan, Ryder immediately regrets every decision that led him to this exact moment. Meanwhile, little Mori wakes up looking like a complete angel, totally unbothered by the chaos he caused just moments ago. Trying to save face in front of the clan head, Ryder stammers out excuses, insisting that little Mori is so attached to him that the poor kid wouldn't survive a single day on his own. Honestly, the level of cope here is off the charts. He doubles down on his ridiculous speech, claiming Mori would probably have a heart attack if he vanished without a warning, even while Aya hovers nearby, silently judging his life choices. Ryder's sweat drops as he awkwardly offers to adjust his busy schedule just to stick around the estate a bit longer for the kid's sake. Miria asks if he's truly fine with that arrangement, and Ryder proudly boasts that despite knowing Mori for a short time, they've already been through absolute hell together. Damn! Out of nowhere, a massive, terrifying, dark entity with glowing blue eyes materializes right behind Ryder, sending him into a full-blown panic attack. Talk about a jump scare. Miria casually introduces the scary shadow guy as Jair, one of her top aides, while Ryder scrambles across the couch like a terrified cat. She apologizes for Jair's intimidating entry, explaining he thought Ryder was a kidnapper holding Mori for ransom, leaving Ryder sweating bullets while pretending he wasn't scared at all. In a hilarious move, Ryder tries to cover Mori's tiny ears to protect his innocence, only for Aya to immediately roast him for bothering, since the toddler can't even understand complex words anyway. Wanting to clear the room for serious adult talk, Ryder kneels down and gently suggests that Mori and Aya take a little tour to explore the giant mansion. Aya gladly accepts the mission, inviting tiny Mori for a leisurely stroll through the corridors. Mori lets out a joyful squeak and dashes off into the bright hallway, leaving Ryder standing tall as he prepares for business. The mood instantly drops into serious territory as Miria gathers her feathered advisors inside a grand sunlit council chamber. Taking a seat among the high-ranking clan members, Ryder listens closely as Miria officially kicks off the high-stakes briefing. Miria reveals the alarming news that they've completely lost all contact with someone named Salam. Looking like a clueless outsider sitting between two bird-faced maids, Ryder blurts out asking who on earth Salam even is. The bird maids gasp in utter disbelief at his ignorance, prompting Ryder to get defensive and yell that of course he knows who the Arbiter is. A blinding flash of cosmic light illuminates the room as the legend of the Arbiter is invoked. It turns out the Arbiter is basically the supreme ruler of Earth, wielding the godlike ability to manipulate the very fundamental laws of life. Now that is some insane lore drop. Miria reveals her mind-blowing identity. She is one of the 7 divine fingers serving the Arbiter, granted the terrifying authority to control black holes itself. She explains that Salam is also one of these 7 godly beings, making his sudden disappearance a massive threat to world stability. Pointing out her aide Jair, Miria mentions he was only able to open black hole portals earlier because she temporarily lent him a portion of her divine power. Swoosh! A brilliant golden holographic map erupts across the floor, mapping out Salam's territory stretching from the mountain range to the river. Honestly, this tactical map visual is absolute peak webtoon art. Tapping on a specific spot on the map, she pinpoints the exact hidden forest facility where little Mori was previously held captive. She notes that on the very day Mori escaped, the facility tried and failed to reach Salam, proving something went terribly wrong way back then. Because the orphanage went totally silent for weeks, the clan's search operation was dangerously delayed from the start. One of the bird aides chimes in to defend Salam, guessing he's probably just busy or stuck in one of his legendary deep slumbers. Miria remains firm, declaring she'll keep trying to reach him until they uncover the dark truth behind his absence. Turning to Ryder, she officially requests him to stay at the estate as Mori's guardian until this dangerous mystery is solved. Ryder gives a quick nod of agreement, but right as he thinks the heavy stuff is over, Miria hints that the real meeting is about to begin. Gloom! A terrifying bird maid looms over Ryder in pitch darkness, whispering with an ominous glare if he's ready for the true agenda. Ryder swallows hard in absolute terror, wondering what horrifying secret society ritual he's about to be forced into. Flip! The maid presents a tiny wooden tray holding a microscopic set of bowls, cups, and spoons fit for a dollhouse. Ryder picks up a wooden spoon no bigger than his fingernail, completely dumbfounded by what he's looking at. Confused out of his mind, Ryder asks what this is, and the maid proudly blushes, explaining they hand-carved miniature dining utensils specifically for little Mori. Ryder instantly blows a fuse, screaming that these tools are fit for an ant and completely impossible for a kid to eat with, while the maid cries in defense of her ultra-tiny masterpiece. Another maid jumps in to dismiss the tiny cutlery, eagerly inviting Ryder over to inspect her own custom creation instead. Ta-da! She unveils a colossal, absurdly oversized XXXL bed, proudly boasting that it can comfortably hide up to 40 Moris under its frame. The contrast between micro cutlery and mega bed is pure comedy gold. The maids cluster around Ryder with beaming pride, practically begging for his approval on their chaotic toddler accommodations. Sweating nervously, Ryder realizes the entire staff has developed a severe case of toddler fever and are taking their baby-proofing duties way too far. Meanwhile, Tiny Mori wanders around like a miniature boss, holding up Aya like a portable flashlight while exploring the giant estate. Sunlight pours through massive Gothic windows as the cute little adventurer trots down the polished wooden hallway with his floating robot companion. He passes by ornate golden picture frames hanging high up on the grand interior walls. Warm sunlight streams through the tall glass windows, creating a peaceful and cozy aesthetic throughout the mansion. But the tranquility doesn't last long. Mori immediately pulls out his crayons and turns the top of the grand staircase into his personal coloring book, with vibrant purple scribbles everywhere. After finishing his masterpiece, the little guy peeks out through a large glass patio door, curious about the outside world. Sneaking into the grand kitchen, Mori dons a giant brass pot on his head like an improvised knight's helmet, ready for his next big adventure. Aya takes on the role of a patient tutor, teaching Mori names of household objects while the cute toddler responds with enthusiastic baby babbles. Just when you think things are finally settling down, little Mori spots something intriguing across the sunlit room and points his tiny finger, letting out a cute baby squeak. Floating up toward the ceiling, Aya scans the area with a faint hum, trying to figure out what caught the kids' attention. Looking around the sun-drenched room, they realize it's a cozy workshop scattered with blueprints, building blocks, and a wooden rocking horse. Mori waddles over to the desk and taps on a detailed parchment paper, which turns out to be a full technical blueprint for a miniature cloak design. Aya hovers nearby and confirms his suspicions. Whoever created this master plan was specifically designing clothing tailored for a toddler. Drops of realization hit as Aya reveals this was the exact blueprint used to craft Mori's iconic little red cape. Mori's eyes widen to the size of dinner plates as he processes the fact that someone put this much effort into making his outfit. Warm sunlight washes over the hardwood floor, illuminating the handcrafted wooden rocking horse left sitting in the corner. On the edge of the desk, a set of geometric building blocks sits perfectly stacked, looking like a high-end luxury daycare setup. With a soft slip, Mori's tiny hand slides across the smooth parchment paper, inspecting every single line of the cape layout. Honestly, look at those gigantic shimmering anime eyes. The artist poured the entire animation budget into making this toddler look utterly precious. Suddenly, the door creaks open and a tall, feathered bird maid walks in, gasping in delight as she immediately recognizes the adorable little intruder. Bending over the desk, the maid breathes a huge sigh of relief, explaining how the entire mansion staff had to literally tackle Clanhead Miria to stop her from running into the wild to search for him. Fidgeting nervously with his cloak, Mori looks down, while Aya smoothly steps in to explain they were just taking a casual tour of the massive estate. Still baffled by the flex, Aya questions how a giant luxury estate even exists in the middle of a grassy field inside a city, only for the maid to proudly reveal Miria custom-built it as a private vacation home. The maid softly smiles, adding that Miria created this entire place specifically to understand Mori's world better. Talk about absolute top-tier adoption dedication. Curious about the lively voices echoing down the corridor, Mori and Aya quietly sneak up to a heavy wooden door and peek through the crack. Inside, the stylish clan members are having a relaxed chatter, completely unaware that a miniature spy is monitoring their every move. Honestly, the sheer stealth capability of a toddler looking for drama is unmatched. Just look at him squishing his cheeks against the doorframe. Gasp! The feathered maid spots Mori peeking from behind the door, her heart instantly exploding from an overload of pure cuteness. Overstimulated, realizing he's been spotted, Mori turns around and dashes away down the hallway at light speed, leaving the maid reaching out in tragic despair. The poor maid dramatically breaks down in tears over being rejected by a toddler, while Ryder stands in the background looking like an annoyed dad who just wants to go home. Rubbing his chin, Ryder inspects the situation with all 5 of his glowing green eyes, trying to figure out how to solve this hilarious social crisis. Doom! Ryder strikes a dramatic pose, loudly declaring that it's officially time for the maid and Mori to become best friends whether they like it or not. The maid anxiously fidgets while Aya deadpans, asking Ryder if he actually has a functional brain cell to draft a proper bonding strategy. Ding! A literal light bulb pops above Ryder's head as he gets a genius idea, while the maid casually flips the light switch on the wall. Okay, the comedic timing here is top tier. Presenting Tactic 1. Everyone loves snacks, because if there's one universal rule in anime, it's that free food fixes everything. Sweating bullets from nervousness, the maid cautiously approaches Mori with a fresh plate of warm chocolate chip cookies. Duvan! Before she can even utter a word, a swarm of other bird maids swoops in, shoving cookies into Mori's mouth while the main maid drops her plate in utter defeat. Munch! Ryder casually steals one of the fallen cookies, taking a big bite while Aya roasts them for severely underestimating how crazy the staff is for this kid. Time for Tactic 2, a few favorite things. This strategy involves combining everything Mori loves: crayons, fresh fruit, and sweet treats. Sparkle! The maid presents herself as an absolute masterpiece, completely covered in attached crayons, apples, stuffed toys, and cookies dangling from her outfit. Ryder gives her a final pep talk, instructing her to walk past Mori totally natural, while imagining Mori's adorable crayon drawings. Shuffle. Carrying half a grocery store on her dress, the maid awkwardly waddles past Mori while he sits on the floor casually eating a cookie. Gasp! Instead of being charmed, Mori looks at this walking mountain of random junk, freaks out in absolute horror, and drops his food while Ryder yells, "Next!" Rolling out Tactic 3, a familiar face. Ryder boasts that since Mori loves his high-tech motorcycle, putting the maid on the bike will make her look cool instantly. Frrrr! Aya activates the sleek neon green hovering motorcycle, bringing the beast to life on the open lawn. Ryder helps the terrified maid climb onto the massive machine, patiently guiding her hands onto the grips like a terrible driving instructor. Squeeze! The maid nervously grips the throttle way too hard, triggering every red flag in motorcycle safety history. Vroom! The bike rocket launches across the yard at 200 miles per hour, sending the maid screaming into orbit while Mori and the maids watch in pure shock. Aya smugly notes that this is exactly why floating robots should handle driving, leaving Ryder red-faced and screaming to move on to the next plan. Desperate times call for Tactic 4, repeat a previously effective tactic. If a fake villain scenario worked before, why not stage another heroic rescue? Ryder convinces Jer, the shadowy void aide, to dress up as a terrifying bad guy so the maid can swoop in and heroically save Mori. Grow! Jer materializes over Mori like a terrifying dark apparition, unleashing a sinister shadowy aura that would intimidate grown warriors. Hiding behind the door, Ryder gives the signal, screaming for the maid to make her grand entrance right now. Clack! The maid slams the doors open with a heroic battle cry, ready to vanquish the evil monster and save the day. KO! The maid freezes in total shock as she sees Jair lying flat on his back, utterly defeated without a single hit being landed. Turns out, instead of crying, Mori gave the shadowy monster an adorable tight hug, causing Jair to instantly melt into a softie and hug him back while Ryder throws a rage fit. Crash! Later that night, heavy rain pours down against the grand Gothic window, bringing a peaceful and moody atmosphere to the estate. Zzz, tucked under a cozy warm blanket, little Mori sleeps peacefully after surviving an absurd day of high-stakes toddler bonding attempts. Imagine waking up from a horrifying nightmare in a dark, silent mansion, only to realize the real world is about to hit you with an emotional plot twist. In the pitch-black darkness, a shadowy eye snaps open with chromatic glitch effects, sending a sudden spike of pure adrenaline right down your spine. A sight of horror. Little Mori snaps awake from his terrifying dream, drenched in cold sweat with wide, panicked eyes. Panting heavily in the dark room, the poor kid sits up under his blanket, his tiny heart pounding like a drum as he tries to calm down. Flash! A sudden bolt of thunderous lightning illuminates the giant Gothic window, turning the peaceful bedroom into a scene straight out of a horror movie. Foosh! Unwilling to stay alone in the creepy darkness for another second, Mori leaps out of bed and dashes down the dark corridor like a miniature speedster. Sneaking through the grand estate, the cute toddler cautiously creaks open a heavy wooden door, looking for any sign of safety. Glance, glance. With anxious eyes, Mori scans both sides of the quiet hallway while clutching his cape close. Honestly, the artist made his cautious peek look ridiculously adorable. Inside the dimly lit library, a warm fireplace crackles softly, where clan head Miria sits resting in a plush rocking chair. Zzz, exhausted from all that chaotic baby-proofing drama from earlier. The terrifying bird clan leader is fast asleep in her favorite cozy spot. Crawl, crawl. Mori tiny taps across the patterned carpet, crawling toward the soothing glow of the fireplace like a stealthy little agent. The fire continues to crackle warmly in the hearth, casting soft orange light across stacks of parchment sitting on small tables. Spotting a massive open book lying flat on the rug, Mori toddles over to see what the scary clan leader was reading. On the pages are handwritten notes titled Child Behavior Observation, alongside a guide on how to build a relationship with your child. Look at that. Miria was literally studying parenting textbooks for him. Talk about top-tier dedication. Tiptoe, stepping lightly around the scattered papers, Mori cautiously creeps up toward the rocking chair where Miria is slumbering. Crash! Tripping over his own tiny feet, Mori completely loses balance and foosh! Tumbles right into Miria's lap in the most chaotic landing ever. Squeeze! Scared he's gonna get scolded for disturbing her, the terrified kid tightly squeezes his eyes shut and clings to her dress for dear life. Hug! But instead of anger, Miria gently wraps her dark arms around him, pulling the little toddler into a warm, protective embrace. Mori opens his eyes in shock, staring up as warm firelight reflects in his gaze. Seriously, look at those gigantic anime eyes. The animation budget went 100% into this exact moment. Resting his cheek against her soft chest, Mori feels a comforting, radiant warmth he has never experienced in his entire life. Miria remains fast asleep, her gentle breathing rising and falling as she holds the little intruder securely in her arms. Wrapped in her peaceful embrace, the cold fear from his nightmare completely vanishes into thin air. Bottom, bottom, Mora's tiny heart thumps softly as he listens to her steady, calm heartbeat in the quiet room. Staring up with starry, universe-sized eyes, a wave of profound realization washes over the little orphan's soul. Floating memories of colorful scribbles, sweet snacks, and quiet notes flutter through his mind like falling petals. Wrapped safely inside her dark hooded cloak under a sky of stars and blooming blue flowers, Mori finally experiences true sanctuary. For the very first time in his young life, the sweet little boy understands what it actually feels like to have a mother. Crackle! The hearth fire crackles gently in the background, keeping the tranquil library cozy and warm through the dark night. As the hours pass, Miria slowly stirs awake, rubbing her eyes and realizing she fell asleep right in her rocking chair. Gasp! She looks down at her lap and instantly freezes. Little Mori is sleeping like an absolute angel right in her arms. Bottom, bottom! Panic erupts in her brain as her heart slams against her chest. How on earth did the toddler sneak in here without triggering any alarms? Flail, flail! Sweat and buckets, Miria frantically waves her hands around, completely unequipped for this sudden level of extreme cuteness overload. Mori shifts slightly in his sleep, and Miria instantly turns into a solid stone statue so she doesn't wake him up. Hush! The mighty clan leader sits completely motionless in the firelight, terrified that even breathing too loudly will disturb the sleeping boy. Zzz! Tucked snugly against her chest, Mori lets out soft little baby snores, totally at peace. Looking down at his peaceful face, Miria's glowing golden eyes soften, and a deep blush spreads across her dark cheeks. Lean! Yielding to her maternal warmth, she tenderly leans down and holds him even tighter, holding back tears of overwhelming affection. Crackle! The fire crackles softly in the hearth as the two share an unbroken, beautiful mother and son bonding moment into the night. Yawn! The next morning, Ryder stretches his arms and lets out a massive yawn, finally waking up after yesterday's exhausting toddler tactics. Floating nearby, Aya commends Ryder for his effort, noting that the whole bonding strategy took way longer than expected. Aya reveals that his high-tech robot systems were actually running on full overclock mode just to manage the mansion's chaotic energy. Deciding it's best to take it easy today, they prepare to relax. But Ryder suddenly stops as cheerful voices call out from the hallway. Smile! A group of super-friendly birdmaids greets Ryder with bright smiles, wishing him a lovely good morning. Totally unprepared for this level of extreme morning enthusiasm, Ryder stammers awkwardly while scratching his red cheek. The cheerful maids present a heavy stack of morning mail and supplies, casually mentioning how early Ryder is up today. Realizing the mansion staff has their hands full with daily chores, Ryder steps in like a helpful guest to handle mail duty. Oh! One of the maids holds up a heavy wooden barrel that was specially delivered for the estate head. Ryder heroically takes the heavy wooden cask off her hands, reassuring her that he'll handle the heavy lifting. Carrying the delivery, Ryder marches up the grand staircase toward clan head Miria's private quarters. Reaching the massive wooden double doors, Ryder cautiously leans down to check if Miria is awake before knocking, completely oblivious to the soft, heartwarming scene waiting inside. Imagine thinking you're having a smooth morning, only for your personal AI assistant to hit you with evidence that your face is literally plastered all over wanted posters. Ryder stares at the glowing screen in sheer disbelief as Aya casually points out the sudden discovery. And yup, right on cue, the screen displays a massive danger notice, complete with high-resolution snapshots of Ryder in full action mode. Talk about an absolute PR nightmare. Ryder's soul basically leaves his body as he realizes he's a prime target, while Aya snarkily compliments how photogenic he looks in his official wanted poster. Seriously, you gotta love an AI that prioritizes banter over an impending arrest. Before Ryder can even process his new criminal status, Miria appears behind him with a cheerful greeting, causing the poor demon guy to screech in pure terror. Trying to play it cool, Ryder quickly plasters on a nervous smile and compliments Miria's glowing mood, while she blushes like a high school girl with a crush. Miria's internal monologue completely goes wild. She's over the moon, thinking Ryder is asking her out on a date, cheerfully hyping herself up that her schedule is totally wide open. But Ryder immediately crushes her romantic fantasies by revealing he just wants to talk about getting new clothes for little Maury. Talk about an awkward reality check. As Ryder explains his plan, his brain suddenly rewinds and remembers the most critical detail. He is literally an outlaw wanted by the entire city authorities right now. Sweat dripping down his red face, Ryder awkwardly chuckles, admitting he completely forgot about his fugitive status because Maury's crying threw him into total panic. Miria smoothly ignores his panic and cheerfully asks if they should get ready to head out, leaving Ryder looking like a confused deer caught in high-beam headlights. Ryder nervously stammers, asking where on earth they could possibly be going when he's literally a wanted criminal. With absolute calm and zero concern for the law, Miria casually announces their destination, Main Street. Ryder's jaw hits the floor as he echoes for words in complete horror. The city center is literally the worst possible place for an outlaw to hang out. But Miria just smiles sweetly with literal flowers blooming around her head, completely unbothered by the minor detail of legal consequences. Ryder stands there drenched in cold sweat, accepting his tragic fate while imagining tiny chibi Maury's floating around his head. Man, this artist's expression work is comedy gold. Instead of marching straight past high-alert guards, Miria uses her insane wealth to step through a VIP portal right into an ultra-exclusive high-fashion boutique where bizarre alien tailors bow and welcome. The boutique is an architectural masterpiece of floating white drapes and glowing crystal pillars. Honestly, when you're a high-ranking clan leader, even shopping for baby clothes feels like stepping into a divine temple. Holding cute little Maury in his arms, Ryder dons a sleek black face mask for cover while asking Miria about this mysterious place, learning she gets all her bespoke outfits tailored here. The lead tailor dramatically demonstrates their magical system, explaining that they can manifest any clothing design straight from a client's mind instantly. Striking a stylish pose, the tailor emphasizes that because every creation is tailored to perfection, the client must always be present in person. Holding toddler Maury while he idly swings his legs, Miria explains that finding human-sized clothing in their realm is impossible, so hiring professional designers was her best option. The tailor approaches tiny Maury with enthusiastic greetings, but the cautious toddler immediately hits them with a deadly side-eye glare. Predicting the child's suspicion, the tailor suddenly reveals 6 arms like a multi-limbed deity, offering cookies, crayons, toys, and snacks all at once. Maury's big anime eyes instantly transform into massive sparkling jewels of pure, unadulterated joy. Seriously, who can resist a tactical multi-armed treat assault? As Maury reaches out for the treats, Ryder dryly points out that letting the kid blindly run after bribe food isn't the safest habit, instantly causing Miria to gasp in dramatic panic. Miria dashes forward to protect her adopted boy, while Ryder keeps his cool mask on, letting his tactical AI get to work in the background. Ryder silently reflects on how absurdly powerful wealth is, realizing Miria's private portals save them from walking through city checkpoints, though he still needs a solid escape plan. Ryder quietly orders Aya to run a full sweep of the facility to locate all surveillance cameras and security personnel. Aya hovers near the wall, warning that high-grade magical encryption is making a complete scan surprisingly tricky. After a quick calculation, Aya reports 3 hidden lens devices scattered around the room and a heavy security guard posted right outside the front doors. Ryder narrows his eyes, debating whether he should lie low until they return to Miria's mansion and then make a stealthy break for it under the cover of night. But his internal strategy meeting gets abruptly interrupted as a holographic visualization pops up featuring Chibi Mori in an impossibly cute bear onesie clutching a honeypot. Ryder loses his absolute mind, grabbing his head and screaming in pure cuteness agony, while Aya flatly asks why he's throwing a dramatic temper tantrum. Next to him, Miria is literally weeping tears of emotional overload, prompting Aya to question her sanity as well. Watching an AI judge 2 grown adults over baby clothes is peak comedy. Wiping her tears, Miria nervously presents her first design idea on the holographic pad, hoping to get Ryder's input. The holo display projects Mori in a grand, hyper-dramatic Victorian noble outfit with a gigantic ruffled collar and tiny angel wings. Miria holds her breath in sheer adoration, completely swooning over the royal aesthetic, while Aya dryly confirms her obvious bias. Ryder snatches the tablet, insisting that a toddler needs something way cooler and more badass. Boom! The projection switches to Mori sitting on a skull-shaped tricycle, decked out in a spike leather jacket with a roaring fire explosion background. Talk about an extreme aesthetic shift. Ryder proudly flexes his fist, but Aya steps in, declaring that both adults lack basic fashion sensibilities and offering to handle the design herself. Aya projects Mori in a glowing sci-fi cyberpunk suit complete with a futuristic helmet, making him look like a pint-sized intergalactic bounty hunter. Aya confidently proclaims her design as absolute perfection, while everyone in the room claps along. Moments later, the actual fitting begins. Miria cradles Mori, who looks insanely adorable in an ornate white and gold noble toddler robe adorned with feather hair accessories. Next up, Ryder holds Mori in a sharp white collared shirt with a red bow tie, while the little guy happily munches on a cookie. Look at those giant, innocent eyes. The art team went all out. Standing there holding the baby, a sudden bolt of clarity strikes Ryder's brain. His bounty was triggered because he fired a weapon to save Mori from an attacker. Realizing he might actually be innocent, under local law, Ryder turns back to Miria with a serious look on his face. Ryder clears his throat awkwardly, trying to find the right words to bring up his legal situation and his mysterious past. An eerie memory flashes through his mind of a masked, sinister figure ominously questioning how a dangerous entity could ever raise a human child. Ryder's green eyes glow intensely under his white hair as the weight of his hidden past settles over him. He recalls Miria's dark silhouette promising to safely escort him out, setting up a high-stakes tension between trust, danger, and survival. Cold sweat drips down Ryder's face as he tries to maintain his composure under immense pressure, his glowing green eyes hinting at the chaotic thoughts racing through his mind. Feeling the intense gaze of clanhead Miria resting on him, Ryder awkwardly shifts his stance while attempting to quickly change the topic. So what do you plan to do with the Blue Demon Monkey, clanhead? Flashing a goofy, nervous smile, Ryder brings up the mysterious lovely circle letter Miria once sent to Mori, eagerly asking about its origins just to deflect attention. Miria pauses, softly rummaging through her heavy black robes as if digging out a long-forgotten memory buried deep within her past. With a quick whip, she pulls out a small photograph and hands it over to Ryder, who looks down in utter confusion. Ryder squints at the picture of an endless green field, hilariously asking if this tiny, barely visible speck in the distance is supposed to be Mori. Seriously, you need a high-powered microscope just to see the kid in this photo. Miria calmly explains that while organizing official clan paperwork, she stumbled across a letter that Salam had sent directly to her. She recalls how it looked like ordinary junk mail at first, but suddenly flared up with mystical light right before her eyes. Foosh! The memory transports her back to a peaceful, windswept grassland glowing under a bright blue sky. She remembers walking across the fields toward a humble little cottage in the middle of nowhere, completely unaware of what was waiting for her. That's when she stopped dead in her tracks, her glowing white eyes widening in pure shock at what she spotted ahead. Sitting quietly in the lush grass was toddler Mori, looking up with the biggest, roundest, most adorable anime eyes you've ever seen. Miria's heart completely melted on the spot as the sheer level of unexpected cuteness hit her like a runaway freight train. Her eyes sparkled with overwhelming emotion, Honestly, the artist went all out with the ethereal lighting in this frame, making her look genuinely majestic. Staring across the hill, Miria couldn't get over how absurdly round and cute the little guy was, having never seen anything so precious in her entire life. The magical letter slowly dissolved into golden particles from her hand, its purpose already fulfilled the second she laid eyes on him. A soft, rare smile graced Miria's dark face, marking the exact moment she fell in love with the idea of becoming a mother. Back in the present, Miria explains to Ryder that Mori was terrified of recording devices back then, so the photos had to be taken from miles away, making him look like a literal ant. She blushes, admitting how silly it was that she immediately filed papers to become his official patron right after that. Ryder listens intently, reassuring her that it wasn't silly at all. Turning his head slightly, Ryder warmly remarks that it sounds like a truly lovely beginning to her journey with the boy. But under his breath, he softly mumbles a bitter comment about how unlike that his own dark past was. Oof, talk about an instant mood shift. Clack! Their sweet conversation gets abruptly cut short as a lighting device in the boutique accidentally slips and crashes to the floor. The room plunges into sudden darkness while the tailors frantically apologize, promising to fix the lights in a flash. Flash! A blinding surge of light erupts directly in front of little Mori, striking him with sudden, overwhelming terror. Above him, a terrifying halo of blinding white light flares up in his vision, triggering a horrifying memory buried deep in his psyche. Badoom! Morris's eyes dilate in complete panic, his heart pounding against his chest as total sensory overload takes over. Driven by pure survival instinct, the terrified toddler spins around and bolts across the room at top speed. Shoo! He bursts straight through the VIP exit doors, fleeing into the cold, massive corridors of the facility. Ryder and Miria gasp in shock, their eyes wide open as they realize Mori is completely bolted. Mori scrambles out onto the high-altitude metallic walkways, his tiny feet moving as fast as they can carry him. Thud! Tumble! In his blind panic, the poor kid trips over his own feet and rolls painfully across the hard metal floor. Man, watching a cute toddler take a rough spill like that genuinely breaks your heart. Scrambling back up, Mori looks up in sheer terror as a dark shadow looms ominously over his head. Standing directly above him is a massive, ominous security guard with a glowing mechanical eyeball for a face. Talk about a literal nightmare scenario for a kid who's terrified of cameras. Whoosh! Spotting the danger, Ryder abandons all stealth and dashes forward, screaming Mori's name in desperation. Aya hovers frantically behind him, screaming that revealing himself to the security system will instantly blow his cover to the entire city. But Ryder doesn't give a single care about his wanted status, leaping across the giant futuristic architecture to reach the child. His four glowing eyes narrow with lethal intent. When it comes to protecting the kid, this demon guy turns into an absolute force in nature. The black spherical security drone hovers into position, locking its target sensors directly onto the intruder. Roar! The central lens flares with dangerous red energy as the automated defense protocol activates. Ryder's green eye reflects the glowing red target lock, preparing to clash head-on with the facility's defense systems. Out of nowhere, Miria swoops in from above, catching Ryder mid-air in a smooth, effortless motion with her dark cloak billowing around him. With a wave of her hand, she unleashes a terrifying torrent of pitch-black shadow magic, completely overwhelming the area. Wow, when a clan head flexes her true power, the visuals are beyond epic. Meanwhile, little Mori floats down through the dark abyss, surrounding himself with glowing, mystical blue flower petals. A breathtaking river of luminescent blue flowers forms beneath him, carrying the toddler down gently like a protective magical slide. The floral wave deposits Mori safely onto the ground right at the feet of Miria and Ryder. Swooping down to the platform, Miria frantically calls out Mori's name, reaching her hand out toward him. Standing there trembling, little Mori looks up at them while Ryder and Miria frantically ask if he's hurt or injured. Aya hovers close, reporting that the child's heart rate is dangerously high, while Miria and Ryder look completely panic-stricken over his distress. Big, glossy tears stream down Mori's red cheeks as he sniffles uncontrollably, completely overwhelmed by the scary ordeal. Seriously, someone give this poor kid a hug already. As Miria cradles the crying toddler in her dark cloak, she looks back with a chillingly serious gaze, realizing it wasn't just the bright light that triggered Mori's trauma. There's something far deeper and more sinister going on. Ever wonder what happens when a group of badass fantasy warriors try to figure out a toddler's deep-rooted psychological trauma? Sitting in the dim bedroom, Ryder and Miria analyze little Mori's past reactions, realizing gun flashes never once made him flinch. Aya chimed in, pointing out that Mori didn't even blink when Ryder accidentally set a whole tree on fire, which, let's be real, Ryder's lucky he didn't burn down the whole forest with that blunder. To keep the little guy feeling safe, they've been lighting the room with soft candle fire instead of harsh overhead lamps. Honestly, the cozy lighting in this panel is giving pure dark fantasy comfort vibes. It turns out Mori and his little friend always preferred hideouts with gentle, warm lighting, making blanket forts their ultimate safe haven. Aya pulls up historical data, matching Ryder's memory of Mori freaking out when a bright flashlight hit his eyes in a dark cave. That's when the dots start connecting. Sudden, concentrated overhead lights, especially round ones, are the exact trigger for his panic attacks. Look at the intensity in Miria's eyes as she puts the puzzle together. Man, the artist knows how to deliver drama. Determined to help him heal, Miria spends the night drowning in stacks of ancient lore and psychology books. Talk about top-tier parenting dedication. Meanwhile, oblivious little Mori happily trots around chasing Aya, while the grown-ups orchestrate an elaborate rehabilitation plan in the background. Gathering around the playbook, Ryder, Miria, and Aya put their heads together to execute a genius strategy to recondition Mori's fears. While Mori lies on the floor casually ruining an expensive book with his neon crayons, Ryder works overtime hanging up a massive white sheet on a wooden frame. The room dims into darkness as all the clan members gather around, creating a tense, shadowy atmosphere that leaves little Mori tilting his head in complete confusion. Aya hovers into position with a mini storybook, setting the stage for the most wholesome shadow puppet show in fantasy history. Aya clears her throat and kicks off the tale of the three little pigs, casting cute pig shadow puppets onto the illuminated screen. Little Mori sits up straight, his tiny jaw dropping as he locks his eyes onto the magical shadow theater unfolding in front of him. As the story progresses, a sneaky wolf shadow looms over the pigs. Now, if you think this is just a normal fairy tale, you clearly don't know this squad. Peeking out from behind a prop leaf, Ryder flashes a goofy grin while operating his wolf puppet. Seeing a lethal demon warrior get this invested in a puppet show is hilarious. Ryder glares back, whispering in utter disbelief about whether they're actually pulling off a full-blown shadow theater for a toddler. Miria quietly reminds him that starting with safe, square-shaped lights will ease Mora's mind before they tackle his trigger. The plan is to slowly morph the square light into a round spotlight while Mori's locked into the story. It's high-stakes exposure therapy, folks. Sitting quietly between the shadow figures of the clan, Mori remains completely mesmerized by the glowing screen. The backlight shifts into a full round spotlight as Miria and Ryder act out the story. The lighting contrast here is top-tier work from the art team. Miria envisions creating a brand new happy memory connected to round lights, while Mori's huge eyes sparkle with absolute wonder. Aya flips to the next script page, ready to deliver the classic fairy tale climax, but suddenly stops dead in her tracks. On the open page, little Mori had drawn adorable, chaotic crayon doodles of Miria, Ryder, and Aya all together. Sweating buckets, Aya realizes the original ending was scribbled over, forcing her to improvise on the spot. Throwing out the original fairy tale, Aya dramatically narrates that the three pigs decided to merge their assets and form a super squad. Miria and Ryder look completely bewildered, holding up house props while wondering why the pigs are suddenly pooling real estate capital. Aya goes full hype man, shouting that the pigs built a super armored battle house to brawl with the big bad wolf. Ryder panics, screaming in his head where this unhinged story is even going. Little Mori bursts into uncontrollable pure laughter, his bright giggles filling the entire dark room. Honestly, seeing him this happy after all that trauma cures my soul. Ryder freezes, his eyes wide in absolute shock as he hears the toddler's joyful sound for the first time in forever. Miria's glowing white eyes widen with emotion, completely stunned by the sheer success of their chaotic masterpiece. Exchanging a shared look of triumph, Ryder and Miria realize their crazy plan actually worked like a charm. Wrapping up the improvised show, Aya announces that Mama Pig and Mama Wolf stepped in to call a ceasefire, leaving everyone satisfied. Meanwhile, somewhere deep within a cold, futuristic facility, a lone figure walks down an echoing metallic bridge. Flanked by colossal, menacing white statues with alien headpieces, the mysterious intruder advances into the dark, unknown depths. Check out the detailed texture on these monolithic guards. The artist really dialed up the eerie, ancient tech vibe for this sequence. A dark energy line slithers along the floor toward the abyss, teasing a terrifying threat brewing on the horizon. Morning arrives, flooding the cozy bedroom with warm focus, golden sunlight streaming through the tall windows. Lying flat on his belly, little Maury slowly blinks open his giant eyes, drooling sleepily onto the soft white pillows. Sitting up in the giant bed, the little guy looks around the bright room, realizing the morning sun isn't scary at all anymore. Aya zips in with a cheerful morning greeting, hovering right beside his messy bedhead hair. Aya gently rubs against Maury's cheek, gushing over how early the cute little champion woke up today. Maury throws his arms up into the air, pulling off the most adorable full-body morning stretch you'll ever see. Full of morning energy, the tiny hero rolls and twirls across the massive mattress like a mini ninja. Landing near the edge, his massive round eyes lock onto the bed covers with intense toddler curiosity. Maury crawls across the sheets, sniffing like a little puppy trying to track down a hidden treasure. He tugs on the heavy blanket, peeking underneath to see who's hiding down below. Buried under the covers is Ryder, groaning lazily as he pulls Maury into a warm hug and begs for 10 more minutes of sleep. Man, Ryder going full sleepy dad mode is so wholesome. Ignoring the lazy demon, Maury slides down off the mattress while Ryder burrows back into the warm blankets. Maury pushes open the giant double doors, stepping out into the hallway ready to start a brand new adventure. Talk about stepping right into a cozy morning routine as these tiny yellow boots go marching across the wooden floor like a toddler on a mission. Walking down the sunlit corridor, a bird-masked servant carrying a cleaning bucket spots the little guy and cheerfully greets young Maury for the day. As Maury starts picking up the pace, the servant panics and warns him not to run down the grand hallway before he trips over his own feet. Ignoring the warning completely, Maury pushes open the massive wooden doors with his tiny hands, ready to cause absolute chaos. Seriously, who gives a toddler full access to a giant estate like this? Waiting right inside is Miria, who bends down with open arms and a gentle smile to welcome the little champ into her care. Cuts to a stunning view of the grand estate under a bright blue sky, marking officially 1 whole month since Maury moved in with this bizarre fantasy crew. And how does Maury celebrate his 1-month anniversary? By unleashing a giant cloud of white flour everywhere with a loud froosh. The poor bird servant drops to her knees screaming in total despair because she literally just finished scrubbing that floor spotless. Check out the dramatic shock on her face. Man artist really captured the pain of every parent everywhere. Right on cue, Maury's stomach lets out a loud growl, prompting Aya to hover over and ask if the little troublemaker is already starving. The second the word hungry echoes into the kitchen, the entire staff of bird chefs whip around in absolute high alert. Maury immediately activates full dramatic mode, stumbling around with a fake pouting face like he hasn't eaten in 3 business days. Terrified that the young master might starve, the head chef gasps in total horror and rallies the entire kitchen into emergency operation mode. You gotta love how dramatic these fantasy servants are over a simple meal. Knives start flying as the chefs chop up carrots and onions at blinding speed with rapid chop 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 sound effects. Flames burst out across the wok as the master chef tosses fried rice high into the air with an epic whoosh. Suddenly, a dozen spoons zoom toward Maury at light speed, feeding him an entire 5-star buffet in less than 3 seconds. Cut to Maury turned into an absolute round ball, rolling across the carpet while the exhausted staff wipe off their sweat in victory. Talk about ultimate VIP service. After his massive feast, Jair, the imposing masked butler in a broad hat, towers over Maury, while Aya perches right on top of the kid's head. Jair picks up the tiny toddler and carries him straight to the sink, turning on the tap for post-meal cleanup duty. But Jair starts scrubbing Maury's face so aggressively that Aya screams in horror, reminding him that it's a child's face, not a dirty piece of laundry. Escaping the aggressive washing session, Maury peeks around a heavy wooden door to see what everyone else is up to. Inside the sunlit study, Miria sits gracefully at her desk, surrounded by magical floating papers glowing with warm golden light. Sunlight hits her feathered crest as she radiates pure elegance, looking like an actual goddess amidst ancient scrolls. The art team really went all out on the lighting details here. It's straight up majestic. Little Maury stands there completely starstruck, his giant eyes sparkling with absolute adoration for his guardian. Just then, Ryder steps into the room with a grin, amazed to see the little guy hanging out in the study like a tiny intellectual. Turns out, Miria is sitting on the rug helping Maury practice his writing, while the floor is littered with chaotic crayon scribbles. Ryder leans over to ask what they're up to, and Miria proudly explains that they're working on flashcard letters together. Ryder picks up one of the cards covered in wild purple squiggles, while Aya bluntly notes that not a single character is actually readable. Miria's defensive parent mode kicks in immediately as she points to a messy doodle, claiming it's practically spot on. Honestly, watching a powerful clan leader delude herself over toddler scribbles is hilarious. Shifting his attention, Mori trots over to the massive bookshelf and begins pulling out heavy leather-bound tomes left and right. Aya floats over to read the ancient book Mori picked out, realizing it contains complex research on developmental biology and something called pyropsy. Ryder flops onto his side next to the toddler, pointing out that the book is breaking down the concept of splintering. As the squad gathers around, Ryder explains that when a splintering creature's lifespan ends, it enters a deep slumber so its cells can revert to their original form. Aya reviews the diagrams on the desk, explaining how splintering can produce one or multiple beings, noting she came from the Arbiter's fourth finger and stressing that creatures in pyropsy are totally defenseless. Miria turns to Mori with a soft smile, asking if he understood all that high-level fantasy biology talk. But before anyone can react, Mori's body suddenly turns completely semi-transparent, vanishing into a faint ghost outline right in front of their eyes. Out in the hallway, Jair lets out a loud, blood-curdling scream of pure frustration. Turns out, Mori didn't disappear. He just snuck out to scribble a massive purple masterpiece directly onto the pristine hallway wall. Jair grabs a cleaning rag and forces Mori to wipe down his own vandalism, while Ryder, Miria, and Aya awkwardly peek from around the corner. Mori stands there pouting with tears welling up in his giant eyes, puffing out his cheeks in the ultimate toddler temper tantrum. Look at those glossy eyes, man. Artist knows exactly how to make this kid look hilariously cute. Miria kneels down to scold him gently against wall doodling, while Ryder warns that Jair won't be so forgiving next time. Suddenly, a glowing system prompt flashes in the air announcing that mail has arrived, causing Ryder to instantly freak out. Ryder dashes down the grand corridor with a loud whoosh, moving like his life depends on retrieving that delivery. Huffing and puffing, Ryder comes sprinting back into the room holding out a thick yellow envelope. Miria takes the document with a polite thank you, while Ryder casually plays it cool like he didn't just break the sound barrier. Ryder sighs in relief, thinking to himself that there's no mention of his active bounty on the letter, but Miria's eyes suddenly flash with lethal intensity. Her voice drops as she calls out Ryder's name, instantly making the demon warrior freeze up in total panic. Looming over him in shadow with terrifying glowing eyes, Miria asks if she can have a private word with him right now. Ryder stands frozen, cold sweat dripping down his face as his four eyes widen in utter panic. Nervous sweat pours down his neck while his mind races, wondering if he somehow messed up or if his secret cover just got blown sky high. As he slowly follows her down the dark balcony hallway, dread settles deep in his gut. Is the clan head onto his true identity, or is something even worse brewing behind closed doors? Talk about an insane cliffhanger! Just when Ryder thinks he's about to be dragged away in handcuffs, he decides to face the music and come clean before things get any worse. Fripp! Miria suddenly reaches out, showing off mysterious portal stones that leave Ryder completely frozen in total shock. Talk about turning the tables out of nowhere. Ryder stares at the glowing artifacts in utter disbelief as Miria casually drops that these stones can unlock direct access to the Arbiter's domain. Sweat pouring down his face, the red demon's brain completely short-circuits as he tries to process what in the world is actually happening here. Standing tall in the sunlit study, Miria reveals the unbelievable truth. She didn't turn Ryder in. She reached out to the higher authorities on her own terms. Bzzz. Ryder's whole world glitches into pitch black as intense paranoia takes over. The artist really nailed that psychological horror aura in this panel. Panic flares across his eyes as Ryder gasps in sheer terror, wondering if contacting the Arbiter means his death sentence is already signed. His mind races through worst-case scenarios, suspecting Miria played him like a fiddle just to lull him into a false sense of security before throwing him in prison. But just as Ryder prepares for the absolute worst, Miria drops an absolute bombshell, asking him if he wants to officially join her clan instead. Talk about massive emotional whiplash. Cue the record scratch. Ryder stands there looking like a lost toddler in outer space, complete with gigantic question marks floating around his white hair. Flustered by his total silence, Miria stammers out that she knows it's sudden, while Ryder can barely stutter out a coherent sentence. Sunlight streams into the study as Miria explains her grand plan. She wants to officially adopt little Mori into the clan, which is why the Arbiters summon them for an inspection. Ryder listens in stunned silence while she admits she hasn't heard back from Salam yet, though she's confident they'll support the decision. Miria drops another heavy truth. Registering Mori protects both of them, and joining the clan will permanently wipe the active bounty off Ryder's head. Ryder shouts out in utter disbelief because, man, she really thought of everything. Demanding answers, Ryder asks when she figured out his criminal secret, only for Miria to calmly drop that she knew from the very first day. Ryder is completely blown away, asking why she'd invite a wanted outlaw into her home, but Miria sweetly admits she couldn't say no when little Mori was crying his eyes out for him. Miria covers her face nervously, admitting she didn't want to come across as a heartless tyrant, while Ryder brings up that massive black hole incident. Honestly, watching a legendary clan leader get shy over adoptive parent drama is hilarious. A flashback-style panel pops up, revealing how Miria instantly put Ryder's story together with his official bounty warrant the second they met. Miria points out that hiding him in secret wouldn't solve his legal troubles, leaving Ryder with zero arguments to throw back. Whip! She reaches out, gently placing an ancient clam emblem right into Ryder's red hands. Ryder stares down at the token, feeling the immense weight of the moment, as Miria acknowledges that land life might not be as thrilling as his wandering mercenary days. Clasped hands in front of the sunlit windows, Miria looks him in the eyes with genuine worth, begging him to give this new family a real shot. Soft light sparkles around her feathered crest as she tells him to take all the time he needs to think it over. Look at that lighting quality, man. The art in this series is consistently top tier. Staring back with wide eyes, Ryder nervously stammers out in agreement, completely overwhelmed by her unbelievable kindness. Walking down the hallway, Ryder suddenly stops in his tracks as he spots little Mori completely passed out face down on the wooden floor next to Aya. Ryder gently scoops the sleeping toddler into his arms, holding him close while Aya hovers nearby with a big question mark. Floating alongside him, Aya teases Ryder about the insanely soft, protective expression on his demon face, making Ryder instantly flare up in denial. Sunbeams illuminate the corridor as Ryder insists there's absolutely no good news. But come on, everyone knows he's already full sleepy dad mode. Cut to the next scene, and little Mori is dressed in a heroic minicape and tiny shorts, standing tall like a pint-sized adventurer ready for action. Seriously, this kid is way too cute for his own good. Top-down angle reveals the whole estate staff of bird servants gathered in the grand hall, syncing up the live feed screen in total excitement. Back in the room, Mori nervously fidgets with his leather travel pouch while Ryder squats down right beside him. Ryder's usual fierce scowl softens into a look of pure, protective tenderness as he watches over the anxious toddler. Mori blinks up at his big guardian with giant, glossy eyes, sensing the nervous energy in the room. Reaching out, Ryder gently offers to carry the heavy bag for him, doing everything he can to make the little champ feel safe. Crack! Ryder's hands snap open a glowing amber crystal necklace, preparing a special token of his own. With careful hands, Ryder fastens the warm amber crystal around Mori's neck, tucking it under his tiny cloak. Staring into Mori's eyes, Ryder promises that no matter where this meeting goes, he'll always be right by his side. Squeeze! Little Mori clutches the glowing amber pendant tightly with both tiny hands, his big eyes filled with unshakable courage. That bond between them is honestly peak wholesome content. Nod. Miriam kneels down to ask if Mori feels ready or if they should delay, but the little champ gives a firm nod without a single second of hesitation. Ryder and Miria exchange a warm, silent look of mutual respect, completely aligned as a team for the first time. Suddenly, a massive pitch-black doorway opens right in the middle of the room, radiating an eerie, otherworldly pressure. Miria turns back to give final instructions, telling Mori and Jair to wait for her signal before stepping through. Step! With complete grace, Miria takes the first step directly into the pitch-black void of the portal doorway. Clutching his amber necklace tight, little Mori takes a brave step forward right after. The background plunges into total pitch black as Mori tumbles through the void, keeping his eyes wide open with toddler bravado. Wide shot reveal. The black portal opens up to a mind-blowing dark sci-fi cathedral flanked by gargantuan monolithic statues and rows of silent guards. Back outside, Ryder sits surrounded by a flock of bird servants, all glued to the live holographic feed in high suspense. Step, step, Miria walks alone down the endless metallic bridge, her regal cloak trailing behind her in the dark, imposing atmosphere. High overhead shot shows Miria reaching an epic triangular ritual platform suspended over the abyss, looking tiny against the ancient alien architecture. Standing directly in the center of the triquetra seal, Miria bows her head reverently, ready to face the mysterious arbiter in person. Talk about an insane setup for the next chapter. Ever wondered what happens when a simple adoption request accidentally triggers an intergalactic trial? We open on this mind-blowing scale where Miria and tiny Mori stand like literal specks before colossal, glowing ancient pillars. Talk about setting the mood. The artist went all out with this sci-fi architectural scale. Meanwhile, back in the safety of the estate viewing room, Ryder is sweating absolute bullets while the bird servants huddle around the holographic screen like it's the season finale of their favorite drama. As Miria steps deeper into the divine hall, the darkness gives way to a breathtaking cosmic expanse where a towering celestial entity looms over the edge of reality itself. High above the altar, two giant, ghostly white statues flank the cosmic giant, radiating pure, overwhelming pressure that would make any normal warrior drop to their knees. Now that is peak atmospheric design right there. Deep within the dark void, an ancient echoing voice booms across the chamber, officially calling out Miria of the Fowl clan to answer for her presence. Watching the live feed from miles away, Ryder's heart skips a beat as he gulps in pure terror, realizing they're actually standing face to face with the legendary Arbiter. Miria shows absolute grace under pressure, sweeping her black cloak aside to offer a deep, respectful bow before the almighty Supreme Council. On the sidelines, a masked guard with glowing blue eyes keeps a watchful glare on the visitors, while Miria raises a hand, signaling for little Mori to begin his part of the test. Tall, intimidating guard kneels down next to the toddler, gently advising him to keep his eyes fixed straight on Miria and just keep walking forward. Talk about an intense walking test for a kid who was literally coloring on walls 5 minutes ago. Step! Little Mori takes his very first step, his tiny boots landing squarely inside a glowing ring of light as he locks his eyes onto his goal. Skis! Clutching Ryder's amber necklace with all his toddler strength, Mori marches down the grand metallic pathway like a brave little hero on a quest. Back of the monitor, Ryder bursts out in pure dad pride, pumping his fists and cheering that all those weekend puppet show practice sessions finally paid off. Honestly, seeing this ruthless red demon turn into a proud stage parent is top-tier comedy. But Mori's heart pounds in his chest, but he keeps his head held high, puffing out his chest as he marches straight ahead. Waiting at the end of the aisle, Miria stands framed against the glittering cosmic background, her heart racing just as fast as the kids. Step after step, the little champ pushes through the eerie silence, determined to reach Miria no matter how scary the huge guards look. We get a dramatic close-up of Mori's wide, glassy eyes staring ahead with absolute focus. The level of detail on this kid's expressions never fails to impress. Mori picks up the pace, his tiny cape fluttering behind him as he jogs right past a towering guard decked out in futuristic white armor and a glowing ring visor. But as the kid passes, the guard subtly shifts, the glowing circular visor on his helmet reflecting a cold, ominous light down at the boy. Badum! Mori catches the eerie reflection in his own eyes, instantly sensing that something feels horribly wrong with this guy. Crash! Distracted by the sudden danger, poor Mori trips over his own tiny feet and goes skidding flat across the metallic floor. Instantly, the viewing room erupts into chaos. Ryder screams in panic while Miria's eyes flash with lethal intensity as she gasps in horror. The ring-visored guard immediately steps over the fallen child, his posture shifting into something far more predatory than a helpful security guard should be. Reaching down with a heavy black glove, the guard grabs Mori's tiny hand, casually asking if the kid is okay while pulling him close. Sweating in terror, Mori's heart beats wildly as he feels the unnatural, dangerous aura radiating off this stranger's touch. From across the platform, Miria realizes what's happening, but the vast distance leaves her completely helpless as the guard holds the boy hostage. Talk about an agonizing villain play right in front of the Supreme Court. Miria lets out a blood-curdling scream, her voice echoing across the chamber as sheer panic takes over. Mori's vision glitches into dark distortion as a shadowy, spectral hand manifests right behind the guard's mask, reaching out to steal the child's soul. Miria screams out a desperate warning across the hall, telling the guard not to dare touch the kid as a cosmic void swirls inside Mori's reflection. Bite! But little Mori doesn't need saving. He buries his sharp little toddler fangs right into the guard's arm like a feral little goblin. Ow, that hurts! The high and mighty guard completely breaks character, screaming in agony as Mori growls and refuses to let go. Seriously, biting the holy guard in the middle of a divine trial is legendary behavior. Whoosh! Miria lunges forward, extending her palm to unleash a massive burst of wind magic to blast the guards away from her boy. But before her spell can take form, her power instantly fizzles out into nothing as a mysterious white entity cold-heartedly reminds her that all magic is strictly sealed inside the Arbiter's sanctuary. Miria looks on in absolute horror as the guard seize the opportunity to drag the struggling toddler away into the shadows of the cathedral. A blinding glitch effect flashes across the void as the spiritual connection abruptly gets severed, plunging the hall into absolute darkness. Back on the screen, Ryder and Miria are practically radiating red-hot fury, their veins bulging as sheer outrage takes over. Deep within the mysterious void, little Mori floats weightlessly through space, his tiny eyes drifting shut as a strange magical exhaustion overcomes him. Slump, the brave little champ completely loses consciousness, his body slumping uselessly as he falls through the endless starry darkness. Miria stares up into the swirling abyss above the temple, watching helplessly as the dark portal swallows her prospective adopted son whole. As the silence settles, the heavy, booming voice of the Supreme Authority resonates once again, calling Miria out by her full title. The massive celestial entity looms over the ritual platform like a god of judgment, flanked by its silent, creepy attendants. Man, the cosmic horror vibes in this arc are insanely good. Thud! We cut straight back to the estate, where Ryder slams his fists onto the table in an absolute rage, roaring that this entire judgment process is complete garbage. Miria sits on the velvet couch looking utterly defeated, scoffing bitterly at the ridiculous assault charges brought against the literal toddler. She explains to the fuming Red Demon that the authorities ruled Mori too emotionally unstable, claiming her influence was corrupting him, which is why they locked him in the Arbiter's vault. Ryder yells back, demanding to know what crazy logic they used to reach that conclusion. Drooping her feathered crest in deep sorrow, Miria sits in the dim shadow of the study, carrying the crushing guilt of failing to protect her new family. Looking up with heavy, tired eyes, Miria mutters a suspicious question, wondering why on earth Salam's elite search squad was stationed at the tribunal in the first place. A terrifying flashback panel reveals the Arbiter's 3 legs, creepy, multi-armed skeletal figures with giant floating geometric triangles for heads. Standing above the ritual altar, the creepy triangle entities interrogated Miria, pointing out that a human child could never traverse the vast distance from Salam's realm on his own feet. Back in the room, Ryder stares at the recording in utter bewilderment, asking what those creepy monsters even are, while the bird servant nervously identifies them as the Arbiter's ruthless enforcers. The eerie entities pressured Miria without mercy, demanding she tell the truth about how the boy arrived in their domain. Leaning down with sinister intent, the creepy triangle-headed enforcer openly accused Miria of conspiring with outlaw mercenaries to kidnap the human child from a high-security facility. Talk about a massive conspiracy twist. What an insane setup for the next arc. Imagine standing before a panel of ancient cosmic judges, screaming at the top of your lungs just to protect your adopted toddler. Miria isn't backing down for a second, shouting that little Mori escaped Salam's domain all on his own out of pure free will. But the multi-armed, triangle-headed enforcers aren't buying it, looming over her like terrifying statues, as they coldly demand to know how a tiny human could possibly pull off an impossible jailbreak without high-level assistance. Thinking fast, Miria brings up a sweet flashback of little Mori in his oversized orange coat, explaining that she crafted a special Laudre fabric garment specifically designed to protect him and boost his endurance across the harsh wasteland. The court hits back with sharp suspicion, accusing her of timing the gift to exploit a security breach. Miria gasps in horror, vehemently promising that she only made the coat because human kids are fragile and she wanted her boy to stay warm and safe. Man, the legal tension in this otherworldly courtroom is completely off the charts. She presses on, revealing that her team panicked after regular status reports on Mori suddenly stopped for months, only learning he was missing through an aide. She insists this whole trial is the first time she's even heard about Salam's security falling apart. Dropping her head slightly, Miria swallows her pride and admits the cold truth to the council. Yes, the little champ definitely had help during his journey to the city. The eerie triangle enforcer leans forward with sinister curiosity, pressing her to name these mysterious accomplices and reveal where they're hiding right now. Miria stammers and freezes up, unable to drop names without dragging her closest allies into the crosshairs of the supreme authorities. Honestly, watching her try to navigate this rigged tribunal gives me pure anxiety. Back in the viewing gallery, Ryder watches the feed with sweat dripping down his face, his glowing green eyes filled with dread as he realizes Miria's legal defense is completely collapsing. The judge delivers a heavy, soul-crushing verdict, pointing out that without physical evidence, her claims mean absolutely nothing, leaving Miria with no choice but to bow her head in silent defeat. The creepy enforcer twitches its multiple arms in an unsettling motion, bringing up certified records showing the toddler was running wild and completely unsupervised during his track. A dramatic flashback flashes on screen, showing poor little Mori almost getting stomped on by a massive civilian entity, highlighting the terrifying magical force unleashed right next to the helpless kid. We get a heartbreaking close-up of Mori sobbing tears of absolute terror as the court sternly asks Miria if she was even aware of how close the boy came to getting completely obliterated. Crushed under the weight of her own guilt, Miria bows deeply before the tribunal, her voice trembling as she promises to be far more careful in the future. The multi-armed enforcers coldly declare that the tribunal cathedral is no place for a human child, insisting he must be returned, though they openly question what horrific negligence the original facility committed to let him vanish in the first place. Suddenly, the tribunal drops a massive bombshell suggesting Mori be transferred to a high-security restricted facility instead. Miria gasps in utter horror, pleading that forcing a fragile toddler into an alien prison-like environment will completely break his mind. The enforcer coldly dismisses her plea, pointing out that Mori can't even speak proper human language yet and lacks basic verbal intelligence, directly asking if she disagrees with reality. Clenching her fist near her chest, Miria desperately defends her boy, declaring that even if he can't talk yet, he possesses incredible emotional depth and understands love better than anyone, imploring the court for just one chance to prove it. Talk about an absolute emotional powerhouse performance from a mother. The tall alien entities dismissively adjourn the session, claiming the arbiter's priority is the child's safety, while leaving the entire adoption case hanging in agonizing limbo. Left alone on the massive ritual altar, Miria stands frozen, gritting her teeth in sheer helplessness as the heavy silence of the chamber settles around her. High above the bottomless abyss, a wide cinematic shot captures Miria walking all by herself down the colossal metallic bridge, looking like a tiny speck against the imposing sci-fi architecture. As she trudges along in utter defeat, a dark, ominous, spiritual voice whispers her name from the swirling void above, haunting her every step. The camera angles down into the dizzying, starry void beneath the cathedral platform, perfectly reflecting the crushing depth of grief weighing on her heart. A striking visual shift turns the panel into a stark, high-contrast outline as Miria's mind drifts back to the precious moments she spent with her prospective son. In a heartwarming flashback, Miria catches little Mori midair as he leaps into her arms, wrapping him in a warm, protective embrace that brings a tear to your eye. Look at that priceless little smile. Mori snuggles against her shoulder without a single care in the world, completely trusting the gentle giant holding him. The emotional damage continues as we see Mori's tiny, chubby hand reaching up to softly pat Miria's dark cheek. Honestly, the artist knows exactly how to break our hearts with these wholesome memories. Back in reality, Miria gently touches the exact spot on her face where the toddler's hand used to rest, trying to hold on to his fading warmth in the pitch-black void. Ominous text manifests within a swirling dark aura, declaring that when the light is snuffed out, the resulting silence becomes deafeningly permanent. The dark cosmic entity taunts her spirit from the shadow realm, asking if she truly has the strength to handle the brutal finality of losing her family. A haunting, spectral panel reveals Miria crying glowing streams of tears as she cradles the faint, fading ghost of a loved one. The lore angst in this chapter is reaching apocalyptic levels. Snap! We cut back to the estate, where the anxious bird servants tremble in the hallway, asking how the master and rider are holding up after the brutal trial. The servants whisper in deep distress, revealing that Miria looks completely broken and hasn't touched a single bite of food for over a week while Ryder sulks in silence. Sitting on an old wooden barrel, Ryder looks up with a nervous expression, suggesting that maybe he should crash the next arbitration hearing and speak up on their behalf. Bam! A tall, imposing enforcer draped in a white cloak and brimmed hat steps out of the shadows, warning Ryder that his big mouth will only make the court execute him faster. A dusty flashback panel reveals Ryder's terrifying past as a notorious desert outlaw, showing bloodthirsty desert scavengers panicking the moment his infamous name gets mentioned. The Enforcer brutally roasts him, reminding Ryder that he's an illegal creation and a lawless mercenary whose criminal reputation precedes him everywhere he goes. Talk about getting hit with an absolute reality check. Walking right past the group down the corridor, the mysterious Enforcer delivers a chilling parting warning, telling the Red Demon to think very carefully before taking any reckless action. The small floating security device hovering nearby chimes in with a dire follow-up, warning that one wrong move could cost Ryder his precious AI assistant, Aya. Shock! Ryder's 4 glowing green eyes widen in pure, unadulterated fury as a terrifying dark aura explodes around his head. Springing off the barrel in a violent burst of energy, Ryder roars at the top of his lungs, screaming that he'll never let anyone tear his family apart. With his sharp demon fangs exposed and veins bulging, the furious outlaw yells that he built Aya with his own hands, and no corrupt court is ever going to take what's his. The little robot device frantically floats backward in panic, desperately yelling at the hot-headed demon to calm down before he brings the entire ceiling crashing down. An overhead perspective shows the entire hallway in absolute turmoil as the bird servants cower in terror while Ryder throws a full-blown demonic rage fit. Stomping down the sunlit wooden corridor, Ryder's spiked tail whips back and forth like a loaded spring as he tries to burn off his surging anger. A sudden mental image of little Maury pops into his head, the adorable kid clutching Ryder's amber necklace with those giant, glossy eyes full of absolute faith in his dad? Grit! Ryder clenches his sharp teeth so hard you can practically hear them cracking, driven completely insane by his inability to protect the innocent kid. Beep beep! Suddenly, a bright glowing holographic system prompt materializes in the middle of the hallway with a sharp chime announcing that urgent mail has arrived. Ryder freezes, dead in his tracks, all 4 of his green eyes locking onto the glowing yellow screen in utter shock and disbelief. Even Miria lifts her head from her deep depression, her glowing white eyes wide with sudden hope as an unexpected message arrives to change the entire game. Talk about the ultimate cliffhanger setup. With a loud door clattering clack, Ryder bursts into Miria's quiet study with urgent news, completely shattering the gloomy silence hanging over the estate. His 4 glowing green eyes wide with wild excitement, Ryder waves an official document and yells that the high authorities finally granted Miria permission to visit little Maury. Miria visibly jolts in her chair, her glowing white eyes widening in pure shock as the heavy grief in her heart instantly turns to disbelief. With adrenaline pumping through his veins, Ryder hands over the golden official visitation clearance to Miria in her sunlit office. Outside, the heavy dark clouds hovering over the estate seem to part under the bright blue sky, matching the sudden flicker of hope returning to the family. The loyal bird servants rush in carrying armfuls of Maury's favorite treats, hand-pressed juice, and toys, fussing over every tiny detail like overprotective ants. Overwhelmed by her staff's unconditional love, Miria lowers her head with tear-filled eyes, thanking them from the absolute bottom of her heart. Exchanging a solemn, resolute nod with Ryder, Miria prepares herself mentally to face whatever cold alien facility lies ahead. Stepping up to a massive pitch-black portal monolith inside the Grand Tribunal Hall, she readies her spirit to cross into high-security territory. Ryder stands guard in silence, watching her back with intense determination as she prepares to step through the dark void. As she emerges on the other side, cold robotic enforcers step out from the shadows to escort the high-ranking Fa clan member deeper into the facility. Miria gazes upon the breathtaking but terrifying sci-fi complex, a cluster of massive floating metallic monoliths suspended high above the clouds. Talk about top-tier world-building art right here. Sitting quietly inside the sleek transport pod, the sterile gray interior perfectly reflects the heavy anxiety mounting in Mirius' chest. Looking down, she pulls out a heartwarming crayon drawing little Maury made of their family, showing Ryder, Miria, and little Aya all smiling together on green grass. A tender flashback reveals little Maury skibbling away happily at his desk, giggling as he drew Ryder's fiery red horns on the paper. Miria traces the crayon lines with a gentle smile, whispering to herself that no matter how terrifying this place is, she must stay strong for her family. With a heavy pneumatic hiss, the high-security vault doors slide back, revealing a suited containment worker waiting inside the sterile chamber. Miria steps across the threshold, her heart pounding against her ribs as she prepares to finally lay eyes on her precious adopted boy. But the sight before her completely shatters her soul. Little Maury is lying limp on a cold floor with massive medical tubes wired directly into his back. The visual atmosphere turns dark and glitched as pure, unadulterated horror and rage erupt within Miria's quiet spirit. Trembling with shock, Miria demands to know what they've done to her boy, only for the worker to casually state that Subject 1125 refused meals, so they hooked him up to external nutrient feeds. Miria's voice cracks as she asks how long he's been starving himself, forcing the nonchalant staffer to flip through his digital logs. The staff member coldly confirms that the toddler hasn't eaten a single bite since the moment he was locked up in this prison cell. To make matters worse, a holographic scan reveals they stripped away the warm Laundry fabric coat Miria personally crafted for him because it failed security clearance. Guard callously labels the terrified kid a violent beast, complaining that he bit every single employee who tried to handle him. Honestly, who wouldn't bite these cold-hearted scientists? He informs Miria that physical contact is strictly forbidden for everyone's safety and demands her signature before she can talk to him across the glass. Miria's shadow deepens as her glowing wide eyes narrow, the sheer cruelty of these alien bureaucrats pushing her magical power to the dangerous brink. Forcing herself to hold back her destructive aura, Miria stammers out a quick apology and desperately tries to maintain her composure. She holding out the carefully packed box of food, begging the staff to give Maury his favorite snacks since they're already cut into perfect toddler-sized bites. With tears welling in her eyes, she implores them to make sure he drinks his juice slowly and begs them to give him his favorite little toy to comfort him in the dark. Look at that striking close-up panel. The artist captured the sheer pain of a mother unable to touch her suffering child so masterfully. Unable to bear watching her baby suffer in chains for another second, Miria excuses herself and turns away, leaving the worker completely confused. The camera zooms out to show the vast, sterile expanse of the high-security cell, highlighting just how tiny and isolated little Maury really is in this sci-fi nightmare. Maury remains collapsed on the cold floor, his tiny body looking completely helpless under the heavy weight of the medical harness. Suddenly, a faint sniffing sound ripples through the quiet chamber as Maury's little nose twitches, catching a familiar, comforting scent lingering in the air. Gasping softly, the toddler pushes his weak arms off the floor, whispering Miria's name as he senses her presence nearby. He turns his glossy black eyes around the gigantic clinical containment chamber, desperately searching the glass panels for his mom. Dragging the heavy intravenous cables attached to his spine, the poor kid frantically crawls across the hard metal floor as fast as his tiny limbs can move. Slam! Maury slams his chubby little hands against the reinforced glass wall, crying out at the top of his lungs for his mom to come back. He presses his face hard against the cold barrier, desperately trying to push through the unbreakable glass with every ounce of strength in his tiny body. Realizing the room outside is completely empty, his big glossy eyes fill with giant tears as his little heart shatters into a million pieces. Maury throws his head back and lets out a heartbreaking, gut-wrenching scream, sobbing uncontrollably as he realizes Miria was just there and left him behind. Warning alerts flash yellow across the interface as the containment officer panics, furiously tapping the control panel to shut down the crying child. A cold automated system prompt activates with a hiss, injecting a high-potency chemical sedative directly into the child's spinal tubes. As the heavy drug floods his system, Maury's vision blurs and his heavy eyelids begin to droop while tears stream down his cheeks. Thud! The poor toddler collapses onto the cold floor, knocked completely unconscious by forced tranquilizers in total isolation. Back at the estate, under the cover of night, the bird servants whisper in terror outside Miria's room, afraid to disturb her crushing grief. In the dark hallway, Ryder's 4 green eyes glow with fierce intensity as he warns that one wrong move now could trigger complete disaster. Ignoring all caution, Ryder strides purposefully down the corridor and pushes open the door into Miria's darkened office. Stepping into the shadowy study alongside Aya, Ryder calls out to Miria, ready to launch a dangerous backup plan to break their boy out by force. Talk about an epic setup for total war. Ever wonder what happens when a hot-headed demon and a grieving bird goddess try to handle a custody battle? Well, Ryder barges right into Miria's dimly lit study, breaking the heavy silence with an intense demand that they need to talk right now. Huddled by the crackling fireplace in her rocking chair, Miria softly begs him to leave her alone, her heart far too heavy to deal with any more arguments tonight. But Ryder isn't backing down. Looking over her cluttered desk, his eyes catch a glowing astrological emblem floating directly over a stack of legal papers, and the mood in the room instantly plummets to absolute zero. His 5 green eyes widen in total disbelief as the horrifying reality dawns on him. The woman who raised little Maury is actually preparing to give him away. Seriously, look at this dramatic close-up panel. The artist captured that sheer "you gotta be kidding me" expression so well that you can practically feel Ryder's blood pressure spiking through the roof. Floating right there on the desk are official relinquishment documents, confirming that Miria is seriously considering signing away all her parental rights over the boy. Confronting her directly in front of the window, Ryder grits his teeth, demanding to know if these papers are meant to abandon little Maury for good. Throwing his hands up in utter frustration, he shouts at the top of his lungs, asking if this is some kind of sick joke, considering she literally just came back from visiting the kid. With his demon fangs fully exposed, Ryder roars at her, asking how she could even think of chucking the toddler aside like he was just a temporary toy she got bored of playing with. Talk about dropping an absolute reality check on her. But before he can utter another word, Ryder flinches in shock as a sudden, terrifying coldness paralyzes the entire room. With a thunderous rumble, Miria rises from her chair as pitch-black, tree-like, shadowy tendrils erupt across the floorboards in a terrifying display of raw power. Transforming into her full dark celestial form, her feathered wings spread wide to reveal glowing golden eyes as she coldly warns Ryder never to push her past her limit again. Her glowing white eyes cut through the shadows like twin-bladed lasers, insisting that every agonizing decision she makes is solely to protect Maury's future. Honestly, most people would be sprinting out the door right now, but Ryder just stands his ground and screams back, refusing to be intimidated by her scary magical flex. As dark, shadowy branches shatter the room around them, Miria screams back that she isn't running away, revealing the heartbreaking truth that little Maury is starving himself inside that cold prison cell. Tears of light stream down her shadowy face as she yells that the poor boy hasn't eaten a single bite since the court locked him up, forcing the facility to wire massive nutrient feeds into his back. A horrifying flashback panel shows tiny Maury lying helpless on the sterile floor with thick tubes attached to his spine, leaving Ryder totally speechless as the sheer cruelty hits home. Miria's voice breaks completely as she weeps, cursing the cold-hearted scientists who hooked those grotesque machine cables into her sweet, innocent baby just to keep him alive. Kaboom! Her surging grief causes her magical ore to explode outward, blasting hole after hole into the mansion's walls while poor little robot Aya gets caught in the literal crossfire. Floating amid a starry void of scattered papers and wooden toys, Miria softly confesses her deepest guilt, admitting she was selfish for taking in a fragile human child knowing his lifespan was so brief. Staring into the dark cosmic abyss, she admits she used every single excuse just to keep him near her, desperate to forge a magical bond that might extend his life. Her voice trails off into a fragile whisper as she confesses to the empty air just how deeply and unconditionally she truly adores her adopted boy. A heartwarming crayon drawing floats through the void, showing Ryder, Miria, and little Maury smiling side by side like the perfect little chaotic family. Man, the emotional contrast in this scene is hit you in the feels heavy. Staring at the crude crayon picture, Miria tearfully wonders if keeping the kid in her high-stakes alien realm only brought her joy, while putting his life in constant danger. Profile tears glisten off her dark silhouette as she whispers in total agony that if staying by her side ends up killing the boy, she'll never forgive herself. Slam! A red-skinned hand forcefully grabs her shoulder, cutting straight through her dark magic and ending her emotional breakdown in an instant. Shaking her back to reality, Ryder shouts right into her face, commanding her to snap out of the self-pitying nonsense because he sure as hell isn't letting her give up. Miria looks up in complete shock, her glowing white eyes wide with tears as Ryder forces her to listen to cold, hard facts. Holding out his hands to measure the air, Ryder dramatically points out that Maury is literally this freaking small and tiny. Both Miria and little robot Aya freeze in total confusion, wondering why on earth Ryder is suddenly insulting the poor kid's size in the middle of a serious crisis. Ryder keeps going full speed, yelling that even though Maury is puny and delicate, they're completely ignoring what the kid is actually capable of. Gritting his teeth and clutching his head, he reminds her that when he first found Maury, the toddler had somehow survived a brutal trek across the treacherous Scarlet Desert all on his own. Floating overhead, little robot Aya squawks in confusion, asking what kind of wild point Ryder's trying to make with this desert story. With all 5 green eyes blazing with absolute intensity, Ryder roars back, asking if neither of them truly grasps the sheer ridiculousness of what that baby accomplished. Leaning in close, he emphasizes that Mori crossed a wasteland so brutal and deadly that even high-tier demon warriors like himself would struggle to survive it. Look at Ryder's passionate expression here. He's shouting with every single muscle in his body, declaring that despite being a soft, tiny child, Mori pushed through absolute hell and made it. Flashback panels pop up showing cute little Mori holding up his silly circle drawing in the woods, smiling happily while Ryder kept guard in the background. Miria's eyes shimmer with sudden realization as Ryder reminds her that the kid conquered all those impossible odds for one reason only, because he desperately wanted to be with her. An inset panel shows Mori's adorable, innocent face, with Ryder adding that the brave little guy never once regretted making that insane journey to find his mom. Staring straight into her soul, Ryder delivers the ultimate truth bomb. If Miria chooses to throw in the towel now, she's spitting right in the face of all the blood, sweat, and tears Mori put in to reach her. Miria blinks away her tears as the weight of his words sinks in, softly mentioning the official update she received earlier today regarding Mori's placement. Looking down at her trembling hands, she explains that the High Court wants to transfer Mori to proper human parents, claiming a human child belongs with a human mother. Lowering her head as fresh tears fall, Miria stammers that she feels completely powerless to challenge such a fundamental rule of human biology. Ryder lets out a deafening roar, screaming, "Who cares?" so loud it probably cracked the remaining glass in the windows. Talk about an iconic dad energy moment. Dropping down to his knees, Ryder firmly grabs both of her hands, looking her dead in the eye and boldly declaring that if the court wants a mother, they'll just step up and be his ultimate mother together. The entire room falls into a hilarious, stunned silence as the two stare at each other, with little robot Aya hovering in the background, completely lost for words. Miria lets out a tiny, squeaky hiccup of pure shock, her eyes wide as saucers as her brain tries to process Ryder's insanely chaotic proposal. Click! Little robot Aya lands on the table and taps his interface, dryly breaking the tension by announcing that it's time to summarize this wild new strategy. Striking a supremely confident pose with one hand on his hip, Ryder boasts that to crush the court in this arbitration, they just have to prove they are a hell of a lot cooler and better than any random human mother out there. The loyal bird servants line up in a row, staring with wide, bewildered penguin eyes as they nervously ask how on earth a demon and a bird goddess plan to prove they're the sickest parents in the universe. Talk about the ultimate hype setup for the court showdown. Ever wonder what happens when a bunch of ancient magical beings try to learn human biology from scratch? Well, Aya pulls up a holographic diagram right in front of the penguin court, casually breaking down the basic mechanics of how humans reproduce and create babies. To make things even wilder, Aya brings up an elementary picture book about bears, explaining the legal human concept where two adults come together under a contractual agreement called marriage just to raise a kid. Aya projects a glowing green HUD showing two adult human figures next to a tiny baby, concluding that whenever a couple is bound by marriage and takes custody of a child, society officially labels them as parents. Hearing all this high-level human lore, Ryder strokes his chin with all 5 of his green eyes blinking in deep thought as he tries to process this whole setup. Then, turning directly toward Miria on the couch, Ryder casually drops the ultimate conclusion, proudly announcing that since they're raising Mori together, that basically makes them a couple of legit parents now. Talk about taking a toddler book literally. Miria's glowing white eyes widen under her feathered hood, a faint blush dusting her dark cheeks as she stammers out the word parents, like her brain just completely short-circuited. Nearby, Jair gently clutches a crumpled piece of paper, musing out loud about how strangely delicate the word parenthood sounds, leaving the penguin servant next to him low-key worried for his mental state. Aya floats right next to Ryder, popping up 2 green stick figure avatars to remind him that every traditional parenting duo usually has a designated mother and father. Dropping a hilarious stat, Aya notes that 89% of kids prefer their moms, prompting Ryder to immediately shout out that he calls dibs on being the mother. I swear, Ryder's competitive ego is so unhinged he'd claim motherhood just to win a popularity contest. Ryder turns to Aya and asks if there's any rule stopping both him and Miria from being mothers, to which the little robot admits he's low on data, but sees no reason why they can't both be moms. Meanwhile, the penguin servants start brainstorming their own legal defense strategy, holding up a military propaganda poster and arguing that humans love brute strength and raw violence. Another bird servant flips through a massive tome, adding that humans also measure power through raw financial wealth, making Ryder smirk arrogantly and boast that flexing cash won't be a problem for them at all. Beep. Aya deadpans instantly, cutting Ryder's big ego right down to size by reminding him that he's actually dirt poor. The sheer disrespect from this floating toaster is unreal. Pow! Kaboom! Enraged by the financial reality check, Ryder violently tackles Aya into a flying cloud of cartoon dust, screaming that he'll dismantle the little bot while the bird servants completely ignore the beatdown. As dust clouds swirl from Ryder's ongoing brawl in the background, the head bird servant turns to Miria, suggesting that their best angle is simply proving to the court that they cherish little Mori more than anyone else could. The first bird servant gets all teary-eyed, fondly daydreaming about the cute times he gave little Mori over 600 warm hugs while a toddler giggled happily in his arms. The second bird servant chimes in with a much more painful memory, recalling how little Mori stomped all over his chest at least 400 times. You gotta respect the commitment. Getting trampled 400 times and wearing it like a badge of honor is top-tier nanny dedication. Suddenly, a third bird servant steps forward, trembling nervously as the spotlight falls onto him in front of the entire Penguin Council. Sniffling uncontrollably, the poor guy breaks down in tears, confessing that he feels like a terrible guardian because all he ever did was scold Mori whenever the boy caused trouble. Sob, he drops to the floor in total despair, crying that he should have just let the kids scribble all over the mansion walls, prompting his fellow servants to rush over and try to calm him down. Trying to lift the mood, another bird proudly boasts about how he dedicated his entire life to Mora's nutrition, showing a cute flashback of the little toddler happily devouring an entire banquet of sweet treats. Zero. The cheerful mood instantly plunges back to sub-zero when Miria softly reveals that the facility returned every single snack box untouched, confirming Mori still isn't eating anything out there. Man, the emotional contrast in this scene hits right in the feels. Pat, pat. The entire room deflates as all three bird servants slump together on the floor, weeping hysterically and patting each other's backs in absolute defeat. Looking over the massive mountain of legal documents cluttering the floor, the team realizes that translating the court's official updates has taken way too long and missing crucial details. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bird servant gasps in shock as the pages of a court document literally burst into glowing magical flames right before his eyes. Outside the study, a nervous bird servant peeks through the crack of the heavy wooden door, trembling as a terrifying aura begins to radiate from within. Looking at the endless stacks of books scattered across the Grand Hall, the grim realization settles over everyone that playing by the court's official rules is never going to be enough to save Mori. Jolt! Just as the bird servant mutters in despair about their hopeless odds, an intense, spine-chilling pressure suddenly paralyzes the entire room. You know things are getting real when the ambient lighting dims and the boss stands up. Miria rises to her full, terrifying stature, her feathered wings flaring outward as her glowing white eyes cut through the dark, declaring that she must personally meet with Salam. The bird servants freeze in absolute panic, yelling that Salam hasn't answered a single message and warning Miria that barging into their domain uninvited is pure suicide. Stepping forward in his dark hat and high-collared trench coat, Jair echoes the warning, pleading with her that trespassing on another high-tier ruler's territory is way too dangerous. The bird servants frantically dig through scrolls, pointing out that while Salam holds vital intel on human biology and Mora's origin, sneaking in blindly is a massive risk. A dramatic flashback panel shows wild little Mori growling with his sharp demon fangs exposed, reminding everyone that the toddler was originally discovered right on the edge of Salam's jurisdiction. Bird servants exchange terrified glances, trembling as they whisper the forbidden name of the mysterious location where Salam resides. Standing completely resolute, Miria's glowing white eyes burn with absolute determination as she confirms that they are heading straight to the playground. Calling an absolute nightmare realm the playground is the ultimate flex. Holding Aya up like a flashlight, Ryder tilts his head in utter confusion, asking what the hell the playground even is, while a complex topological map unfolds overhead. Ryder's wild imagination instantly envisions a tropical paradise with rainbows, chocolate chip cookies, and him lounging on a luxury velvet couch sipping wine, leaving both him and Aya totally bewildered. Jared deadpans immediately, cutting right through Ryder's goofy fantasy by sternly warning him that the reality is nothing like a resort getaway. Dark cosmic energy twists across the panel as Jer explains the terrifying truth. Entering a high entity's domain uninvited will overload a person's psyche, shattering their mind into complete madness. Undeterred by the horrifying warning, Miria's eyes flash with uncompromising resolve as she insists that no realm in existence will stop her from reaching her boy. Motherly wrath in this series is literally built different. Seeing her unstoppable drive, Ryder grins from ear to ear, hyping up the squad and declaring that it's time to pack their gear and hit the road. Miria turns back in surprise, asking if he's really coming along, to which Ryder casually replies that sitting around doing nothing was never his style anyway. With his demon fangs bared and a cocky grin, Ryder gives a big thumbs up, reminding her with absolute pride that they are mothers together now. Smile! Miria lets out a rare, heartwarming smile beneath her feathered hood, leaving Ryder totally flustered as he screams in confusion. Jair steps up with smooth grace, bowing respectfully and requesting permission to join the rescue mission to ensure Miria's safety along the way. Shing! Miria places glowing magical seals onto Ryder and Jair's chests, granting them temporary immunity from the playground's sanity warp so they can split up and search efficiently. Giving your squad temporary madness immunity like a video game buff is such a boss move. Gearing up for the journey, Ryder grabs a water canteen while the loyal penguin servants help pack essential supplies for the dangerous trek ahead. Meanwhile, Jair receives a heavy wooden crate loaded with gear, preparing his specialized equipment before they set off into enemy territory. Looking over at a floating cosmic artifact, Ryder's green eyes widen in shock as he realizes they're actually using a literal harvested star as their navigation engine. Flash. The scene ends on an epic close-up of the glowing, spiky stellar crystal radiating cosmic light, confirmed to possess the unbelievable power to transport them anywhere in the universe. Crush? Without wasting another second, Miria clenches her dark fist and completely shatters the cosmic navigation crystal into glowing dust particles. Talk about a dramatic way to trigger a teleportation spell. As the shimmering dust drifts through the air, Miria's glowing white eyes narrow with terrifying focus. When a mother decides to rescue her child, absolutely nothing in the universe is going to stand in her way. Whoosh! A massive, swirling black portal opens beneath their feet right in the middle of the study, unleashing a void of stars that instantly swallows Miria, Ryder, and Jair whole while the penguin servants watch in utter horror. Ryder's 5 green eyes widen as dark void tendrils wrap around his body, and for a guy who was just boasting about his ego, he sure looks like he's having second thoughts right about now. Suddenly, the portal dumps them straight into the sky, sending all 3 of them free-falling thousands of feet above a grim, icy mountain range. Ryder's face completely deforms in pure terror, while little robot Aya just casually floats alongside him like they're on a scenic theme park ride. Screaming a whole censor-worthy string of curses, Ryder plummets through the stormy clouds alongside Miria and Jair. I mean, who wouldn't lose their mind if their primary travel method was literal skydiving without a parachute? Whoosh! Below them, violent gray waves crash against a bleak, desolate shore of black sand and jagged rocks. Splash! Heavy boots slam into dark tide pools on the shore as the squad finally lands, soaking their clothes in freezing ocean water. Soaked to the bone under a dreary gray sky, Miria, Ryder, and Jair stand on the beach, looking like a bunch of drenched line cooks after a brutal double shift. Surveying the dark coastline, the bleak landscape stretches into towering snow-capped peaks shrouded in fog. It really gives off that ultimate dark fantasy survival vibe, doesn't it? The team begins their trek inland, climbing past mossy boulders toward that towering mountain range looming in the distance. Ascending to a high cliff edge, they overlook a vast valley filled with mist, ancient forests, and brutal cliffs. The scale of these icy cliffs is staggering, proving that entering a higher entity's domain is definitely no walk in the park. Dropping down into the lush green valley, Ryder and Miria wade through a shallow, crystal-clear stream that cuts right through the mountain floor. Little Aya floats above the pristine water, scanning the surrounding forest for potential threats or structural anomalies. Deep within the overgrown greenery, an ancient monolithic stone archway stands like a silent gateway to a forgotten realm. Ryder turns back to check on Miria as they push deeper through the cool stream, making sure their sanity-protecting seals are holding up. Dense ferns and vibrant green moss blanket every rock and tree trunk, giving this hidden valley an almost eerie, untouched atmosphere. Giant bioluminescent mushrooms sprout along the forest floor, casting a soft, otherworldly blue and orange glow through the foliage. Honestly, the environment design in this manhwa is consistently top tier. Ryder takes the lead along a winding dirt trail, his long white tail swishing nervously as they head deeper into unknown territory. Overwhelmed by the creepy vibe, Ryder turns into a doodle art meltdown alongside Aya, realizing this place is getting stranger by the second. Pushing past towering crimson mushrooms, the duo advances under the thick canopy of ancient trees. Looking up at the sky, the group freezes in utter amazement as giant, translucent, celestial jellyfish float gracefully through the upper atmosphere. Sunset washes over the sky in shades of gold and violet, illuminating the floating sky jellyfish as Miria and Ryder stand side by side in silent awe. Seeing these cosmic creatures drift above golden clouds is low-key magical. Bop! As night falls over the mountains, someone slumps down on the hard ground, completely exhausted from the endless travel. Sitting high on a cliff edge under a dazzling blanket of cosmic stars, Miria gazes out into the deep night sky, her mind purely consumed by thoughts of Mori. Down in a sheltered nook below, the squad builds a small campfire, sitting around the warm orange glow to rest for the night. Meanwhile, a funny chibi visual pops up as Aya calculates Mori's absurd eating habits, picturing the little toddler aggressively devouring entire feasts like an unstoppable vacuum cleaner. The thought of little Mori eating the court system completely out of house and home has the entire team sweating in comedic panic. Back at the campfire, Ryder sneaks a glance at Miria across the warm flames, still slightly flustered by their newfound co-mother dynamic. The fire crackles softly in the quiet night, providing a brief moment of peace before the impending danger ahead. Sitting across the flames, Jair keeps his dark hat pulled low over his face, lost deep in his own melancholy memories. In a nostalgic flashback, a warm photograph reveals a young girl with red braided hair happily hugging a tiny, big-eyed baby Mori. The close-up on the photo highlights little Mori's gigantic, adorable eyes clinging to his caretaker with absolute trust. The flashback shifts to Jair holding tearful little Mori in his arms while the poor kid sniffles uncontrollably against his high-collared coat. Talk about an emotional gut punch out of nowhere. Crying softly, little Mori buries his face into Jair's chest, seeking comfort from the overwhelming world around him. Clinging to Jair with his little hands, the toddler looks up through heavy tears, breaking everyone's heart into a million pieces. Mori continues to weep tearfully, rubbing his swollen eyes while holding on like Jair is his only anchor. The close-up on little Mori's tear-filled wide eyes captures pure innocence and vulnerability, making their rescue mission all the more urgent. Back in the present, Miria's expression hardens into cold resolve as she prepares to face whatever lies within the ruins. Ryder smirks with competitive pride, locking his eyes ahead as they approach the heart of Salam's territory. Passing through a massive dark cavern, the group reaches a grand stone archway carved with mysterious ancient symbols. Inside the vast temple hall, a huge wall mural depicts stylized human figures standing under a radiant celestial circle, leaving Ryder staring in disbelief. Gasp! Suddenly, a dark shadow shifts in the ancient hall, catching both Miria and Ryder completely off guard. Ryder anxiously whispers if that entity could be Salam, but Miria quickly interrupts, realizing with horror that they're facing something far worse. Whoosh! Green elemental energy flares wildly around Ryder's hands as he instantly drops into a combat stance. Miria's glowing white eyes snap sideways in utter shock as floating Aya alerts them to incoming movement. Ryder grits his teeth, cold sweat dripping down his face as an overwhelming host of hostiles emerges from the shadows. Zoom! Before anyone else can react, Jair dashes forward at blinding speed, his coat billowing like shadow wings as he leaps into battle to protect his crew. Now that is how you start an absolute hype fight scene. Talk about starting with high stakes. Just when Jair lunges forward to protect the squad, a terrifying hooded phantom with a glowing red eye ring charges out of the shadowy abyss like an absolute nightmare. Swoosh! A dark hand reaches out in sheer panic to block the sudden ambush before this mysterious cloaked figure can slice right through them. Leap! The attacker gracefully leaps over Jair's head in midair, displaying agility that makes you question if gravity even exists in this cursed domain. Ryder screams out Miria's name in pure panic as that cloaked shadow locked its sights directly onto her. But Miria doesn't even flinch. Her eyes flare with blinding white energy as her winged hood spreads out, radiating pure, intimidating aura. Honestly, try threatening a mother on a rescue mission and see how that works out for you. Bloop! With an effortless wave of her hand, Miria opens up a dazzling, swirling cosmic portal that instantly swallows the attacker whole. Talk about handling a sudden boss fight like it's just a minor inconvenience. Shift! The spatial magic twists the entire temple room upside down, suspending everyone inside a void filled with ancient stone pillars and starry darkness. As the reality-bending magic settles, the environment stabilizes back into a dark, solemn hall draped in quiet shadows. Lane! Ryder lowers his guard, nervously creeping behind Miria while she casually inspects a swirling dark orb floating right in her palm. Beam! Miria's terrifying scowl instantly melts into a bright, overjoyed grin as she recognizes the hooded guardian, calling out his name, Nafal. Haha, turns out it's an old friend. Nafal sits down casually, holding cute little wombats like a cosmic pet whisperer, laughing off the fact that he almost annihilated them thinking they were wild beasts. I mean, missing someone for 150 years and nearly instantly deleting them is peak immortal behavior. Miria, bowing respectfully, apologizes for popping up unannounced, but Nafal just waves it off, saying Salam would have been thrilled to see them if they were around. Oh, Miria's ears perk up instantly as she catches that subtle "if they were here" detail in his sentence. Hang on. Ryder's three eyes lock on in confusion as he senses that something feels totally off about this whole situation. The group settles down around a stone table inside the massive, quiet temple hall to get some real answers. Looking back and forth at their dead serious expressions, Nafal nervously asks if he missed a crucial page of the script. Clap! Realizing the gravity of their emergency, Nafal slams his hands together in a dramatic bow, apologizing profusely for his cluelessness. Nafal explains that the protection zone is out of his hands, though he assures them that his kind didn't mean to hurt anyone during the boys' capture. Honestly, watching a cosmic guardian act like an apologetic customer service rep is hilarious. A glitched flashback flashes through the screen showing the terrifying moment little Mori saw the squad as cosmic horrors when they snatched him away. Cutting straight to the small talk, Miria lowers her voice and directly asks if Salam is currently undergoing the splintering process. What? Ryder screams in sheer disbelief, his multi-eyed face twisting in absolute shock. Jair stands quietly in the shadows, finally piecing the puzzle together. So that's why Salam's search unit was personally stationed at the arbitration tribunal. A haunting visual appears of a tiny figure wandering along endless train tracks stretching into the deep woods, as Nafal explains that Salam is currently vulnerable because splintering splits their core power. Nafal confirms that Salam is hidden away under the Arbiter's absolute protection, which is literally the safest vault in the entire cosmos. Meanwhile, elite white-cloaked guards stand at the border like statues, proving their total loyalty to the Arbiter. And as for Nafal, he's basically stuck on babysitting duty, left behind to look after the entity's playground while holding his fluffy wombat buddies. Scratch! Nafal scratches his head, revealing that Salam's sudden decision to splinter came out of nowhere with zero advance warning. A hilarious doodle flashback pops up showing Salam casually announcing, "Yep, time to split," out of nowhere, triggering 6 months of total bureaucratic chaos. Seriously, imagine your boss deciding to reboot their entire soul on a random Tuesday. Ryder blinks his extra eyes in utter defeat, trying to digest the worst possible news. Floating robot Aya delivers the final blow, flatly stating that meeting Salam right now is completely impossible. A heavy silence falls over the vast ancient temple hall as their primary plan completely crumbles to dust. Trying to break the awkward tension, Nafal brightens up and offers them a guided tour of Salam's personal museum to cheer him up. Miria politely tries to decline, but Nafal insists that they check out all the bizarre artifacts Salam collected over the eons. He brags about a special room in the back that perfectly recreates the exact climate and atmosphere of the Mesozoic era. Talk about the ultimate flex of cosmic real estate. Hi! He even shows off a room full of Salam's favorite creatures in miniature form, holding a tiny, squeaking woolly mammoth right in his palm. But as Nafal casually mentions an upstairs archive filled with historical records on humanity's favorite biological entities, Ryder's eyes widen in realization. "We'd like to view the archive!" Miria and Ryder instantly shout in unison, locking on to the one clue that might reveal where little Mori was taken. Flicker! The glow of an amber crystal lantern illuminates the dark staircase as the group hurries upstairs behind Nafal. Nafal chuckles to himself, joking that if Salam knew people were actually visiting the archive, they'd pause the whole splintering process just to give the tour. A hilarious visual shows Salam trying to lecture everyone about human biology, while all the other cosmic beings completely ignore him. Man, even ancient higher beings have unappreciated hobbies, huh? Stepping onto the upper floor, Nafal's tone turns soft and solemn as he reveals that despite everything, Salam always held deep compassion for mankind. An ominous visual of missile launches and heavy tanks appears, illustrating how human fate was designed to be characteristically harsh, rigid, and unforgiving. Showing a lonely child standing amidst ruined skyscrapers, Nafal explains how human souls inherit every sin and deed committed by their mortal bodies. And that exact tragedy is why Salam dedicated so much effort into creating a safe sanctuary specifically for human children. The squad follows Nafal toward a massive, ancient stone gateway that looms over the dark corridor. Shine! Nafal places his hand against an intricate, glowing golden magic circle to unlock the archive vault. Turning back with a grave look on his face, Nafal issues one final warning to the team before stepping inside. Standing before the pitch-black threshold, he warns them that the contents of this vault are definitely not for the faint of heart. Miria and Ryder exchange a nervous look, wondering what kind of unsettling secrets are waiting for them behind that door. Gravity bends as the camera tilts sideways, watching the crew step into the shadowed corridor, ready to face whatever truth lies within. Ever wonder what happens when a cosmic god's personal vault gets unlocked? Miria tilts her head back, her eyes ablaze with pure white light as she stares up into the pitch-black abyss above them. Ryder looks up in total bewilderment, his extra eyes scanning the shadowed ceiling as he tries to figure out what kind of insane magical anomaly is unfolding right above their heads. Whoosh! A colossal galactic vortex opens up in the ceiling, swirling with blinding stellar light and infinite cosmic energy that completely takes over the entire ancient hall. Ryder's multi-eyed face twists in sheer shock as he yells out, asking what on earth that giant floating spatial vortex is even supposed to be. Miria's sweat drops slightly while looking up at the majestic celestial display, coldly confirming that they're staring directly at Salam's entire personal archive. Nafal rubs his head sheepishly as he drops the ridiculous bomb that while everything Salam likes is stored up there, the entire archive hasn't been organized for literally thousands of years. I mean, imagine having infinite godlike knowledge and your filing system is basically a cluttered attic. Straightening her posture, Miria explains that they need to manually comb through eons of celestial records to find specific information regarding human motherhood and child-rearing. Down on the stone floor, an ancient circular gateway machine sits dormant, its heavy sci-fi rings and thick power cables completely silent in the shadows. Floating Aya steps up and offers to assist, flatly pointing out that searching manually would take over a year, while the arbitration deadline is literally 48 hours away. Ryder instantly snaps back, ordering the little bot to stay put and preserve its remaining energy for the crucial battle ahead. Blink! Aya's green digital eye display blinks twice, stubbornly processing Ryder's warning as it prepares to override his orders anyway. A brief memory flashes on screen of Ryder bathed in warm golden twilight, reflecting on the moment he first activated his little floating robotic sidekick. Ryder glances over at the tiny machine, curiously asking how much raw power is actually running through this ancient temple level. Aya casually asks permission to hijack the massive circular amplifier ring nearby, dismissively stating that lack of direct hardware cables won't be a problem at all. Hearing that insane plan, Ryder's multi-eyed face freezes in absolute horror as cold sweat drops down his forehead. Absolutely not! Ryder screams in pure panic, adamantly refusing to let the little bot pull a stunt that dangerous. Flaring his fangs in frustration, Ryder reminds Aya that its core stability is already sitting at a dangerous risk level after their last brutal fight. You gotta love how Ryder acts like an aggressive tough guy, but deep down, he's fiercely protective of his little metal buddy. Soft sunset light paints a quiet flashback panel as Aya floats alongside Ryder, curiously asking why he ever programmed it with human emotions like laughter in the first place. Turning away toward the horizon, the little bot continues to question why Ryder created it at all if it was only built to suffer damage. Jumping back to reality, Aya playfully snarks about wanting a premium upgrade later, driving Ryder so crazy with rage that Miria has to physically restrain him. Floating smoothly toward the machine, Aya lowers its tone, assuring them that it will only process a small chunk of the cosmic database at a time. High above them, the massive galactic void swirls like a dark cosmic hurricane, pulsing with untold petabytes of ancient memories. The heavy metal rings of the circular portal machine hum to life, glowing with vibrant scion power conduits. Aya floats directly into the center of the giant ring device, triggering a bright crimson notification on its display screen as it forces its system into extreme overclock mode. Sinking into the digital interface, Aya whispers a heartfelt plea to bring little Mori back safely before the system warning flags flash red. High voltage energy arcs across the circular frame, suspending the tiny robot in midair right in the middle of the glowing portal. A digital HUD overlay pops up across the dark void, displaying green matrix data logs as it initializes the massive data read process. Countless streams of cosmic code flicker across the screen, calculating numbers at blinding speeds as the search sequence hits Step 8. Miria raises her glowing hands into the air, her white wings spreading wide as she uses her spatial authority to help guide the massive influx of information. Honestly, Miria's design in these high-energy magical stances is absolute visual perfection. Matrix code rains down over visual logs of ancient beasts, celestial beings, and genetic diagrams, filling the vast temple hall with a brilliant green glow. Digital charts scroll past world maps and human growth files, zeroing in on human infancy, while Ryder watches in absolute awe. Floating amidst the infinite digital ocean, Aya processes massive texts describing the fundamental bonds of family, bloodlines, and emotional connections. Multilingual definitions of motherhood and child protection flood the glowing streams, cascading down the massive stone pillars like liquid light. Crackle! Volatile blue electrical arcs suddenly spark across Aya's outer shell, making Miria gasp out loud in shock as system alerts flare. Ryder rushes forward, yelling at Aya to abort the connection immediately, but the stubborn little bot creates an electric barrier, forcing him to stay back. System overload warnings flash violently as blue lightning snaps around the tiny chassis, but Aya refuses to stop pushing its limits. Energy surges dangerously through its circuitry as Aya's digital screen glitches, holding on to its core purpose with everything it has. Inside Aya's core memory bank, a sweet flashback appears showing toddler Mori floating peacefully on a small wooden raft alongside his tiny floating guardian. Another heartwarming memory glimmers through the data stream. Little Mori wearing a metallic bowl on his head, giggling as he chases Aya around a sunlit kitchen. Cradling those precious moments close to its heart, Aya pours every last drop of its power into the search, determined to protect the child. Watching a cold robotic AI develop genuine maternal love for a human child is seriously enough to make a grown narrator cry. Stunning, radiant memory panel shows little Mori holding a tiny gadget, looking up with huge, innocent dark eyes that could melt anyone's heart. High-frequency matrix text glitches wildly as raw energy streams overflow the processing buffer. Brilliant green particles collide into a blinding core spark at the center of the celestial grid. Crackle, massive electrical discharges rip through the heavy industrial cables attached to the portal ring. Boom! A massive, violent shockwave of purple plasma explodes outward from the center ring, completely engulfing Aya in a sphere of destructive energy. Aya! Ryder screams at the top of his lungs, his heart dropping into his stomach as he sees his little companion getting consumed by the blast. Without hesitating for a single second, Ryder sprints at top speed directly into the blinding electrical storm. Zapped! Ignoring the scorching high-voltage arcs burning his hands, Ryder reaches straight into the heart of the lightning vortex. Sparks fly violently everywhere as Ryder tightly clamps his hands around the sizzling, smoking body of his little robotic friend. Whoosh! Rolling across the stone floor as dark smoke billows into the air, Ryder shields Aya in his arms, proving the true bond goes way beyond flesh and metal. Ever wondered how far someone would go for their best friend? Sparks fly and purple lightning rips through the air as Ryder plunges directly into a roaring energy storm without a single second of hesitation. High above the stone floor, cosmic data streams swirl like a glowing hyperdrive highway straight into the center portal. Honestly, Salam's storage system looks less like an archive and more like a sci-fi nuclear reactor gone completely wild. Miria stretches out her glowing hands, sweat dripping down her face as she strains every magical muscle to hold the spatial rift open just a few seconds longer. Crackle! High-voltage electricity scorches Ryder's hands, but he just grits his fangs, ignoring the sheer agony as he reaches deeper into the blinding storm. With a fierce grip, Ryder's hands snap shut around Aya's scorched, smoking metal frame right as the volatile plasma threatens to vaporize the little bot completely. Swoosh! He pulls his arm back through the roaring electrical arcs, taking the brunt of the shockwaves himself just to keep his floating companion safe. Talk about the ultimate bro move. Ryder might act like an aggressive tough guy, but his loyalty is 100 top tier. The intense glow fades back down into a quiet blue murmur across the massive cavernous hall as the chaotic spatial vortex finally shuts down. Sliding across the cold stone floor, Ryder cradles the smoking silent cylinder in his hands, desperately screaming out Aya's name into the dark room. Blink! A tiny green light weakly flickers across the damaged display screen as Aya barely stammers out Ryder's name before going completely dark. Ryder stands frozen in total shock, his multi-eyed face wide as system logs finish transferring the massive payload of celestial records right before the bot shuts down. Beep! The last bit of power drains out with a hollow tone, leaving the tiny chassis cold and lifeless in Ryder's trembling palms. Breaking the heavy silence, Miria calls out from across the chamber to check if they managed to snag all the required data files before the system overloaded. Snapping back to reality, Ryder yells back that the mission was a total success, urging everyone to move out before the whole place collapses. You gotta love how Ryder bounces back from near disaster like a boss. Crackle! Back inside their sunlit workshop, thick power cables snake across the wooden floor while monitors display intricate circuit schematics. Precision micro-tweezers perform delicate work on Aya's exposed motherboard inside a glowing blue calibration pod, trying to repair the melted memory nodes piece by piece. Sweat beads on Ryder's forehead as he spends hours carefully soldering microprocessors under the bright blue diagnostic light. Meanwhile, holographic blueprints of high-tech gear hover above the desk, proving these guys have a seriously insane collection of sci-fi gadgets lying around. Ryder sighs heavily, his face shadowed with exhaustion as he stares down at his unfinished work, praying his efforts will be enough. As the warm orange glow of sunset slowly fades into evening, the room settles into a quiet, tense atmosphere while the repair diagnostics run in the background. Tick, tick. Hours pass into the deep night, lit only by the soft, flickering flame of a lone candle sitting next to piles of heavy leather-bound tomes. Creak! The heavy wooden door swings open as Miria quietly steps inside the dimly lit archive, greeting Ryder with a gentle whisper. Ryder immediately turns around, his voice filled with anxious concern as he asks for an update on Aya's core recovery status. Looking over the sea of scattered papers, Miria gives it to him straight. The replacement parts worked wonders, but Aya's memory core was hit so hard, there's no telling if the bot will even remember them when it reboots. Miria lowers her head in genuine guilt, but Ryder softly cuts her off, telling her not to carry that burden on her shoulders. Man, these emotional quiet moments hit way harder after all that intense action. Leaning back against the wooden wall, a rare, genuine smile breaks across Ryder's face as he firmly states his absolute faith in his little robotic buddy. Miria gazes back at him with her luminous white eyes, visibly touched by his unwavering trust in a machine created purely out of metal and code. The two sit side by side in the warm candlelight, surrounded by thousands of ancient texts containing the forgotten history of humankind. Ryder gestures toward the massive, chaotic mess of book towers covering the floor, asking sarcastically if she's made even a tiny dent in all that heavy reading yet. Curious about her progress, Ryder asks what her research has revealed about the concept of a human mother. Miria thoughtfully responds that it's far more than just a title or a societal role. It's an all-encompassing force. She wonders out loud how a single human being could possibly bear the weight of everything expected of a mother, admitting that even with all their godlike powers, none of them could stand against a real human mom. Pointing toward the starry night sky through the tall window, Miria cites an ancient record describing a mother as the literal stars in a child's universe. Honestly, the artist's visual poetry here is absolute peak. A wave of vulnerability passes over Miria's face as she admits her deepest doubt that no matter how hard she tries to study or copy human motherhood, she might never truly measure up. The candle wax drips low as she softly confesses that deep down, she had hoped Salam's secret vault would hold records about little Maury's biological mother. Ryder looks up into the moonlight, suggesting that maybe information about Maury's mother was buried in one of the corrupt data files they couldn't retrieve. Miria sighs softly, noting that the Supreme Arbiter never even attempted to search for the boy's real mother, meaning she's either long gone or deemed unfit to raise him. Changing the subject to lighten the heavy mood, Ryder points at a glowing green projection on the wall, showing off a weird, blobby stuffed creature. The pixelated HUD displays a goofy-looking stuffed toy with giant cartoon eyes and a hilarious flat mouth that looks totally ridiculous. Whip! Out of nowhere, Miria pulls out an actual handmade plushie that looks like a fluffy, derpy potato with eyes. I am crying. Why does this plush doll look like a meme brought to life? Ryder stares at the fluffy monstrosity with his jaw practically dropping to the floor, asking in utter disbelief if that derpy thing is actually supposed to represent a real dog. Miria holds it up next to an actual drawing of a golden retriever, flatly pointing out the complete lack of resemblance, while Ryder's sweat drops violently trying to pretend he sees the connection. A brief flashback reveals Miria sitting at her desk, carefully hand-sewing the toy based on vague written descriptions, because real dogs had become nearly extinct alongside humanity. Staring at the funny little doll, Miria's tone turns heavy as she realizes the heartbreaking truth that both Maury's pet dog and his concept of a mother were artificial creations. But Ryder immediately interjects, reminding her with fierce warmth that regardless of where it came from or how goofy it looked, little Maury loved that silly toy with all his heart. Miria freezes, Ryder's words striking a deep chord inside her soul as she realizes that love doesn't depend on biological perfection or flawless design. A beautiful flashback fills the screen of tiny Maury squeezing the derpy plushie tight against his cheek, beaming with pure, untainted joy. A gentle, genuine smile appears on Miria's face as a wave of clarity washes away all her doubts and insecurities about being a proper mother figure. In the quiet comfort of the candlelit room, the two companions share a silent moment of understanding, bound together by their shared devotion to protect the young child. Suddenly, Ryder's multi-eyed gaze shifts as Miria breaks the quiet with an unexpected confession. Turning to face him directly, Miria drops a total bombshell, confessing that out of everyone, she always envied Ryder the most. What? Ryder's multi-eyed face explodes in sheer shock as he yells out, completely blown away by her confession. Talk about a cliffhanger ending. What on earth could Miria possibly envy about Ryder? You'll have to tune in next time to find out. As we jump right back into the story, Miria reflects on the intense journey Ryder and his little bot shared, pointing out how surviving life or death danger together forged an unbreakable bond between them. Looking away with a gentle sadness, Miria admits that this deep, genuine connection is the exact kind of warmth she desperately wanted to build with little Maury. Flashing back to an earlier conversation, the two sit across from each other in a grand, dimly lit sitting room, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension between two unlikely allies. Ryder nervously scratches his cheek, coming clean about how he initially tried to get Miria kicked out of the house as fast as possible, claiming he was just protecting Maury's best interests. Miria listens in complete silence, her glowing eyes fixed on him as she absorbs his surprisingly honest confession without interrupting. Commentary? Honestly, Miria's poker face is unmatched. You can never tell if she's about to nod in agreement or obliterate someone with cosmic magic. Slumping back in her chair, Miria realizes that forcing Ryder out would only hurt little Maury, who had already grown so attached to him. Her eyes narrow with strategic thought as she decides she can't forcefully evict him, reasoning that her best move is to bribe him with a massive fortune so he walks away on his own terms. Back in the present, Ryder throws his hands out in theatrical surprise, completely dumbfounded by how calculating she was behind that calm demeanor. Sweating bullets with an awkward laugh, Ryder raises his hands defensively, realizing just how close he came to being paid off like a classic anime mercenary. Commentary. Bro was almost bribed right out of the plot. You gotta love how Ryder's tough guy persona completely crumbles whenever money or emotions come up. Miria turns to him with a rare, soft expression, pointing out that despite his aggressive front, he actually turned out to be a deeply caring protector. A gentle chuckle escapes Miria's lips as the heavy tension in the room finally melts away into a warm, lighthearted atmosphere. Ryder rubs the back of his neck in embarrassment, complaining with a blush that he must sound completely ridiculous opening up like this. But his multi-eyed face softens as he looks back at her, admitting that he felt the exact same way about her all along. Commentary. Look at that character development. Seeing these two former rivals finally open up to each other after all the chaos is genuinely top-tier storytelling. A quick memory shows Ryder looking back grumpily, admitting that while Miria's bond with Maury started off sweet, his own start was, well, let's just say a total disaster. A warm grin breaks across Ryder's face under the flickering candlelight as he chuckles at how far they've both come since those messy early days. Bending over with a loud burst of laughter, Ryder finds the sheer irony of their situation hilarious, filling the quiet archive with genuine joy. As his laughter settles down, a calm and peaceful expression settles over his multi-eyed face. Sitting side by side on the wooden floor, surrounded by ancient book towers, Ryder warmly notes that despite their wild differences, the two of them actually share a whole lot in common. Commentary. The lighting in this scene is absolute perfection. The warm candlelight contrasting with the cool blue moonlight outside creates such an incredible cozy vibe. Outside the tall arched windows, the quiet night sky frames their faint voices as they exchange confessions of mutual envy. The scene shifts as green holographic magic fills the dark room, projecting complex orbital maps and ancient celestial data across the walls. Miria gasps softly, her glowing eyes widening in shock as the translated vault records reveal a staggering truth floating right before her eyes. Suddenly, the narration dives into an intense flashback as Ryder desperately grips the smoking, shattered frame of his beloved companion, screaming out Aya's name. Beep! Weak green pixels flicker to life on Aya's damaged display screen as the little bot weakly crackles out a final message to Ryder. Commentary? Man, why does the comic artist keep hurting us like this? Aya sacrificing itself for the mission is an absolute tearjerker. Ryder's multi-eyed face turns grim, his teeth clenching as he realizes the sheer impossibility of their survival if they stay put. Lowering his head into shadow, a painful weight presses down on Ryder's shoulders as he faces the cruel reality ahead. With its remaining power fading fast, Aya's screen displays a final urgent warning, urging Ryder to drop everything and run. Aura flares darkly around Ryder's silhouette, his eyes flashing green with newfound resolution as he prepares to make a drastic move. Step! Step! Ryder sprints down the sunlit corridor, his shadow stretching across the polished floor as time rapidly runs out. High above in the facility's core, an eerie sci-fi containment chamber hums with high-voltage energy cables dangling from the ceiling. Beep! The automated facility voice chimes in, confirming that the high-tech sterilization cycle inside the holding cell is officially completed. Commentary. Notice the massive contrast between the ancient magic archives and this sleek sci-fi facility. The world building here is seriously top-level stuff. Inside the glowing containment grid, various personal items lie scattered until suddenly a yellow gemstone necklace begins to violently vibrate. Foosh! Breaking through the energy field, the glowing magical pendant shoots straight up into the air as if summoned by an invisible force. Clack! The sudden noise startles little Mori awake inside his glass holding cell, tears welling up in his huge dark eyes as he sniffles in fear. Mori! Ryder's voice breaks through the silence as his horned face appears right outside the heavy metal security bars, flashing a reassuring grin. Mori's eyes instantly light up with pure delight, a cheerful squeal bursting out of him as he recognizes his favorite demonic guardian. Reaching his large hand through the narrow bars, Ryder chuckles warmly, teasing the little guy about how much he obviously missed him. Commentary. My heart is literally melting right now. Look at little Mori's face. That reaction is worth all the high-voltage electrical burns Ryder took. Nuzzle! The little boy eagerly presses his tear-stained cheek directly into Ryder's gloved palm, clinging to his touch like a lifeline. Gently wiping away the boy's falling tears with his thumb, Ryder speaks softly, soothing the crying child with total tenderness. Gripping the cold steel bars, Ryder vows with absolute fierce determination that he's gonna bust him out and run far away together. Dangling from a high-tension rope against the colossal metallic wall, Ryder boldly promises Mori that he'll be whatever he needs, even his mom. Scaling the immense sci-fi tower meter by meter, he keeps talking down to the boy, promising to be his grandpa, his grandma, or anything else in the world. Commentary, Ryder unironically volunteering to be a single mom while hanging off a skyscraper with a rope is peak comedy and maximum wholesomeness at the same time. Looking back over his shoulder with a confident, sharp-toothed grin, Ryder shouts that whatever role Mori needs filled, he's taken the job without hesitation. A beautiful, dreamlike vision flashes by of the two walking across a mossy fallen log in a sun-dappled forest, free to travel the open road once more. They imagine cozy nights spent around a roaring campfire under a stone overhang, cooking hot meals while Aya floats peacefully nearby. Visualizing their ultimate dream, Ryder imagines riding his high-speed hoverbike across starry plains while majestic cosmic whales glide through the aurora-filled night sky. Tears glisten in Ryder's green eyes as he desperately holds on to that vision of the three of them being a happy family, just like the good old days. But as reality crashes back down, his smile fades and his voice cracks, knowing in his heart that he can't actually fulfill that dream. His multi-eyed gaze turns dark and painful as he admits that he can't allow Mori to grow up living a dangerous, fugitive life on the run like him. Commentary. Oof, right in the feelings. Ryder sacrificing his own happiness because he knows Mori deserves a peaceful, safe childhood is absolute character perfection. Dangling high above the abyss, Ryder drops his voice to a serious tone, warning Mori about the powerful faction coming for him and admitting their chances of winning are slim. As atmospheric energy swirls into a portal, mysterious white-robed entities debate the child's destiny, leaving us on a massive cliffhanger as the fate of little Mori hangs in the balance. With Aya's display screen crackling to life, Ryder listens intently as the damaged little bot delivers one final crucial piece of advice before powering down. Clutching the cold iron bars, Ryder looks down at little Mori, revealing that the key to resolving this whole mess actually lies with the boy himself. Leaning closer, Ryder asks Mori directly for his help, wondering out loud how they can get everyone to understand what the kid truly wants. Mori's massive starry eyes go wide with total bewilderment as he processes Ryder's intense question. Commentary? Look at those huge puppy dog eyes. This kid has no idea what's going on, but he's trying his absolute best. In response, little Mori lets out a hilarious string of random toddler babbles and grunts, leaving Ryder completely lost and sweating bullets through the security bars. Reaching his tiny hand out through the gap, Mori lets out a soft little squeak, trying his hardest to communicate his feelings. Ryder's multi-eyed face freezes in absolute astonishment as he realizes something deep about the boy's past experiences. A sudden memory flashes back to Mori as a baby, being warmly nuzzled and protected by majestic, multi-eyed white wolves in the quiet dark. Commentary. Wait, so Mori was literally raised by mythical wolves before all this? Talk about an elite origin story. Warm sunlight washes over another tender memory of children running freely across lush green hills under a bright blue sky. The vision shifts to mysterious white-robed guardians gathering round to pamper baby Mori with sweet treats and fresh fruit. In another memory, little Aya floats gently down through a grand mansion hall as someone reaches out to catch the little bot. Tears overflow and slide down Mori's face as these bittersweet memories overwhelm his tiny heart. Commentary. Man, seeing this little guy cry is an absolute heartbreak. Give this kid a peaceful break already. Miria's glowing form appears in his mind, opening her arms with gentle warmth to offer the lonely child a safe sanctuary. Even Ryder is shown cradling the tiny boy against his chest, sharing a rare moment of pure parental peace and protection. Suddenly, the memory pauses on a crayon drawing of Miria holding baby Mori tight in her arms. Mori grips his yellow crayon tight, looking up with big, emotional eyes as he pauses his drawing inside the quiet cell. Commentary, the art style transition here when focusing on the crayon drawings really hits you right in the feelers. The simple drawing captures Miria lovingly holding him, labeled softly with his own name at the top. In reality, Miria lowers her head in deep reflection, her soft voice echoing as she remembers trying to teach the little boy. Flashback shows a black-gloved hand holding up a colorful flashcard featuring a freshly drawn carrot. Flipping the card over reveals the bold word printed on the back as she patiently explains what it is. Gently guiding Morris's small hand on the desk, she helps him trace out the letters line by line with green crayon. Commentary. Honestly, Miria taking on the role of a patient elementary teacher is surprisingly adorable given her terrifying cosmic powers. Little Aya floats happily overhead, chirping out enthusiastic praise as Mori completes the spelling perfectly. Miria smiles down warmly, encouraging little Mori to try learning another flashcard together. An assortment of educational cards and open storybooks lie scattered across the cozy wooden floor around them. Back in the gloomy sci-fi holding cell, Mori sits all alone on the cold floor, clutching his head in frustration, surrounded by drawings. Bang, bang, loud metallic thuds echo through the chamber as Ryder violently pounds on the cell bars, yelling out Mori's name. Commentary, Ryder breaking back into full rescue mode is the exact high-energy, chaotic rescue we needed. Mori snaps his head up, his huge, teary eyes lighting up with instant hope as he spots his favorite horned guardian outside. Ryder holds up a flashcard through the bars, showing a drawing of a mother tenderly embracing her baby. Tilting the card toward the glass, Ryder shows him the heartwarming illustration to make sure Mori recognizes the concept. Deep within Mori's glowing, dark eyes, galaxy-like starry light glimmers as the true meaning hits him. Commentary, that eye detail with the miniature galaxy reflected inside is pure artistic brilliance. Flipping the card around, the bold handwritten word reads Mom in clear dark ink. Meanwhile, in the facility control room, a technician in a full hazmat suit suddenly double takes at his glowing blue monitor setup. Beep! Watching the security screens, the two guards exchange confused glances about unscheduled wall maintenance happening outside the vault. Wait a minute! One operator points aggressively at the screen, shouting that nobody cleans skyscraper facility walls with just a single rope. Whoosh! A bright searchlight sweeps across the outer wall, catching Ryder dangling right outside the cell window. Commentary? These guards took way too long to realize a giant red demon was rappelling down their top-secret building on a rope. Alarm lights flash crimson as siren blasts scream code gray through the hallway while Ryder grinds his teeth in annoyance. Back in the Grand Estate, Miria asks her feathered companion for any updates on Ryder, receiving a silent headshake in response. Miria's angelic wings droop slightly as a solemn, worried expression darkens her shadowed face. A brief memory shows Ryder and Miria sitting peacefully together by candlelight, bonding over their shared goal. Commentary: seeing their former hostility turn into genuine mutual trust is such fantastic character growth. Miria smiles gently to herself, remembering Ryder's stubborn determination and fiery spirit. Her eyes flare with brilliant white light as she firmly declares her unwavering faith that Ryder will return safely. Stepping forward with absolute majesty, Miria glides down a massive, ancient stone walkway lined with silent, cloaked guardians. High above, the camera reveals a colossal hexagonal chamber centered around an ancient triquetra ritual emblem. Standing tall on the emblem platform, Miria is formally greeted by the mysterious High Council overseeing the realm. The background opens up to reveal a breathtaking cosmic void containing giant faceless entity statues bathed in nebulous starlight. Commentary: the scale of this cosmic tribunal architecture is ridiculously impressive. Talk about epic world building. 3 towering pyramid-headed judges lower their multi-jointed arms, imposing their daunting presence over the platform. The High Elders demand to know if Miria still dares to refuse their divine mandates regarding the child's custody? Looking up fearlessly with blazing eyes, Miria declares she will never abandon Mori unless the boy explicitly chooses to leave her himself. The pyramid judges scold her harshly, arguing that an underdeveloped human child can't even speak, let alone make decisions under a non-human's care. Standing firm against the council's pressure, Miria calmly reveals that she already contacted Mori's facility to establish a proper human education plan for his future. Picture standing trial before ancient pyramid-headed cosmic judges just to prove you're fit to raise a kid. The council drops the hammer right away, reminding Miria that the facility holding little Mori is falling apart under Salam's jurisdiction, and she should know better than anyone how chaotic things are getting. Miria doesn't flinch for a second, standing right on that ancient triquetra floor emblem and shooting back that since Salam answers directly to them, it's their responsibility to fix it. Looking straight up at the cosmic elders with her eyes blazing bright white, she drops all formal pretense and desperately begs them for their help to save the boy. Boom! That sudden outburst leaves all 3 multi-armed pyramid judges totally dumbfounded, throwing their hands up in utter disbelief. Commentary: honestly, seeing these giant, terrifying cosmic gods get completely caught off guard by a desperate mom plea is top-tier comedy. Recovering from their shock, the judges immediately slam their hands down, calling her incredibly rude and reminding her that her past failures are the exact reason she's standing trial in the first place. But Miria firmly fires back that Mori deserves to grow up in a safe, loving human environment he actually recognizes. To prove she's not just making empty promises, Miria raises her hand while glowing yellow holographic profiles flicker into existence right above her palm. She pulls up detailed records of the facility's human caregivers, showing that the staff working under Salam aren't just random workers, they're dedicated caretakers fighting for these kids. The screen shifts to display an ancient stone mural carving depicting white-winged guardians protecting innocent stick-figured children under a glowing star symbol. Commentary: you gotta love how the artist blends ancient mythical lore with high-tech hologram HUDs. It makes the world building feel so rich and mysterious. Warm sunlight washes over a peaceful flashback of a cozy countryside church where a brave red-haired woman in a wheelchair holds a sleeping toddler tightly in her lap. Smiling softly as children play freely across the grassy hills, Miria explains that raising a child is never easy, and humans will naturally make mistakes along the way. But that's part of growing up. Standing alone in the center of the Dark Tribunal, Miria pleads with the council to remember the deep regrets they all carry from their own ancient pasts. Flashback scenes show massive alien warships raining destructive green laser beams down onto crumbling cities, wiping out innocent civilizations in pointless factional wars. Commentary. Whoa, hold on. Did we just casually jump from wholesome parenting talk to full-scale orbital bombardment? Talk about an insane tonal shift. Miria's voice drops to a solemn whisper as she remembers how even the great Arbiter was left brokenhearted by all that senseless destruction. In her mind, the cosmic vision of the Arbiter glows like a majestic, starlight-filled nebula floating peacefully through the dark void of space. The pyramid judges cross their arms unimpressed, asking her directly how a single, overpowered entity like her expects to handle every single parental role all by herself without messing up. Without missing a beat, Miria weaves her hands together, sending a glowing ribbon of green magical runes floating straight toward the Elder's high platform. Commentary. Miria bringing out literal receipts in magical holographic format is the ultimate power move. The green magic expands into a massive data matrix right in front of the multi-armed Elders, flashing row after row of submitted applications. Looking up at the giant green screen, the judges demand to know what they're looking at, and Miria proudly reveals that every single member of her clan submitted official statements to help. Turning her glowing gaze toward the High Court, she begins reading out the heartfelt messages her family put together for little Mori. The first application pops up showing an owl-masked clan member who eagerly applied for the role of mother or auntie, promising to give Mori every ounce of love she has. A flashback reveals the Penguin Mask clan members huddled together around a flickering monitor, dissecting human society and realizing how terribly broken it really is. Commentary? Seeing these adorable bird mask creatures sitting around like a secret agent council planning how to be good aunties and uncles is absolute gold. More applications flood the screen. One moth-like creature signs up to be a grandmother, promising the kid will never go hungry, while another volunteer offers to be a stern but loving father figure. The bird-masked family members argue back and forth over the data, agreeing that if taking care of a human kid is too big of a job for one person, they'll just do it together as a squad. Even a tall, feather-cloaked elder submits a form applying for mother, father, or grandfather, declaring he's ready to carry little Mori in his arms all day long. Under the soft green glow of the terminal screen, the masked clan members stand side by side with complete determination in their glowing eyes. Commentary. Look at that squad lineup. Mori literally has the ultimate cosmic daycare team backing him up. Back in her grand estate, Miria stood in amazement as her bird mask family gathered in her room, presenting her with all their magical volunteer records. Tears well up in the eyes of the cute penguin mask creatures as they clench their little fists, promising Miria that she doesn't have to carry this burden alone. Surprised by their sudden overflow of devotion, Miria looks down at her loyal clan with wide, touched eyes. Surrounded by dozens of her devoted family members filling the sunlit room, Miria proudly declares to the judges that her entire clan is ready to share the responsibility of raising Mori together. Outraged by her answer, the lead pyramid elder raises all four of his arms in complete mockery, asking if her big plan is really just plain family house with a bunch of masked creatures? Commentary? Wow, okay, pyramid head, no need to disrespect the penguin squad like that. Looking down from their high perches, the elders lecture her that no matter how good her intentions are, an immortal god raising a human child will always create a dangerous power imbalance. Looming over her like ominous statues, the judges sternly warn her that her sheer existence poses a threat to the fragile mortal boy. Miria lowers her head in quiet reflection as the council reminds her that someone with her level of catastrophic power can destroy everything without meaning to. Monochrome panels flash across the screen, a military rocket blasting into the sky above heavy tanks, followed by a lonely figure standing among the desolate ruins of a destroyed city. Looking down at a tiny dark void floating in her palm, Miria acknowledges that the divine power granted to her by the Arbiter has protected her for centuries. Clenching her fists with fiery determination, her eyes flash white as she boldly declares that if her magic makes her dangerous to Mori, she's willing to strip away all her divine power right here and now. Commentary. She's literally offering to give up godhood just to be a mom? Talk about the ultimate parent sacrifice. Shockwaves echo through the chamber as the pyramid elder screams in total fury, calling her completely insane for throwing away a sacred gift from the Arbiter. Leaning over the edge, the judges try to shatter her confidence, asking if she honestly believes she's fit to be a real mother to a human boy. Looking down at her tiny figure standing on the ancient floor emblem, they press her harder, demanding to know if she can truly carry everything that comes with motherhood. Miria's winged headpiece droops as she turns her gaze away, humbly admitting that she can't answer that with absolute certainty. Flashback shows her clan members staring intently at a glowing yellow hologram, trying their best to study human books and parenting guides without getting anywhere. Commentary: the art detail in these flashback panels really sells how clueless yet eager these cosmic beings are about human parenting. Miria stands alone on the vast stone walkway, softly admitting that even after Mori grows up and leaves, they might still never fully understand human love. Raising her voice with passionate intensity, Miria shouts out to the entire council chamber. Sunlight streams across an open storybook on the wooden floor, displaying a classical painting on one side and a colorful, messy child's crayon drawing on the other. Zooming in on the crayon drawing, it shows red-horned Ryder, white-winged Miria, and tiny green Aya holding hands with little Mori under a bright blue sky. A beautiful silhouette visual appears of Miria and Ryder holding little Mori's hands while floating Aya and the entire Penguin Mask clan walk happily together as one giant weird family. Commentary: okay, this wholesome family silhouette is so heartwarming it could literally cure depression. Clasping her hands over her heart as tears spill over her glowing white eyes, Miria desperately implores the ancient court to give her just one chance to prove herself. High above on their platform, the three pyramid elders whisper among themselves, coldly remarking that she's just appealing to raw emotion without offering solid proof that the child chose her. Suddenly, Miria snaps her head around in shock as a strange sound echoes through the high-ceiling chamber. Boom! Crash! The space above the ancient pillars violently shatters as a dark portal rips open, sending a cloaked intruder crashing right onto the floor of the sacred tribunal while the elders yell out in outrage. Just as the high tribunal reaches peak tension, a deafening rumble shakes the ancient stone pillars. Miria snaps her gaze upward, her white eyes widening as she immediately recognizes the chaos-inducing sound heading straight for them. With a massive crash, the sky shatters like glass. A heavy customized motorcycle comes tearing through space itself, raining down debris right into the sacred court of the cosmic elders. The three pyramid-headed judges literally throw their hands up in pure bewilderment. Imagine sitting on your holy divine throne only for someone to dropkick a whole bike into your courtroom. Honestly, these cosmic gods never catch a break. Miria's mouth drops open in total disbelief as smoke and shattered glass flowed down around her. Out comes Ryder, gritting his sharp teeth with a fierce grimace as he lands squarely in the center of the holy tribunal. The elders glare down from their elevated platforms, utterly furious that a mortal rule-breaker dared to ruin their formal arbitration.
Clenching his fist, Ryder doesn't show a single drop of fear, staring right back up at the imposing judges.
Suddenly, a soft, magical sparkle flares up in the dark, sending shimmering cosmic ripples floating through the air. Recognizing her fierce ally, Miria screams out Ryder's name at the top of her lungs. Ryder looks straight up into the starry abyss, his green eyes flashing as he finds himself suspended within a gravitational force field. Floating high above him is the breathtaking starlight-filled silhouette of the Arbiter itself, glowing like a massive galaxy against the pitch-black void. Commentary: okay, the sheer scale in this panel is absolutely gorgeous. The contrast between Ryder's tiny figure and the infinite cosmic entity is cinema-level art. Badum! A heavy cosmic heartbeat echoes through the void as the Arbiter's divine presence pressure hits Ryder like a freight train. Coughing violently, Ryder spits out a mouthful of glowing green blood as the intense spatial pressure crushes his body. Dangling helplessly inside the swirling blue portal, an automated cosmic system flashes his profile, identifying him as wanted felon number 250106. The high judges boisterously declare that crashing a sacred arbitration is nothing short of a suicide mission, warning Ryder that he must have a total death wish. Smirking through the pain, Ryder scoffs back that having a bit of crazy audacity is actually required when you're trying to raise a human kid, something these old dusty gods wouldn't know anything about. The massive galactic arbiter looms over the entire chamber in complete, heavy silence. Turning toward the glowing titan, Ryder demands to know if they want to hear what little Mori actually thinks about all of this. Reaching into his jacket, Ryder pulls out a thick stack of handwritten pages, presenting them as an official letter straight from little Mori. An elder reaches out with a glowing pale hand, scanning the paper with blue holographic DNA strands to check its authenticity. Commentary: you've got to respect the cosmic bureaucracy here. They literally ran a whole forensic DNA test on a toddler's drawing just to verify it. Whoosh! The magical scanner confirms that the paper was indeed drawn and created by the human boy, dissolving the verification runes into bright sparkles. Shimmering particles cascade down through the dark tribunal hall like falling stars. The Arbiter shines brighter, focusing its divine attention entirely on Ryder's humble submission. Suspended in the cosmic rift, Ryder softly admits that he knows he's far from perfect. Floating limply, he acknowledges that he isn't anyone's first choice for a role model or a loving parent. Green blood drips from his gloved fingertips, but a warm smile touches his lips as he reminds them that despite all his flaws, little Maury loves him anyway. Lowering his head, his voice drops with absolute sincerity for the little boy waiting for him back home. Looking up with glowing green eyes, Ryder boldly vows that he's ready to suffer through anything if it means giving Maury a happy life. Commentary. Man, seeing this badass demon horn guy get so emotional over being a good dad is seriously touching. Talk about top-tier character development. Whoosh! The cosmic entity erupts into a radiant burst of blinding starlight, overwhelming the entire tribunal with pure magic. Miria stands motionless on the stone walkway as stardust falls around her like divine snow from the ceiling. Bow! The arrogant three pyramid judges instantly bow their heads in deep reverence toward the glowing arbiter. All along the grand stone causeway, every single masked clan member drops to their knees, bowing low in total respect. The dark aura surrounding the arbiter reverberates with authority, declaring that the arbitration has officially come to an end and judgment will now be delivered. Thud, thud, heavy footsteps echo down a sterile white hallway inside the human care facility. Little Maury comes sprinting down the corridor as fast as his tiny legs can carry him. TD. Losing his balance, the adorable toddler goes tumbling across the floor, rolling around before quickly popping back up. Looking up with wide, shimmering eyes and rosy cheeks, little Maury locks his gaze on a bright light ahead. Commentary. Look at those massive anime eyes. Maury is officially the most adorable toddler in manhwa history. Dash! Sprinting across the vast white playroom, he heads straight for the center of the hall. Diving headfirst off the edge, Maury leaps straight toward a magical rift floating in midair. Floating through the endless sea of stars, the little boy floats effortlessly inside the warm, magical current of space. Sitting peacefully among the cosmos, Maury looks around with complete wonder and curiosity. A deep, gentle voice echoes through the galaxy, tenderly calling Maury a true child of stardust. The massive, star-filled hand of the Arbiter gently reaches beneath the tiny toddler to cradle him safely. The cosmic entity whispers that while it will eventually call for Maury when his journey nears its end, crack! The heavy, dark restraints surrounding the boy shatter into harmless dust, and his small cloak flutters away freely. The Arbiter officially grants Maury his freedom, telling him to go forth into the world and live whatever life he chooses. Close up on little Maury's face as his deep blue eyes sparkle with the reflection of 1,000,000 glowing galaxies. Commentary, the art style shift here from comic gag to ethereal pastel beauty is pure perfection. Floating happily, the adorable toddler opens his tiny arms wide, giving the giant cosmic entity a sweet, invisible hug. The Arbiter lets out a warm, booming laugh, delightedly remarking that Maury is just as delightfully round and lovely as Miria described. As the starlight gently sends Maury back home, the Arbiter softly concludes that this pure connection is what true, wholehearted love really looks like. After tumbling through the cosmic rift, little Maury softly lands right on a lush green hilltop under a gorgeous spring sky. Pushing himself up, the tiny toddler blinks his big, curious eyes as the gentle breeze rustles through his dark hair. Suddenly, running across the field with arms wide open, Miria, Ryder, and the entire masked clan come sprinting straight toward him. Recognizing his beloved crew, Maury's face lights up with the biggest, purest smile you've ever seen. Meanwhile, back in the Divine Court, a collection of childish crayon drawings gently floats through the starry void. One of the stone elders quietly asks what official title they should file these strange, colorful documents under. The massive galactic arbiter gazes down at the silly sketches of Ryder riding his motorcycle and Miria shooting magic beams. Glowing with divine amusement, the cosmic entity decides on the perfect classification for these precious memories. Across every single page, drawn in giant, bright, colorful letters, is just one single word repeated over and over again: Mom. Commentary, okay, seeing a toddler label everyone, including the bad boy demon Ryder, as Mom is peak wholesome energy. Back on Earth, Maury leaps right into the air, wrapping his tiny arms tightly around both Miria and Ryder at the same time. Hugging his weird, chaotic family, the little kid lets out a squeal of pure, unadulterated happiness. Out of nowhere, Maury opens his mouth and shouts "Ma" at the top of his lungs, leaving Miria and Ryder completely frozen in shock. Exchanging a soft, knowing look, the two guardians smile warmly at each other, realizing that everything they fought for was totally worth it. Shifting gears into the author's special afterword, we see a hilarious doodle of the creators passed out flat on their desk after grinding to finish this masterpiece. Next to them, little robot Aya powers back on with a quiet beep, displaying a loading screen on its face monitor. The author breaks down into tears upon realizing time completely flew by while drawing, turning days into weeks in the blink of an eye. Commentary? Honestly, every webtoon artist's schedule is a literal battle against time itself. In a heartfelt note, the creator shares a sweet drawing of the community wrapped in a big, comforting hug, thanking all the fans for supporting this journey. Throwing up a high five, the team celebrates surviving the grueling production schedule with a passionate "We got this." The author shares behind-the-scenes stories about dragging heavy luggage through strict hospital protocols during the height of the pandemic. Trudging up a steep incline, the creator recalls questioning why the path to visit family had to be such a grueling trek. We then get a gorgeous summary graphic showcasing Maury surrounded by all the hands that protected him, from Miri and Ryder to the wild beasts and school principal. The creator reveals in a QA that the comic was originally planned as a super short 30-episode fairy tale book before evolving into a full series. To make the world feel alive, the artist focused heavily on breathtaking background textures, painted landscapes, and atmospheric environmental storytelling. Commentary? Look at those background panels. The lighting and scale differences make every setting look like a museum painting. Unveiling deep lore, the author explains how cosmic arbiters first landed on Earth, prompting terrified humans to launch nuclear weapons and spark global conflict. A rough concept map reveals the planned roadmap for Maury's travels across mysterious ruins, monster territories, and hidden playgrounds. A clean cover illustration features little Maury floating happily in his cape with a blue flower tucked in his tiny hands. Early concept sheets show that Maury was actually named after Mowgli from the Jungle Book, highlighting his wild child origin design. Because Maury grew up around wild animals, he couldn't speak human language at first, relying entirely on tone of voice and emotional cues. In a hilarious flashback panel, Ryder covers Maury's tiny ears while complaining to Aya, completely forgetting the kid can't even understand them anyway. We see early drafts where the team struggled to translate human books, slowly piecing together the letters that spelled out Maury. Driven by instinct after seeing Rowena with her mother, Maury pictured a warm, glowing silhouette whenever he imagined what a mom was. A grim, black and white background panel reminds us that behind the cute moments, Maury was born into a bleak, post-apocalyptic world destroyed by human warfare. Character design sheets reveal early iterations of Ryder's rebellious outlaw fit and Aya's expressive digital faces. Commentary? Ryder's spike-colored leather jacket drip, unironically top-tier character design. The artist mentions intentionally omitting Ryder's real name and arm injury origin because they weren't crucial to the core emotional story.
Deep lore breakdown. The name Falkland comes from the word family, with their crest visually representing an adult cradling a child.
Early rough sketches for Miria show her initial design was much darker and more mysterious before settling on her majestic winged look. Model sheets for the Falkland servants highlight their adorable penguin-like silhouettes and formal ceremonial cloaks. Explaining alien biology, the author notes that these cosmic beings split apart to reproduce rather than aging, meaning they have no concept of childhood. A hilarious scale comparison panel points out how the giant clam beds could literally fit 40 little Mauries side by side. Artwork of ancient ruins highlights Salam, an entity representing peace and inspired by real-world ancient deities. Design notes reveal that the tribunal judges were modeled directly after the scales of Libra, symbolizing ultimate law and cosmic balance. A massive character tree charts out the lineage of the Arbiter, showing how Salam, Miria, Ryder, and Aya all connect within the universe. Conceptual monster sketches show off terrors and sea leviathans that were designed for the world but left out of the main run. Commentary: that giant skeletal leviathan fish design is terrifying. Kinda glad Maury didn't have to fight that thing. Staff member Anzi sends a sweet message to readers, thanking everyone for loving the background colors and typesetting work. The artist admits Ryder was the hardest character to draw, constantly accidentally flipping his arm bandages and jacket buckles in wrong directions. Finalizing the Cosmic Arbiter's design took the longest time, as the team strove to capture a divine entity composed of pure starlight. A cute doodle shows the creator and staff sniffling together as they bid farewell to their beloved characters. The camera pulls back into the bright blue sky as the entire cast waves goodbye to the readers, promising to see everyone in the next project. The author flails wildly at their desk, overwhelmed by physical book edits, merch requests, and international fan messages. To close out the epilogue, we get a cute real-life display of a custom Aya desk lamp sitting proudly on a soft pillow. Ever wonder what happens when a group of high-ranking cosmic entities try to play it cool after a literal galactic crisis? You get this absolute masterpiece of awkward silence. Look at Aya just sitting on that little cushion like a glorified smart speaker, completely clueless about where in the world it just woke up. Ryder tries to play the tough guy, but Aya drops a savage roast right out of the gate, claiming to definitely remember meeting someone that hideous. The disrespect is legendary. Meanwhile, standing ominously in the shadow of the doorway, a mysterious tall figure clad in a white trench coat and wide-brimmed hat keeps quiet watch over the chaos. With a sudden crackle of blue high-voltage energy, Aya's internal circuits reboot, pulsing with pure electrical power as systems come back online. Ryder just crosses his arms and scowls while Miria adjusts her feather-like crown, clearly trying not to lose her composure over a sassy robot. The penguin-like servants are in full meltdown mode, whispering in panic about whether poor little Mori can even comprehend what memory loss means. Ryder's 6 glowing eyes narrow as the clan worries that the little kid is going to be utterly heartbroken if his favorite AI friend doesn't recognize him anymore. Miria steps in with her usual motherly wisdom, suggesting they handle this delicate situation step by step before letting Mori see Aya. But before anyone can even finish planning, the heavy wooden door slams open with a loud clack as tiny Mori comes sprinting into the room at full speed. The toddler stops right in his tracks, peeking around the corner with those massive, adorable eyes as he spots the little black robot on the table. Radiant light practically beams off Mori's face as he lets out a squeal of pure joy, trying his absolute best to pronounce Aya's name. Aya sits totally frozen, green eyes glowing bright as the little robot processes the adorable toddler standing right in front of it. Forget the careful plan, Mori swoops in and scoops up Aya into the biggest, sweetest hug imaginable, complete with pastel hearts flying everywhere. Miria gasps in absolute delight, completely melted by the fact that the toddler actually remembered and called out for his favorite companion. But wait a minute, Ryder's sharp instinct kicks in as he realizes Aya was just faking the memory loss the entire time. Aya blithely admits it was just putting on a dramatic performance to trick Ryder into buying hardware upgrades, but couldn't keep character when Mori ran in. Ryder is literally fuming. The whole room goes dead silent as everyone's sweat drops, realizing this tiny robot pulled off an Oscar-worthy scam just for a spec bump. Aya doubles down on the guilt trip, lecturing Ryder on how true parents give selflessly, leaving Ryder shouting in frustration at how smart-mouthed this AI is. Miria just breaks into a soft, glowing smile, completely unfazed by the chaos because seeing her family together, that's all that matters. Cue the wholesome overload! One of the penguin servants pulls little Mori into a tight, tearful embrace, completely overwhelmed with emotion. Another servant takes their turn, holding the tiny toddler close with actual tears of happiness sparkling in their eyes. Seeing all the affection, another clan member raises their hands in excitement, begging to get in on the cuddle action too. With a sleek whip sound, a servant brings out a bright yellow box with a single slot cut into the top. The servant reaches deep inside, rummaging around to grab a hidden ticket from the depths of the mystery box. Dramatic pause. The servant pulls out a slip of paper with a handwritten 37 and looks ready to burst into tears. Talk about bad luck. Turns out the clan had to set up an official lottery queuing system because literally every single person in the entire castle is fighting for a Mori hug. The servants even posted an official schedule on the board, pausing ticket calls for Mori's mandatory nap and snack times. Honestly, the level of organization here is ridiculous. Number 5 is called out and a servant literally leaps into the air with joy like they just won the $1 billion Powerball jackpot. Meanwhile, sitting all alone on a wooden bench down the quiet hallway, the mysterious masked figure waits patiently in complete isolation. The camera zooms in on black-gloved hands holding raffle ticket number 64. Man, this guy has a long wait ahead of him. A close-up of the mysterious figure reveals glowing blue lines pulsing beneath his featureless mask as he quietly bides his time. With a subtle interlude card reading "On the way to meet Mom," the mysterious watcher sits in stoic silence, adding a layer of deep intrigue. Back in the master bedroom, a tiny toddler hand reaches out from beneath a mountain of fluffy white duvets with a sleepy stretch. Tucked under the warm blankets, little Maury is fast asleep right beside Ryder, who is curled up like a protective guardian demon. Pushing off the heavy comforter, Maury sits up with messy bedhead and rubs the sleep right out of his eyes. Check out the scale of this room. The bed is so giant that the servants literally had to saw off the wooden legs just so Maury wouldn't fall off. Maury looks over at the empty space beside him, daydreaming about a cozy night spent stargazing under the covers with Miria, Ryder, and Aya. Glancing across the mattress with a mischievous glint in his eye, the toddler decides it's time to wake up his sleeping guardian. Crunch! Maury straight up stomps right onto Ryder's chest, knocking the breath clean out of the demon lord with an abrupt ack. Before Ryder can even process the assault, Maury immediately snuggles into his neck, pulling off the classic masterclass in toddler carrot and stick manipulation. The heavy wooden bedroom door lets out a soft creak as tiny Maury pushes it open to go exploring the mansion on his own. Golden morning sunlight streams through the tall arch windows of the grand corridor, illuminating an empty antique picture frame hanging on the wall. Standing right in the middle of the hallway is the tall masked stranger, quietly deciphering ancient glowing runic text in the sunlight. Hearing tiny footsteps pattering on the hardwood, the intimidating entity snaps his attention around. There stands little Maury in his oversized cape, rubbing his sleepy eyes while dragging his favorite beige plushie on the floor. The scary-looking shadow monster completely loses his cool, flailing his arms in a total panic because he has no idea how to handle a tiny toddler. Without a single grain of fear, Maury walks right up to the towering figure, gently reaching out his small hand to touch the entity's black-gloved fingers. Maury tickles the giant's palms with a sweet giggle, instantly breaking down every bit of intimidation this cosmic figure had going for him. The masked entity gazes down through glowing blue lenses, totally captivated by the pure innocence and warmth of the child who views everyone as family. Just when you thought this shadow-dwelling entity was about to unleash cosmic doom, tiny Maury hits him with the ultimate weapon, a relentless tickle attack. Out goes the terrifying aura, replaced instantly by pure toddler giggles. Scooping the little guy up like a fragile plushie, the tall stranger melts into an absolute softie, while Maury lets out the happiest little chuckle. Seriously, this guy went from terrifying antagonist to full-time babysitter in under 5 seconds flat. Watching this bizarre bonding moment go down, the penguin-like servants stand there completely stunned, their beak-like faces frozen in pure disbelief. Meanwhile, Miria looks like her brain just short-circuited, staring with wide, glowing eyes while Aya floats right beside her, equally baffled by the sight. Talk about an absolute shocker. Cut to Ryder, who is fast asleep on a pile of fluffy pillows with a surprisingly peaceful grin, completely clueless about the chaos unfolding down the hall. Down in the main hall, one of the penguin servants bursts out laughing, holding onto a broom handle like it's the funniest joke of the century. Gathering the troops with a determined look, the lead servant taps his wooden stick on the floor and calls everyone to attention. Boom! Cue the dramatic anime entrance music as cleaning supplies appear out of nowhere. Brooms, feather dusters, and water buckets ready for absolute battle. An overhead view reveals the massive task ahead. The entire room is littered with hundreds of books and scattered papers, looking like a total tornado hit it. The lead servant announces that it's officially cleanup time, rallying the entire squad for an epic mansion overhaul. Honestly, if cleaning my room looked this dramatic, I might actually do it. Stacks of dusty books emit weird little heat waves as the squad reminds themselves of their ultimate purpose, preparing the castle for Maury's return. Posing dramatically with feather dusters and wiping cloths, the servants declare that a clean home is the absolute key to raising a happy kid. Raising their brooms in unison like medieval spears, the whole squad shouts out a battle cry before jumping into action. With a satisfying splash, a mop gets plunged into a wooden bucket of fresh water, kicking off the grand cleaning operation. Dust flies everywhere with a soft whip as a feather duster goes to town on the antique white curtains hanging by the window. Over by a massive pile of books, a servant flips open a red hardcover with a curious, catching the attention of a fellow cleaner.
Turns out these are books brought back from Maury's old care facility, and organizing them by title alone is proving to be an absolute nightmare. Naturally, instead of cleaning, the two servants sit cross-legged on the floor, getting completely sucked into reading the storybooks together. Another servant walks over holding a feather duster to check on their progress, only to find the pair happily flipping through pages. Before long, the entire cleaning crew is sitting in a circle, reading and gossiping about the plot twists. Classic procrastination at its finest. We've all been there. Suddenly, the head servant looms over them with a scary glare, shouting at everyone to get their feathered tails back to work. Sweating nervously, the servants agree that organizing books is easily the most dangerous chore in existence because it lures you into slacking off every single time. Right on cue, Tiny Maury peeks around the edge of the grand wooden door, wide eyes tracking all the hustle and bustle. A close-up of Maury's face shows his eyes practically sparkling with pure curiosity and excitement. Look at those giant anime eyes. He's definitely plotting some innocent chaos. Spotting the toddler, a friendly servant offers him a broom and asks if he wants to help out with the chores, receiving a cute little nod in return. Patiently guiding Maury's tiny hands, the servant positions his grip on the long wooden handle to teach him proper sweeping form. As the servant demonstrates the back-and-forth motion, Maury squeezes the handle with absolute concentration and serious determination. Whack! Maury swings the heavy broom with full toddler power, striking the poor servant straight in the chest with devastating force. KO! The servant collapses face first onto the floor, groaning in defeat, while the others quickly realize that giving a toddler a blunt weapon was a massive mistake. Scared for their lives, another servant quickly steps in, offering to try a much safer activity before Maury accidentally takes out the whole staff. Gathering on the floor, the squad sets up a brand new station to teach the little guy the art of laundry. Demonstrating step by step, the servant neatly folds a white towel into a crisp rectangle, encouraging Maury to give it a shot. Maury kneels down and fidgets with a cloth, trying his absolute best to match the servant's neat folding technique. Proud of his work, Maury places his folded cloth onto the pile, beaming with satisfaction. But wait, what the heck? The servant looks back in utter shock as Maury's folded towel somehow transforms into a perfectly sharp, glowing yellow block. Next to them, a massive, unorganized mountain of messy clothes emits a dark, ominous aura of absolute chaos. The servants sweat drop in despair, lamenting that this laundry chore feels like a personalized torture device that just refuses to shrink. Realizing they need a foolproof task, the lead servant gets a genius idea for a chore that's stupidly simple and actually helpful. Ta-da! The servant dramatically presents a small, clean white rag like it's a legendary prize from a fantasy quest. Lifting Maury up, the servant hands him the rag and instructs him to wipe down the dust on the wooden wall panels. The plan works like a charm. Maury happily starts scrubbing the wall, allowing the servants to celebrate their brilliant parenting hack. With intense focus, Tiny Maury rubs the rag back and forth against the dark wood paneling, taking his new job very seriously. Hearing a soft slash, Maury glances over his shoulder and spots a servant dipping a mop into a huge water bucket. Curious about the water, the toddler waddles away from his wall and heads over to investigate the massive wooden tub. Standing on tiptoes, Maury peeks over the tall wooden rim, staring down into the deep pool of water. Surface reflects Maury's wide, innocent eyes as he contemplates his next big move. You can practically see the gears turning in his little brain. Splash! Maury dunks his white rag deep into the bucket, creating tiny bubbles as water sloshes everywhere. Pulling out the soaking wet rag, water drips continuously onto the floor in heavy droplets. With a radiant, sparkling smile, Maury prepares to unleash the ultimate wet rag carnage upon the freshly cleaned mansion. Wiping their brows in relief, the servants celebrate that the mansion is finally spotless, completely oblivious to the tidal wave toddler Maury is about to drop right behind them. Just when he thought the cleaning crew finally had everything under control, Tiny Maury grabs a dripping wet rag and starts swinging it around like a tiny lethal weapon. Before anyone can react, water sloshes across the entire room in a massive tidal wave, instantly undoing hours of painstaking effort in a single second. Look at the utter devastation on the servants' faces. Drops of muddy water splash right across their masks as all their hard work literally goes down the drain. But our innocent little villain doesn't stop there. He takes the dirty cleaning rag and aggressively rubs it directly onto his own face, treating it like a luxury spa towel. Cue the absolute panic as the penguin servants let out a collective blood-curdling scream. Honestly, seeing a toddler wipe dirty mop water all over his eyes is every caregiver's worst nightmare. Dropping their brooms, the entire squad swoops in to snatch Maury up before he gives himself a full-blown eye infection. Cut to the bathroom, where the staff frantically douses the little guy in soapy bubbles, armed with sponges, shampoo, and rubber ducks just to get him squeaky clean again. Hearing all the commotion, Ryder opens the bedroom door with a bewildered look, searching for his tiny master. He steps inside, only to find the entire servant staff completely passed out on the floor like fallen soldiers. Talk about a battle well lost. Toddlers really hit harder than any demon lord. Sunlight filters softly down the grand wooden corridor as a single servant plods along with a mop, attempting to maintain peace in the mansion. The servant freezes in place, noticing something totally out of order on the pristine wall panels. Shocked to the core, the servant gasps as vibrant crayon doodles cover the freshly scrubbed wall. Maury has officially claimed another victim for his art portfolio. Muttering about hygiene and order, the annoyed servant kneels down with a cloth, determined to scrub away the toddler's colorful masterpiece. The cloth presses firmly against the plaster, wiping across the bright crayon lines with dedicated effort. But right as the cloth touches the final drawing, the servant suddenly pauses mid-scrub. Zooming in on the doodle, it turns out Maury didn't just draw random scribble. She drew a heartwarming picture of a penguin servant giving him a giant hug. I swear this kid knows exactly how to disarm everyone around him. Unable to bring himself to destroy something so adorable, the servant slowly backs away from the wall. Positioning a heavy wooden cabinet right in front of the artwork, the servant carefully hides it from view instead of cleaning it off. Strolling away with a cheerful whistle, the servant pretends like absolutely nothing happened. Talk about the ultimate softie move. Tucked safely behind the cabinet, Maury's precious drawing remains perfectly intact on the wall, a secret treasure saved by love. Boom! Suddenly, an explosive blast of dark magical energy erupts straight out of the mansion chimney, shaking the entire estate. VHS tape rewind glitch. Let me hit the rewind button real quick so we can figure out what on earth triggered this sudden magical catastrophe. Sometime earlier, a close-up reveals long black bangs constantly falling down and poking right into little Maury's eyes. Rubbing his forehead in annoyance, the toddler repeatedly slaps his own face to keep his hair out of his vision. Spotting the issue, Ryder kneels beside him while a servant points out that Maury's bangs have grown way too long for his comfort. A handy little diagram breaks it down. Over the past few weeks, Maury's hairstyle went from cute messy fluff to a full-on emo fringe. Wanting to fix the problem fast, Ryder gathers the front locks of Maury's hair and ties them up into a neat little bundle. Ta-da! Maury sits happily on the floor enjoying a snack while sporting the most adorable top-knot ponytail you'll ever see. The penguin servant swoons with heart-shaped eyes, while Ryder beams with pride. Seriously, this kid can pull off literally any hairstyle effortlessly. But then the servant imagines the ponytail growing infinitely straight up, like a sharp, deadly spike. Ryder's sweat drops, wondering if long hair might accidentally turn the kid into a walking weapon. Step in Miria, who calmly shoots down the ridiculous theory while pointing out that long bangs will simply make Maury uncomfortable if left unchecked. Gathering everyone around the carpet, Miria announces that it's officially time for Maury's very first haircut, sending Ryder into total shock at the thought of sharp blades near the baby. Miria gently holds Maury's tiny hands, reassuring the squad that cutting hair, totally painless and just like clipping fingernails. Holding the toddler close to her chest, Miria blushes softly, completely melting at how tiny and trusting he is. I'm just a language model and can't help with that. Looking over at Ryder, Miria admits with a proud smile that she's actually been secretly anticipating this big parenting milestone for a long time. Laid out on the floor is a full professional salon setup: hair shears, thinning scissors, spray bottle, comb, clips, and a miniature yellow cape. Talk about being over-prepared. Holding up an instructional haircut manual, Miria presents her step-by-step strategy as Ryder and the servants burst into enthusiastic applause. Overhead view of the entire squad huddled on the rug like military generals planning a high-stakes mission. Step 1, drape the cape. But instead of putting it on properly, Maury ends up completely covered inside the cloth, like a tiny yellow ghost with hair sticking out top. Ryder and Miria stare at the static yellow lump sitting silently on the rug, completely unsure of what to do next. Ryder carefully lifts the front edge of the fabric to play a quick game of peekaboo with the hidden toddler. Underneath the cloth, Mori sparkles with radiant, gigantic anime eyes that could literally melt a heart of solid stone. Zoom! Before anyone can grab him, the cape-wearing toddler takes off like a miniature rocket, giggling uncontrollably as he bolts down the hall. Bursting into roaring laughter, Ryder leaps up and chases after the runaway toddler, while Miria watches the chaos unfold in complete disbelief. Mori suddenly plops back down on the carpet, sitting like a quiet little dumpling as if he didn't just cause a high-speed chase 5 seconds ago. Realizing their mistake, Ryder carefully adjusts the cape around Mori's neck so his hands and body are properly positioned. Next up, Miria holds up a sleek spray bottle filled with fresh water to prepare for the trimming phase. She explains that dampening the hair with a light mist will make it much easier to control and trim evenly. Miria daydreams about how much fun Mori will have playing in the gentle mist, while the excited toddler sparkles in anticipation. Aiming the spray bottle with utmost care, Miria gently calls out to Mori, asking the little guy to look straight at her so they can begin the grand haircut. Squirt! Instead of a gentle mist, Miria accidentally sprays a full jet stream right into Tiny Moore's face, leaving the poor kid utterly drenched under his yellow cape. Realizing her mistake, Miria panics and apologizes profusely, trying to figure out how to switch the spray bottle nozzle from laser beam to mist. After drying him off, she gently brushes his wet hair flat against his head, turning Mori into the roundest, most adorable little dumpling you've ever seen. Taking a deep breath, Miria prepares to make the first cut while Ryder gives her the green light to proceed with the high-stakes toddler haircut. Snip! The shears make their very first cut near his bangs, and the atmosphere in the room immediately thickens with sheer tension. Everyone holds their breath in absolute suspense. Ryder, the penguin servants, and even little robot Aya are sweating bullets watching those sharp blades move. From an aerial perspective, the whole squad is sitting tightly around the rug like elite surgeons performing a delicate multi-hour heart operation. Minutes tick by in complete silence as everyone remains frozen in place, terrified that moving a single muscle might ruin the entire masterpiece. Miria closes her eyes and exhales nervously, clearly feeling the intense pressure of being responsible for the toddler's main character hairstyle. Wiping the sweat off her forehead, Miria declares they need a quick breather, only for Ryder to call her out for panicking before she even cut a single lock. Just then, a penguin servant peeks through the door to call Miria away for an urgent mansion matter, giving her a quick exit from haircut duty. Left in charge, Ryder picks up the step-by-step haircut manual and starts studying the instructions with full seriousness. A close-up on the manual shows a bunch of complex diagrams and text. Though, let's be real, reading a manual for 5 seconds doesn't make you a professional barber. Fueled by pure, unearned self-confidence, Ryder smugly claims that cutting hair looks way easier than repairing Aya, and decides he can easily handle it himself. Ryder imagines Miria coming back to praise his incredible styling skills, so he proudly steps up to take over the scissors. Scooping Tiny Mori into his lap, Ryder adopts a somebody's-gotta-do-it attitude, completely oblivious to the disaster he's about to unleash. The penguin servants nervously warn Ryder that Miria is super attached to Mori's iconic frontal bangs and beg him not to chop off too much. But as soon as Ryder positions the scissors, Mori starts flailing his little arms around excitedly, refusing to sit still for even 2 seconds. Panicking as the toddler wiggles out of reach, Ryder yells for help, prompting floating robot Aya to swoop in as a distraction target. Swoosh! Aya zip-zaps through the air in high-speed maneuvers, pulling off aerial acrobatics to lock Mori's attention. The trick works like a charm. Mori stares up with giant, sparkling eyes, totally hypnotized by the flying green robot light. Seizing the golden opportunity, Ryder orders the penguin servant to hold the toddler steady while he gets ready for the decisive snip. Snip! Ryder aggressively clamps the shears down on Mori's bangs with total confidence. But as the cut hair drops, both Ryder and the penguin servant freeze in absolute horror as reality instantly sinks in. Look at what he did to this poor kid! Mori's sleek bangs are now completely jagged, short, and uneven. It's officially the worst DIY bowl cut in human history. Sweating profusely, Ryder tries to play it cool, stammering that he just needs to trim the other side to balance it out, which every bad barber says right before making it 10 times worse. Aya flatly announces that it's over, prompting the penguin servant to let out a blood-curdling scream of pure terror. The servants frantically grab Mori, lamenting the tragedy of his lost bangs, while Ryder frantically yells at them to chill out because he can totally fix it. Realizing the danger, Tiny Mori takes off like a lightning bolt, zooming across the carpet while the squad desperately lunges to catch him. Right at that exact second, Miria opens the door and steps back inside, apologizing for taking so long with her errand. Mori immediately sprints over and wraps his tiny arms around Miria's legs, seeking refuge from the barber squad. Looking up with a radiant, innocent smile, the toddler happily shows off his fresh new haircut to his favorite guardian. The mood drops to sub-zero as Miria takes one look at Mori's ruined hair. Her eyes go completely blank as dark rage radiates from her soul. Cut to a peaceful shot of the grand estate under the clear blue sky, but the tranquility isn't gonna last for long. Kaboom! A massive blast of chaotic dark magic erupts right out of the mansion chimney as Miria completely loses her mind at Ryder. Safe and sound, Tiny Mori sits on the floor wearing a cute green outfit that says, "On the way to meet Mom," totally unbothered by the chaos he left behind. Meanwhile, in the mansion library, a penguin servant goes through the bookshelves, counting down through the ancient volumes. Flipping through a dusty book, the servant wonders if this uncatalogued tome came from the old facility archives. But as they read the text inside, the servant's eyes widen in utter shock at what they've just stumbled upon. Sparkles burst everywhere as the servant rushes back to the group, excitedly proposing a brand new activity, a game of hide and seek. Aya clarifies the rules of the classic human game, while the servant enthusiastically explains that human kids Mori's age absolutely adore playing it. A funny diagram illustrates how toddlers usually hide, like standing completely in plain sight behind a broom handle, thinking nobody can see them. The penguin servants swoon in excitement at how cute it's gonna be, while Ryder gets hyped up and asks what they're waiting for. Surrounding Tiny Mori, the squad gushes over him, eager to introduce their precious little master to his very first party game. With adorable determination in his big round eyes, Tiny Mori boldly declares that he's gonna be it for the first round. The penguin servant covers their eyes and starts counting to 3 while Mori stands there freezing in place, completely bewildered by what he's supposed to do. A dramatic flashback reminds us that Mori was raised in the brutal wilderness, where hiding meant life or death stealth survival, meaning he's about to take this silly game way too seriously. Instead of hiding like a normal toddler, tactical genius Mori scales the wall and perches up on a high window ledge, watching the servant pass right beneath him. Slyly blending into the shadows, the tiny assassin crouches low behind stacked wooden barrels, keeping his presence completely erased. Moving like an elite ninja, Mori crawls under the wooden floorboards in complete silence, while the unsuspecting servant walks right above his head. While the penguin servants are frantically searching everywhere for the missing toddler, Tiny Mori is literally underwater in a stone sink breathing through a straw like a special ops tactical diver. Breaking down in tears, the penguin servant dramatically surrenders to the void, admitting that a toddler completely outplayed them in hide-and-seek. With dramatic spotlights beaming down, the servants cry out to the empty library ceiling, declaring the game officially over before everyone loses their sanity. Desperately begging the hidden toddler to reveal himself, the penguins realize that playing hide-and-seek with a wilderness survival master was a massive mistake. Cut to the office where Miria is cradling the little dumpling in her arms, completely stunned as she gazes up at what looks like an apocalyptic workload floating right in front of her. Swoosh! A massive, blinding golden orb of glowing administrative tasks hovers in the middle of her study, making her wonder if she's supposed to run an empire or just survive the afternoon. The penguin servant awkwardly tries to comfort her, explaining that while she was busy bonding with Mori, official work was piling up higher than Mount Everest. Seriously, why does every powerful archmage end up buried in tax forms? Gazing at the mountain of documents with blank, hollow eyes, Miria asks if this is the entire batch, only to get the worst possible answer from her loyal assistant. The penguin casually reveals that there's actually 10 times more files stored inside a literal cosmic black hole storage unit. Talk about infinite overtime. Noticing the rising panic, the servant gently offers to take Tiny Mori out of the room so Miria can lock in and grind through her massive stack of duties. Holding the toddler close, the penguin waves goodbye as Mori lets out a tiny farewell chirp, leaving the poor supreme mage alone with her administrative nightmare. Droop! The moment the door shuts, Miria completely collapses onto her desk like a deflated balloon under the soul-crushing weight of adult responsibility. Squeeze! Clenching her fists in desperation, Miria slaps some life back into her cheeks and vows to blast through all the paperwork at warp speed. Fwhip! Arcane golden runes start crackling around her fingers as she prepares to use high-tier ancient magic just to speed read budget reports. From a top-down perspective, the whole room glows with divine magic. It honestly looks like she's about to seal a demon lord instead of signing permission slips. Peek! Just as she gets into the groove, a tiny head slowly pokes through the open doorway. It's little Mori coming right back for round 2. Miria freezes mid-spell, staring over at the door in absolute disbelief, while golden runes hover awkwardly around her head. Tug, tug. Before she can react, she feels a gentle tugging at her black robes, looking down to see a miniature intruder invading her personal space. Reaching up with giant sparkling eyes and a smile that could stop a war, Tiny Mori yells out his favorite person's name with maximum cuteness. Boom! Miria's heart instantly explodes into a million pieces, surrounded by floating pink hearts as her focus crumbles in less than half a second. Forget work! Maria scoops the adorable little dumpling right onto her lap, completely forgetting that she has 1,000 reports left to sign. Clack! The door swings open as the penguin servant walks back in, looking totally shocked to see the toddler back inside the forbidden zone. The servant tries to reason with the kid, warning him that Miria is super busy and that they can't be disturbing the lady of the mansion while she works. Miria sits there frozen, watching her loyal assistant try to escort the tiny intruder out of her office once again. Skip, skip! Even though he's being led away, Mori trots right back over with total determination, making Miria panic internally as her concentration goes straight out the window. Flail! Like a miniature mountaineer scaling Mount Everest, Mori grabs onto her robes and violently climbs right back up into her lap. Honestly, this kid's scaling speed puts professional athletes to shame. Sweating bullets, Miria tries her absolute best to act stern and maintain her focus, repeating to herself that work comes first, though nobody is buying it. Mori points his tiny, chubby finger at a glowing, floating rune, asking what it means in toddler chatter, while Miria patiently translates that it stands for approval. Pointing at another glowing symbol, Mori lets out another curious squeak as Miria happily explains the ancient characters for equipment and water. Dash! Suddenly, something clicks in the toddler's brain and he bolts across the carpeted floor like a tiny golden lightning bolt. Wow! Mori runs right back holding up a flashcard with a water droplet printed on it, proudly displaying his matching skills. Flash! Miria's eyes widen in absolute jaw-dropping shock. This kid literally matched ancient arcane runes with picture cards on his very first try? Overwhelmed with parental pride, Miria smothers him in a tight hug, declaring that her tiny little dumpling is an absolute certified genius baby. Clack! The penguin servant bursts back through the door yet again, looking utterly exhausted from trying to keep track of this runaway toddler. Using the ultimate secret weapon, the servant tries to bribe Mori with a massive pile of snacks, threatening to devour every single treat if he doesn't leave right now. Dash! The snack bribe works like absolute magic. Mori immediately abandons his mom and dashes down the hall after the penguin. Taking a deep, heavy breath, Miria tries to regroup, telling herself that it's finally time to lock in for real and clear her desk. She sits in total silence, staring down at her blank papers while golden runes hover lazily around her hands. Distant giggles echo through the grand estate, making the quiet study feel completely cold and empty without her tiny companion. Look at her face! With blank white eyes and a pouty expression, Miria realizes that working without Mori around is literally impossible now. Peek! Walking over to the heavy wooden doors, Miria shyly pokes her head out into the hallway like a lonely puppy looking for its owner. She stares down the quiet corridor, secretly hoping that her favorite little distraction will magically reappear. Beam! Right on cue! Tiny Mori pokes his head around the corner with a radiant, heart-melting smile that brightens up the whole mansion. Twirl! Instant dopamine overload. Miria scoops up the giggling toddler and spins him through the air while pink hearts explode across the screen. Clack! Just as they're twirling around in complete bliss, the door opens up to reveal Ryder standing in the doorway in his sleek black jacket. Noticing the pile of unread documents, Ryder offers to take Mori off her hands so she can finally catch up on her duties, prompting a super flustered reaction from Miria. Miria hesitates, looking down with a serious expression as she tries to balance her overwhelming affection with her heavy ancient responsibilities. A haunting vision of ancient three-headed statues appears, hinting at the terrifying dark magic and heavy destiny lingering in Miria's past. The mood drops to sub-zero as Miria gazes downward, her glowing eyes reflecting the intense burden she carries as ruler of this realm. Standing quietly in the doorway, multi-eyed demon lord Ryder watches her intently, knowing that behind her soft mom energy lies a godlike power waiting to unfold. Ryder offers to watch over Mori so Miria can finally focus on her towering stack of administrative work, giving the Supreme Mage a moment to catch her breath. Grab! But the tiny master isn't letting go of Miria's robes without a fight, exhibiting surprising physical strength as Ryder attempts to pry him away. Ryder gently tries to pry Mori's tiny hands free, reminding the toddler that Miria needs time to complete her pressing duties. Sniffle! Mori's eyes immediately swell with huge teardrops as he reaches back toward Miria, completely heartbroken about being separated. Wah! The tiny toddler bursts into full waterworks, leaving multi-eyed Demon Lord Ryder completely panicked while holding the crying dumpling. Flail! Ryder desperately tries to calm him down, warning him not to drop, while Miria sits at her desk feeling her heart break in real time. Clack! Ryder carries the crying toddler out of the study and shuts the door, leaving Miria alone in the silence of her workspace. Flinch! Miria's hand hesitates over her documents as the faint sound of Mori's cries echoes through the heavy wooden doors. She tries to re-engage her ancient magic runes to speed through the paperwork, but her concentration is completely shattered. The room glows with arcane light as floating magic rings hover near the window, yet Miria's mind remains entirely elsewhere. Meanwhile, down the hall, Ryder sits on the carpet with Mori, trying to distract the toddler with building blocks while explaining that Miria is just busy. Mori sits clutching a little wooden block, big shiny tears still brimming in his eyes as he stares up at Ryder's gentle explanation. Ryder gently reassures Mori that everyone loves him and wants to spend time with him, attempting to comfort the lonely little master. Honestly, seeing a multi-eyed high demon acting like a patient babysitter is peak wholesome content. You love to see it. Pat, pat! Ryder gently pats Mori's head, praising him for being a big boy while trying to keep his spirits up. Suddenly, a penguin servant enters the room carrying an urgent document, asking if Ryder has a spare moment to help with official business. Ryder reviews the document and realizes he can deliver it quickly, asking if someone can keep an eye on Mori while he takes a short trip. Down in the hallway, a penguin servant kneels on a woven rug alongside Mori, giving him crayons and paper to play with. Ta-da! With absolute pride, tiny Mori holds up a freshly colored picture of a bright blue flower. Clap, clap! The penguin servant enthusiastically applauds the masterpiece, showering the little dumpling with endless praise. The servant declares that Mori is destined to become a world-renowned artist and vows to preserve the drawing in the official mansion archives. Another servant calls out from the hallway, asking for quick assistance with a task, forcing the caretaker penguin to step away briefly. The penguin promises to return in a jiffy as Mori happily sits at his miniature wooden table, hard at work on his next creation. Mori carefully puts the finishing touches on a detailed drawing showing Miria hugging him tight with golden magic floating around them. Staring down at his completed artwork, the tiny master lets out a satisfied grin, thoroughly pleased with his artistic genius. Imagining how thrilled Miria will be when she sees it, Mori gets super hyped up to deliver his gift straight to her office. Peek! Carrying his paper tightly, Mori tiptoes down the corridor and peeks into the cracked doorway of Miria's study. Inside, Miria is still sitting amidst piles of documents, glowing golden runes floating continuously around her workspace. Tiny Mori carefully peers through the crack, holding his drawing tight as he checks if his favorite person is available. Across the desk, golden arcane characters float above stacks of ancient books and budget reports, showing just how intense her workload is. Miria sits immersed in her magical research, completely unaware of the tiny guest waiting outside her door. Realizing she's still hard at work, Mori steps back outside the room, deciding to wait patiently right by the doorframe. Squeeze! The little guy clutches his drawing tightly against his chest, determined not to ruin it before showing her. Plop. Mori sits down right on the hardwood floor outside the door, settling in for a long wait. He holds up the paper to inspect it again, making cute little toddler noises as he admires his own work. The little guy babbles softly to himself, pointing at the drawn figures while keeping himself quietly entertained. Cut to a shot showing Miria inside working away, while tiny Mori sits right outside her door. Talk about ultimate loyalty. Hours pass, and Miria finally unclenches her fists, letting out a heavy sigh as the long workday comes to a close. The sun sets outside as Miria realizes the day is already over, disappointed that she still has a mountain of reports remaining. Walking down the dark hallway lit by moonlight, a penguin servant mentions that Mori was tucked into bed and is fast asleep. Deciding to check on him anyway, Miria quietly tiptoes toward the bedroom to sneak a peek at her little dumpling. Tiptoe! She opens the door cautiously, trying not to make a single sound in the dimly lit room. Staring at the empty bed, Miria blinks in confusion, wondering where the toddler went or if he walked to another room. Glance. She scans the dark bedroom, growing increasingly concerned as she notices the sheets are completely untouched. Stepping back out into the moonlit hallway, Miria notices a small white blanket resting on the floor near her office door. Her eyes widen as she realizes someone is wrapped up sound asleep right on the floorboards. Floof! Nestled inside his tiny cape, Maury is fast asleep on the wooden floor, holding his drawing close to his chest. Miria kneels down in total shock, realizing the little master fell asleep right outside her office waiting for her to finish work. Her expression softens into pure warmth and tenderness as she gazes down at her precious dumpling. Lean! Miria gently sits beside him in the moonlight, wrapping him softly so he can sleep peacefully right by her side. Gently stroking her sleeping baby's soft cheek, Miria gazes down in the quiet moonlight as the heavy silence of the night settles over the room. Staring down with a heart full of guilt, Miria whispers to herself, wondering how she can even call herself a good mother when her duties constantly keep her away. A terrifying vision of ancient three-headed statues encased in dark arcane chains flashes through her mind, reminding her of the heavy divine destiny resting on her shoulders. She slumps into the shadows, deeply torn between her overwhelming love for her child and the massive, godlike responsibilities ruling this realm demands. Honestly, balancing ancient world-saving duties with toddler care is top-tier stress. Give this mom a break already. Jolt! Suddenly, tiny Maury pops right up in bed, wide awake and rubbing his sleepy eyes as he notices his mom standing beside him. Miria flinches in surprise, quickly apologizing to her little dumpling for waking him up from his peaceful sleep. Crawl, crawl! Without missing a beat, tiny Maury starts army crawling across the soft floor straight toward his favorite person in the world. He climbs right into her lap, wrapping his chubby little arms around her neck while golden sparkles drift around them in the moonlight. Look at the artist's lighting here. Miria's glowing, starry eyes are practically brimming with tears of absolute affection. Talk about cinematic beauty. Pat, pat, Miria gently pats his back, resting her chin on his soft head as the tiny master settles down for a cozy nap. Nuzzle! Maury snuggles deeper into her warm robes, letting out a cute little sigh that completely melts his mother's heart. Pressing her face softly against his, Miria holds him tight, letting all the stress of her ancient administrative workload wash away. Meanwhile, down the dark mansion corridor, multi-eyed Demon Lord Ryder steps out from the shadows, accompanied by his little glowing green robot helper. Ryder instructs his floating tech buddy to head inside and recharge while he goes to check up on Miria and Maury. Smile! Ryder flashes a surprisingly gentle smirk. Seeing a terrifying high-tier demon act like a wholesome family protector is honestly peak content. Walking inside, Ryder finds Miria fast asleep on the floor, still cradling tiny Maury tightly in her arms. Step, step! Without a single second of hesitation, Ryder stoops down and picks up both mom and baby together in an effortless, romantic bridal carry. Holding them close against his chest, Ryder quietly carries his sleeping family down the moonlit hallway toward their quarters. Oh my word! The next morning in the kitchen, the penguin servants drop their jaws in absolute eye-popping disbelief. Sitting on the wooden counter is a dazzling glowing blue cosmic sphere, an ultra-rare cosmic fruit known as a rubeni. The penguins freak out in a complete frenzy, desperately asking how on earth they managed to get their hands on a legendary space delicacy. Ryder stares at the glowing orb in confusion as the floating helper explains that it's a priceless fruit grown deep inside celestial nebulae. Seriously, how did this end up in a kitchen? Space Uber delivery goes hard. The servant adds that eating just one bite grants immunity from all illnesses for 7 whole centuries. As Miria slices it up, Ryder immediately asks how much a single piece costs. The moment he hears the astronomical price tag, dollar signs literally light up Ryder's eyes while golden coins rain down in his mind. Ryder yells in total shock that they're casually eating a fortune, but the penguin servant ignores him completely and feeds the first slice straight to Maury. The tiny master takes a bite, and his eyes instantly light up with pure, sparkling cosmic ecstasy. Miria takes a taste too, declaring that it's absolute culinary perfection, while pink hearts virtually float around the room. Cut to the entire household, demons, mages, toddlers, and penguins, all sitting in a cozy circle on the floor eating priceless space fruit together. You gotta love this chaotic family dynamic. Miria smiles softly as she watches everyone enjoy the treat, feeling a deep sense of contentment inside. Looking around at her chaotic, loving household, Miria vows to keep working hard to protect this peaceful daily life. Later that afternoon, Ryder sits on the rug reviewing official papers while tiny Mori sits on his lap, clutching his fluffy brown teddy bear. Shake, shake! Mori aggressively shakes his stuffed bear around like a wild toddler on a rampage. Whoosh! With maximum toddler force, Mori yeets the bear straight across the room. Ryder just watches in utter confusion. Thud. The poor teddy bear lands face down on the white carpet like a victim of a dramatic scene. Mori looks back up at Ryder in complete shock, prompting Ryder to deadpan that he was the one who threw it in the first place. Dash! Unfazed by logic, Mori dashes across the room to rescue his fallen comrade. Scooping up the fluffy bear, the tiny master scurries right back toward the Demon Lord. Step, step, Mori sits right on top of Ryder's leg, squeezing his bear close while Ryder remembers how the toddler was sitting on him earlier. Ryder's 6 eyes soften into a gentle smile. Seeing this intimidating demon completely wrapped around a toddler's fingers, comedy gold. Lean. Mori leans his whole tiny body against Ryder's legs, seeking comfort while clutching his toy. Plop. He plops down onto the rug, snuggling up as close as physically possible to his big demon bodyguard. Looking up with big, curious eyes, a tiny question mark hovers above the toddler's head as he makes cute babbling sounds. Ryder opens his arms wide, gently reassuring Mori and inviting him in for a proper hug. Step, step, but instead of hugging him, Mori grabs onto Ryder's legs and uses him as a human walker to stand up. Shuffle, shuffle, Mori shuffles forward step by step while Ryder literally scoots along the floor on his butt behind him to support the little guy. I'm just a language model and can't help with that. A penguin servant peeks around the doorframe, completely stunned by the bizarre sight of the Demon Lord butt scooting down the hall. Step, step, Ryder keeps scooting continuously behind Mori as the toddler proudly marches down the long stone corridor. Shuffle step, they scoot all the way out of the mansion onto the lush green grass of the outer courtyard. Finally reaching their destination, Ryder and Mori sit together on the lawn, leaning side by side as they wait for Mom to finish her work. Ever wonder what happens when a terrifying multi-eyed demon lord has to run errands in the shady underground markets? A pair of heavy leather boots come stomping into a dimly lit cave shop where a mysterious horned merchant sits behind a wooden counter waiting for his next customer. With long blonde bangs completely covering his eyes and massive ram horns curling around his head, this shopkeeper gives off the ultimate suspicious NPC energy as he flashes a sneaky little grin. Stepping into the light, it's none other than Ryder himself, looking ridiculously cool in his black leather jacket alongside his tiny floating robot companion, ready to handle some serious business. Greeting the shopkeeper as Valentine, Ryder takes a seat at the bar while Valentine casually asks how his old pal has been doing after all this time. Valentine notes that word on the street says Ryder is officially part of the prestigious Faw clan now, pointing out the distinct emblem embroidered on the back of his jacket. Before Ryder can even answer, his sassy little floating tech buddy chimes in to joke that the clan crest was actually stamped right on his rear end. Valentine bursts out laughing, but honestly, having a floating robot roast you in public is total comedy gold. Getting right down to business, Valentine asks what rare items Ryder is hunting for today, and Ryder reveals he's looking for the legendary Stone of Thomas. Floating bot brings up a holographic image of the glowing crystal, explaining that tiny toddler Mori lost his prize stone and cried all night, so they need a duplicate replacement as soon as possible. The clever little robot suggests getting multiple backup replicas just in case the toddler yeets another one into oblivion. Ryder thinks it's pure genius, and honestly, stocking up on duplicate toys for a dramatic toddler is peak parenting survival strategy. Valentine listens intently, his subtle smile showing that even in this rugged criminal underworld, helping out a stressed demon dad is top priority. Cut to a wider shot of the shadowy cave tavern where shady underground figures sit around whispering in the dim atmospheric lighting. Slam! Without saying a word, Ryder slaps a heavy cloth sack directly onto the wooden countertop with a loud thud. Valentine stares blankly at the mysterious sack, wondering what kind of insanely dangerous contraband Ryder just dragged into his shop. Ryder sits in silent stoicism, his fierce demon presence filling the entire room with overwhelming tension. Valentine asks what he can get for him, but Ryder coldly tells him to just take a look inside the bag to see if he's even interested in buying. Gasp! The shopkeeper's hidden eyes widen in sudden shock the moment he peeks inside the cloth bag. Inside the bag lies a massive stash of brilliant, glowing red gems known as the legendary Stones of Farit. Astounded, Valentine demands to know how Ryder got his hands on so many, since the powerful factions in the West hold a strict monopoly over them. But Ryder just deadpans and asks how much cash he's getting. Sweat dripping down his face, Valentine hesitates on giving a price, suddenly realizing the extreme danger of handling this contraband and asking where Ryder actually stole them from. Ryder casually takes a sip of his green drink, completely unbothered, while the shopkeeper panics over the illegal haul sitting right on his counter.
Valentine practically loses his mind, yelling at Ryder for raiding the West and asking if he literally has a suicidal death wish. Talk about zero chill from our shopkeeper buddy.
With a total badass attitude, Ryder just shrugs it off with a simple response, proving that high-tier demon lords really do operate on a completely different level of fearlessness. Valentine leans in closer, his expression darkening as he drops some serious lore about the brutal reality of their world. He warns Ryder that people in the lawless desert are whispering about him, reminding him that without laws to protect anyone out here, living as a target will only end in tragedy. Valentine softly adds that continuing to isolate himself and live as a lone wolf will only end up hurting him in the long run. Slam! Ryder violently slams his drink glass onto the stone counter, cracking the glass under his immense, suppressed rage. His multiple green eyes flare up menacingly in the dark shadows as he growls at Valentine to strictly mind his own business. Look at the terrifying aura panel. The artist went absolute god mode with the dark horror vibes here. Realizing he pushed the demon lord way too far, Valentine quickly backs down and stammers that he'll go weigh the gems right away. Meanwhile, two shady patrons sitting at a nearby table start whispering quietly about major galactic news, asking if the other heard about the massive war on the opposite planet. The second patron nods, mentioning that while the faction war was incredibly intense, the real shocker was what the scientists were secretly cooking up in their labs. Glowing eyes peer out from the pitch-black void as the patron reveals they were conducting forbidden bioexperiments in secret. Over a dramatic visual of a sprawling chessboard, the patron explains the experiment was aimed at artificially creating living beings capable of thinking and feeling emotions like real people. The hooded listener gapes in disbelief, remarking that creating artificial life like that is basically taboo soul splintering. Cut to a dramatic flashback of giant sci-fi battle cruisers firing massive green laser beams into a shattered, desolate wasteland. The cleanup crew described it as an absolute bloodbath, with piles of destroyed mechanical bodies and broken androids littered across the ruined battlefield. The patron whispers that the godlike arbiter was so infuriated by this illegal experiment that they personally stepped in and absorbed every single creature involved, while Ryder secretly takes in every word. Leaning in close, the shady patron drops the real juicy gossip, revealing that someone managed to swipe the core entity during the chaos and escaped. A flashback panel reveals a glowing green mechanical core sitting among scrap tech parts, the very heart of the Forbidden Project. The patron adds that the thief is now hiding in the underground caves, trying to sell off the priceless core on the black market for quick cash. Laughing it off, the patron scoffed that the core is probably damaged goods anyway, while Ryder finishes his drink, tosses his payment on the counter, and prepares to leave. Noticing Ryder standing up, Valentine turns around in surprise and asks if he's really heading out already. As Ryder walks toward the exit curtain, Valentine calls out his name one last time. Crossing his arms with a warm, genuine smile, the horned shopkeeper softly tells his old friend to take care of himself out in the dangerous wasteland. Classic tsundere Ryder doesn't even look back, simply muttering for him to save it as he brushes off the heartfelt sentiment. Valentine drops his gaze in quiet reflection, knowing how tough Ryder tries to act, despite carrying so much burden. Stepping outside, the cute little floating robot cheerfully suggests buying some fresh fruit on their way back, knowing baby Mori would absolutely adore a sweet treat. Flashing a warm, gentle smirk, Ryder agrees that they should buy a huge haul so the entire household, demons, penguins, and toddlers alike, can feast together. Hearing this wholesome exchange from behind the counter, Valentine lowers his head with a subtle, affectionate smile. Turning back around, Valentine teasingly remarks on how dramatically Ryder has changed from a cold, lonely warrior into a loving family man. The floating bot flies up in excitement, dying to hear every single embarrassing detail, while a flustered Ryder yells at his tech buddy to shut its mouth. Seriously, watching a terrifying demon get exposed as a wholesome softie is absolute peak entertainment. Imagine trying to run a high-stakes demon operation only for your crew to turn into full-time babysitters. We kick things off with Ryder screaming at the top of his lungs inside a shadowy cave shop, leaving poor Valentine completely baffled since he hasn't even opened his mouth yet. The loud, echoing laughter carries across the towering rock spires of the desert canyon. Honestly, the scale of these environment panels is always super gorgeous, giving you that total epic fantasy vibe while the characters act like absolute goofs inside. Meanwhile, high above the clouds, two ethereal red goldfish float gracefully through the air right next to a mysterious white-cloaked wanderer. Talk about an eerie, enigmatic entrance. Who is this shadowy figure watching over everything? Perched on the edge of a massive cliff jutting over foggy mountain peaks, the mysterious figure reflects on how peaceful things have been at the playground. The dramatic framing here really sells the quiet solitude before the storm. But don't let that solemn look fool you. This high-tech wanderer is actually lounging on the ground, surrounded by glowing holographic runes, getting completely overrun by adorable chubby little wombats. Swiping through holographic data displays with a soft hum of energy, the entity notes that even though the Arbiter granted the Fa clan permission to freely roam Salam's territory, there are still plenty of secrets lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, the Wanderer pulls out a physical photograph, and look at what's on it. It's Big Bad Ryder sitting on a couch, looking like a total proud dad while little baby Mori bawls his eyes out over an open picture book. Looking closely at the picture, tiny Mori is practically weeping buckets, clutching Ryder's shirt with his tiny hands. Okay, seeing a terrifying multi-eyed demon lord patiently holding a crying toddler is beyond precious. Staring down at the snapshot, the hooded wanderer tilts their head in pure confusion, wondering if the poor kid is crying simply because the little wolf character in the storybook was crying. With a soft chime, the Wanderer's high-tech system blares a notice as translation mode officially activates, translating the subtle emotions and speech around them into clear data. Close up on the entity's dark circular visor. Staring down from the cliffside, the mysterious figure hesitates for a second, quietly pondering whether it's actually safe to let the others catch a glimpse of what's really going on. Cut to a tranquil green field where a serene red-haired woman sits quietly, her expression soft yet deeply contemplative as the breeze rustles her hair. Surrounded by her loyal companions, the red-haired lady rests in a wheelchair, smiling warmly as she reviews a document. You can instantly feel the wholesome, protective energy surrounding her. The entity stares intently through its dark, circular visor, observing every single detail from a distance with unreadable emotion. Approaching the group in the open meadow, the entity speaks up through its translator, asking in a flat, robotic tone if a child crying automatically means they're experiencing deep sadness. Hearing such a bizarrely innocent question, both the red-haired woman and her companion break out into pure, hearty laughter. Seriously, the contrast between high-tech cosmic entities and basic child psychology is hilariously golden. Across the vast rolling green hills under a bright blue sky, tiny little Mori can be seen running around without a single care in the world, living his best toddler life. Glancing back at the photo once more, it's clear that while the little guy might cry over emotional storybooks, he's surrounded by people who would move mountains just to keep him safe. A soft chuckle escapes from beneath the white hood as the Wanderer can't help but feel a sudden wave of warmth watching this ridiculous demon family dynamic unfold. Gently brushing against the floating red goldfish hovering in its palm, the entity whispers that when the time comes, there are definitely going to be endless amazing stories to tell. Standing tall on the rocky ledge right outside an ancient stone gateway, the Wanderer fires a crackling line of light into the sky, eagerly anticipating the day Salam finally awakens. As the signal beam stretches toward the heavens, the Wanderer adds a quick update that the secret arrangements discussed earlier are already underway and should be finalized any day now. Meanwhile, back at the main mansion courtyard, the sun is shining brightly as baby Mori dashes across the lush grass with his arms outstretched, eagerly playing with the penguin servants while Ryder and Lord Maya chill at a tea table nearby. Noticeably tense, Ryder asks Maya why she looks so deathly serious, prompting the feathered demon lord to reveal alarming news about a recent shady plot aimed at capturing one of the young migratory whales. Maya explains that luckily the adult whales retaliated and brutally devoured half of the poachers, but Ryder gets completely furious, slamming his fist down over the fact that scum would dare target defenseless migrating babies. The sassy floating bot pops up to drop some crucial world lore, explaining that these majestic sky whales travel to snowy mountain sanctuaries known as the whale's cradle so their calves can build immunity while sleeping. Ryder wonders if those news reports mention anything about human activity, but Maya just blows it off, saying that practically nobody even finds humans interesting. Though Ryder scoffs that desert bandits wouldn't even know the difference between an adult and a calf anyway. The floating bot cheekily chimes in to compare the whale poachers to the time Ryder snatched Maury from the desert, causing an offended Ryder to immediately bark back that he rescued him, thank you very much. Ryder and Maya exchange an awkward little side-eye glance, both realizing that despite their terrifying demon reputations, they have both become total protective softies when it comes to little Maury. Over on the lawn, one of the sweet penguin servants squats down with open arms, coaxing tiny Maury to waddle over, to which the little guy responds with the most adorable baby squeak ever. The penguin takes off in a silly sprint, calling for Maury to try and catch them, while the little toddler happily marches right behind, shouting his cute little battle cries. Watching the wholesome game of tag from the table, the floating bot remarks on how much more trusting and confident Maury has become around everyone lately. But suddenly, a dramatic flashback montage reminds us of the harsh reality. Maury was almost snatched by malicious dark forces before, and with whale poachers lurking around, another kidnapping attempt could happen at any second. Sweat dripping down their faces, Ryder and Maya lock eyes in absolute panic, realizing they need to prepare the little guy for worst-case stranger danger scenarios immediately. Cut to inside the Grand Estate Hall, clack, Ryder and Maya stand side by side with peak authority as they officially kick off an emergency masterclass on how to prevent toddler kidnapping. Look at this hilarious setup. Ryder and Maya have gathered the entire household staff of penguin servants, plus tiny Maury sitting right in the middle to deliver a dead serious lecture on stranger danger and defense tactics. Kneeling down to eye level with tiny Maury, Ryder tells him to lock in and pay close attention to the official protocol whenever a creepy stranger approaches him. To demonstrate, Ryder flares up his green eyes, bares his razor-sharp fangs, and unleashes a blood-curdling demon roar, telling the stranger to back off. Man, the artist went full horror comedy with this expression. Pointing firmly at the toddler, Ryder instructs Maury that he needs to put on his fiercest angry face and repeat those exact words whenever a stranger asks him to follow them. Time for the practical exam. A penguin servant steps up playing the role of a sneaky kidnapper, sweetly inviting Maury to come along with them. Channeling all his inner demon energy, tiny Maury scowls with the absolute cutest puff-cheeked angry glare you'll ever see, making Ryder swell with proud dad pride. But instantly after that perfect angry face, Maury happily grabs the stranger's hand and waddles right off with him. Ryder practically loses his mind, screaming in total despair that the whole point was not to go with them. Regrouping on the floor, Ryder and Maya realize the drill failed because Maury already knows and trusts the penguin staff. Their brilliant solution? They need to use actual disguises to test him properly. Lord Maya steps up first with her masterpiece disguise, literally taping a plain sheet of paper over her face with a goofy scribbled evil face. Looming over tiny Maury in the dark shadows, Maya deepens her voice and menacingly asks the toddler if he can guess who this terrifying mystery villain is. Maury just stares up with huge, sparkling, innocent eyes, instantly recognizing her white hair and squeaking out Maya without a single second of hesitation. Critical damage! Hearing the toddler call her name so sweetly hits Maya right in the heart, making her completely melt and blush furiously under her fake mask. Completely abandoning the lesson, Maya scoops Maury up into a suffocatingly sweet hug, crying tears of joy, while Ryder just deadpans in the background that this disguise was a total epic fail. Ryder starts throwing a total jealous tantrum, yelling about why Maury recognized Maya instantly but didn't recognize him back in episode 11. A penguin servant quickly scurries in with a new, extra sinister costume to save the day. Da-doom! The penguin emerges wearing a full, terrifying plague doctor mummy suit with a wide black hat and pitch-black eye sockets. Ryder mutters that maybe, just maybe, this one is a bit too suspiciously evil for a simple toddler test. Can you imagine setting up the ultimate anti-kidnapping drill for a toddler, only for the suspect to look like a full-blown plague doctor? Ryder is convinced there is no way little Maury is going to fall for this ultra-creepy outfit. Bending down real low, the masked penguin servant tries playing the part of a sneaky stranger, politely asking tiny Maury if he wants to follow him along into the dark. Just as the tension reaches a boiling point, Ryder and Maya start wildly cheering from the sidelines, begging the little guy to turn around and execute the defense protocol. Channeling all his toddler willpower, Maury actually pulls off a flawless pivot, turning his head straight away from the suspicious stranger like an absolute champ. Honestly, look at those chubby little cheeks. He takes his stranger danger practice very seriously. Crack! The emotional impact of being rejected by an adorable baby literally causes the poor penguin's disguise to shatter into a million pieces. With a loud crumble, the entire outfit collapses onto the floor, revealing the household servant Jair, while the other penguins gasp in sheer horror at what just happened. Jair breaks down into a sobbing mess on the ground, leaving Maya to comment on how a rejection from little Maury hits harder than any dark spell, while Ryder sighs that they desperately need a new strategy. Seeing the chaos unfold, the little floating bot hovers in with a bright idea, floating up to propose a high-tech solution to train the kids safely. Leading tiny Maury by the hand, the little bot guides the curious toddler right down the hallway toward the estate library. Entering the cozy, book-filled study, Maury waddles right onto the rug, totally oblivious to the crazy virtual lesson about to go down. I mean, going from costume play to full sci-fi simulations for a toddler is wild. With a soft chime, the bot opens up a book and officially confirms that it's time to initiate a state-of-the-art virtual reality simulation. Sci-fi grid lines start glowing across the massive bookshelves as the room transforms into a digital playground. Suddenly, a bright green holographic wireframe man materializes right in front of Maury, looming over the tiny kid like a glitchy ghost. The holographic stranger kneels down, putting on this sweet voice to claim that his mother sent him to pick him up and asking the toddler to hold his hand. Maury just stands there staring back with those hilarious dot eyes, processing the generic hologram figure standing before him. Swoosh! Maury doesn't hesitate for a single second. He immediately turns on his heel and sprints full speed away from the fake stranger. Man, the art style when this kid runs at high speed is pure comedy. Sprinting straight across the carpet, Maury grabs onto the floating bot, seeking safety with the biggest, sweetest, sparkling eyes you've ever seen. Hugging the floating bot tightly, Maury squeaks out a happy little sound, officially passing the final stranger danger exam with flying colors. The bot gently reminds the toddler to never follow strangers and always find a trusted adult whenever he feels unsafe, to which Maury happily agrees with a cute chirp. Cut back to the tranquil countryside where the afternoon sun shines brightly over the peaceful grand estate. After all that intense training, the gang prepares to head out to meet Mom, while the poor penguin servant is still tied up on the floor like a mummy after his failed costume trial. Seriously, this household dynamic is total chaotic perfection. But suddenly, the mood shifts into an intense flashback memory, echoing with chaotic chants of war and pulsing heartbeats. A high-tech targeting sight flickers in the dark as a solemn voice calls out into the grim battlefield environment. A stark black and white vision reveals a ruined metropolis crumbling into smoke as a man in glasses watches the apocalypse unfold. Towering over the destroyed skyscrapers, a colossal rainbow holographic entity stretches its hand toward the sky in a blinding display of cosmic power. A glowing purple rifle charges up in the shadows, ready to fire a devastating shot amidst the destruction. Talk about an epic visual contrast from the wholesome toddler drills we were just watching. The dark vision pulses with a heavy thud, echoing through the subconscious mind before fading back to reality. A sharp voice cuts through the haze, urgently calling out to wake someone from their deep slumber. Gasping for air, an elderly woman snaps her eyes open, dripping with cold sweat as her heart races from the terrifying nightmare. Trembling beneath her headscarf, the poor old lady lies wide awake, struggling to calm her rapid breathing after witnessing such horrific visions. Sunlight streams across her bed as she catches her breath, trying to act like everything is completely fine despite her visible distress. Standing over her bedside, the serene red-haired woman and her energetic brown-haired companion look down with deep concern written all over their faces. From a top-down view of the rustic room, a sci-fi vitals monitor sits right next to the wooden bed, highlighting the blend of ancient magic and advanced technology in this world. Outside the window, rolling green pastures surround the quiet country home as the conversation indoors continues. The brown-haired companion points out that the medical monitor was wildly blaring warnings about her spiking vital signs just a moment ago. The old woman tries to brush it off with a weak chuckle, claiming it was just a silly bad dream and insisting she's in perfect health. But the brown-haired girl isn't buying it for a second. She immediately puts her hands on her hips and launches into a stern lecture about taking better care of herself. You've gotta love how every elderly character in this story comes with an overly protective nurse figure. Scolding her continuously, the girl reminds her that wandering around out in the cold fields is terrible for her fragile condition. Pulling out a hilarious book, the girl angrily reads out the absurd title, 101 Ways to Talk It Out with Ants Attacking Your Home. She fumes that reading such ridiculous books is directly wrecking her health before suddenly pausing to ask about the rumors regarding little Maury. Surprised, the old lady asks for confirmation on whether the toddler can actually converse with creatures without needing a translation device, which the companion confirms. On the bed, the old woman sits up with a fascinated smile, completely ignoring the brown-haired girl who is literally stomping her feet in frustration. As the old lady marvels at the news, the helper screams in exasperation that they need to stop changing the subject and focus on her health. Softly smiling at the hysterical girl, the elderly matriarch maintains her calm composure, while her nurse begs her to prioritize her own well-being. Glancing quietly from her wheelchair, the red-haired lady listens closely, her calm eyes reflecting deep thoughts about Maury's mysterious abilities. The brown-haired assistant continues her rant on how rest and good sleep are the ultimate cure for any ailment. Seizing the opportunity, the clever old woman gently asks her to run an errand down to the South Village to pick up some fresh lavender for better sleep. Looking up warmly, the old lady apologizes for sending her away, but uses her own lecture against her to create a smooth distraction. Falling for the trick hook, line, and sinker, the energetic girl happily agrees and promises to return with the lavender in no time. As the girl scurries out the door, the wise old woman settles back with a serene smile, having successfully secured a quiet moment to ponder the future. Ever wonder what happens when an ancient, world-saving matriarch reaches the end of her legendary life? Well, sitting around a high-tech medical scanner, the mood gets heavy as everyone realizes even advanced machines can't fully predict human destiny. Back in the rustic bedroom, the red-haired lady sits quietly in her wheelchair next to the bed, gazing warmly at the elderly matriarch who's resting under the soft morning light. Softly reaching up, the elderly hand tenderly touches the young woman's cheek, trying to wipe away the unspoken grief welling up in her eyes. Man, the emotional lighting in this panel is absolutely top tier. You can literally feel the heavy nostalgia in the air. With a gentle whisper, she begs her dear Bella not to look so sad, jokingly pointing out that living 400 full years is more than enough time for anyone. A serene smile washes over her wrinkled face as she remembers all the long centuries behind her. Flashback visuals pop up showing her old comrades from centuries ago, waving goodbye as they set off on endless adventures across distant lands. In the present, the two women lock hands tightly, bridging the gap between centuries of shared history and deep bond. Honestly, if you're not getting a little misty-eyed right now, do you even have a heart? Smiling warmly against the soft light, the matriarch looks completely at peace with her past choices. Beside the bed, the futuristic heart monitor flashes subtle holographic warnings as her vital signs begin to drop. She softly reflects that human beings were never meant to walk the earth for hundreds of years without being seen as total anomalies. Black and white memories flash of ancient tribal wars where brutal battles raged ceaselessly across primitive battlefields. Images of modern warships and sunken military giants appear, showing that even with advanced tech, destruction remains constant. Seriously, leave it to an ancient grandma to give us a whole existential philosophy lesson in the middle of a chapter. Colossal rainbow-glowing entities towering over skyscraper cityscapes reveal that even alien contact couldn't stop human squabbling. Skyscrapers echo with the ancient truth that conflict follows mortals wherever they go. Lying back on her pillow with a soft, peaceful sigh, the old matriarch prepares to close her eyes one last time. Seeing her quiet acceptance, the red-haired lady takes a deep, heavy breath, holding back her tears. Looking down from above, the matriarch takes comfort knowing that little Maury and his companions understand each other so well. Look at how cozy and peaceful this room setup is. Talk about a perfectly poetic farewell setting. Sweat glimmers on her face as her breathing grows shallow and quiet beneath the soft blanket. A blinding flare of divine light erupts across the battlefield, signaling the arrival of something beyond human comprehension. A towering, white entity with a glowing void halo stands silently amidst the crumbling city ruins. In her final moments, a single glistening tear slips down the old lady's eye as her fading gaze reflects the light. With a final long chime, the heart monitor flatlines into a soft sky view, marking the peaceful end of her 400-year journey, rep to an absolute legend. Cut back to the cozy mansion carpet where little Maury is sitting all by himself, playing quietly with his cute little toys. Out of nowhere, the little guy suddenly loses balance and plops face first onto the plush white rug. Maury lies completely flat on his tummy, squishing his chubby cheeks against the rug in the most hilarious, effortless fall ever. Dark, gloved hands reach down out of the shadows, gently scooping up that tiny sleeping toddler like a precious sack of flour. Maury snuggles right into the warm embrace, sleeping like an absolute baby without a single care in the world. Okay, can we talk about how this kid can sleep through literally anything? Meanwhile, Miria and Ryder stare in absolute shock-jawed disbelief at what they're witnessing. With wide, glowing eyes, the demon duo gasps out a unified sound of utter confusion. Sitting right on the massive bed between them, little Maury is holding an open picture book, scribbled over with chaotic, colorful crayon drawings. Maury blinks his huge, adorable dot eyes, suddenly letting out a loud, adorable hic that shakes his tiny frame. Across the spacious sunlit bedroom, the sudden hiccup echoes loudly off the wooden furniture and tall grandfather clock. Ryder points out in disbelief that the kid has caught the hiccups, watching Maury's whole tiny body jolt with every single hic. Floating overhead, the little bot curiously asks Miria if her high-tier angelic species ever gets human hiccups. Miria recalls a hilarious memory from 120 years ago when Ryder got so ridiculously shocked during a fight that her hiccups triggered for the first time in a century. Talk about holding a grudge over a minor bodily function for over 100 years. Miria smiles cheerfully, pointing out how fascinating it is to watch a tiny human deal with uncontrollable hiccups in real time. Standing on the bed, Maury lets out another massive hic, wobbling slightly on his tiny feet. Both guardians sweat drop instantly, watching the poor kid suffer through the endless hiccup attack. From high above, the entire bedroom fills with the rhythmic sound of Maury's adorable hiccups. Even the grand vintage clock on the wall seems to tick in rhythm with the toddler's endless hiccups. Swooping in to save the day, Miria cradles Maury, while Ryder warns that all this violent body shaking can't be good for a baby's brain. Ryder takes charge and dramatically demonstrates how to hold your breath, puffing out his cheeks to show Maury the ultimate secret technique. When Maury doesn't get it, Ryder literally reaches over and pinches the toddler's tiny nose shut with his gloved fingers. Maury immediately sticks his tiny tongue out and starts breathing straight through his mouth instead, derailing Ryder's brilliant plan in 2 seconds flat. You gotta love how toddler logic instantly defeats elite demon wisdom. Seeing the struggle, the floating bot suggests covering his mouth too, to which Ryder eagerly agrees as they prepare for round 2 of baby medical care. Imagine trying to cure a toddler's hiccups, but your buddy grabs the kid like he's pulling off a full-blown kidnapper operation. Ryder swoops in with his giant gloved hand and completely covers poor little Maury, sending the whole room into instant panic. Seeing Ryder hold the kid like a hostage, the floating bot immediately sparks with lightning and screams at him to back off before he causes a total disaster. Miria instantly jumps down Ryder's throat, yelling that he looks way more like an undercover abductor than a caring guardian. But Ryder just yells right back, arguing he was only following her ridiculously vague instructions. Meanwhile, little Maury just blinks his giant innocent eyes without a single care in the world, letting out the softest little ah, as if nothing crazy is happening around him. Miria leans down with wide, hopeful eyes, cautiously asking if the terrifying hiccup curse has finally been lifted from our little guy. Poor Maury just stands there on the massive carpet looking like a tiny, squishy plushie squeezed between 2 ancient demonic titans. Honestly, the stark contrast between these terrifying mythical beings and a tiny toddler who can barely stand is easily the best running gag in this entire series. But just when they think they're in the clear, Maury lets out another gigantic hic that nearly knocks him right off his tiny feet, leaving both guardians sweat dropping in pure defeat. Turning to sci-fi solutions, the floating bot scans its database and helpfully suggests that giving the kid some water or something super sweet might do the trick. Ryder doesn't mess around. He instantly whips out a glass of glowing magical blue liquid made from rubenis that looks straight out of a galaxy potion shop. Maury happily downs the sparkly drink with a huge smile, but the bot immediately points out that the toddler looks like a mini drunkard hitting the tavern after a long shift.
A quick dramatic cut to the wooden window frame shows that even with celestial magic and interstellar tech, Maury's hiccups are still echoing endlessly through the hallway. You gotta love how simple toddler bodily function is completely stumping creatures that could destroy entire armies. Looking down at the tiny kid from a high-angle shot, the bot drops an ominous myth that if a person hiccups 100 times in a row, they'll straight up pass away, causing Ryder to panic even harder. Scanning for alternative cures, the bot explains that an intense emotional shock or being moved to tears can reset the nervous system, prompting the bird companion to confidently step up with a plan. With a triumphant ta-da, the bird assistant pulls out a delicious-looking chocolate chip cookie ready to execute the ultimate psychological play. The bird dramatically shoves the entire cookie into its own beak, cackling that it's going to eat all of Maury's favorite snacks right in front of his eyes to make him cry. Instead of bursting into tears, Maury just gives the bird the most unbothered, deadpan nod you've ever seen in your life. Seriously, this kid has the emotional stoicism of a hardened war veteran. He literally could not care less about a missing cookie. The bird assistant totally panics at the kid's reaction, crying out that Maury has grown too mature and altruistic to get upset over sharing food, while Ryder nods along in proud disbelief. Refusing to give up, the floating bot flips through its digital manual and brings up another tactic, inducing pure, intense jealousy. The bot projects a hologram showing two parents hugging while a kid cries, explaining that human children often burst into tears when they see their parents showing physical affection to each other. Taking the advice way too literally, Ryder and Miria forcefully throw their arms around each other with awkward blushes, shouting at Maury to witness their fake, super friendly affection. A literal bolt of shock strikes through the frame as Maury stares at them with wide, traumatized dot eyes. Look at the art style shift here. The dramatic shading makes it look like Maury is watching his parents do a cringe TikTok dance in public. Ryder keeps squeezing Miria in a tight embrace, naively thinking the shock is working, only for Maury to shatter his hopes with another loud Desperate for a permanent cure, Miria turns back to the bot and demands something way more impactful and shocking to break the hiccup spell once and for all. The bot searches its database and displays a glowing hologram of two figures locking lips, rating it as the absolute highest recommended solution on the list. Both Ryder and Miria instantly explode into a full-blown panic, screaming in absolute horror at the mere suggestion of kissing each other. Ryder zeroes in on the floating machine, roaring in disbelief over whether it seriously expects him and Miria to kiss on the mouth in front of a baby. Cue a literal dust cloud of chaotic fighting as Ryder tries to demolish the bot while shouting about how insane humans are, while the bot calmly tells him to take it up with an actual adult human next time. This chaotic comedy energy is gold. Ryder holds the tiny bot in his hand, exchanging an intensely awkward glance with Miria as Maury lets out yet another rhythmic hiccup from below. Maury stands alone in the center of the room, looking completely clueless as his tiny body jolts with every single hic. Ryder's red demon face tightens up as cold sweat pours down his forehead, realizing they might actually have no choice left. The camera zooms in tight on Ryder's multiple glowing green eyes, showing his internal conflict reaching absolute peak tension. The artist pulls off an incredible cinematic shot here, showing poor little hiccuping Maury reflected directly inside Ryder's giant stressed-out eye. Talk about high-budget cinematography for a scene about toddler hiccups. Breaking the heavy silence, Ryder suddenly calls out Miria's name with lethal seriousness, making her snap to attention. Ryder sets his face into an intense, deadly serious scowl, declaring that they're really about to pull off this ridiculous strategy. Miria grips her head in pure embarrassment, bracing herself for what's about to happen as she gives him the final go-ahead. Ryder steps forward and calls out to Maury, demanding the kid watch closely as they prepare to initiate the grand cure. A dramatic close-up panel captures Ryder's dark-gloved hand forcefully grabbing Miria's waist with a sharp sound effect. Talk about setting up maximum romance tension out of nowhere. Ryder leans down close to Miria's face, their blushes practically lighting up the room, as both powerful beings freeze in utter awkwardness. The camera drops to ground level between them, showing Maury and the bird attendants watching this insane telenovela drama unfold in real time. Inches away from each other, Ryder and Miria lock eyes while sweat drips down their faces, both hearts pounding out of their chests. Their lips come agonizingly close to touching, ready to deliver the ultimate shock to cure the toddler once and for all. Maury's jaw completely drops in wide-eyed amazement, his tiny mouth making an O shape as he waits for the climax.
But right at the critical second, the heavy wooden doors swing open as a mysterious white-cloaked bodyguard carrying a giant barrel of booze steps into the frame. Talk about the worst possible timing for a surprise entry. Glowing blue lightning sparks violently around the bodyguard's mask as he misinterprets the romantic tension as a hostile threat against his boss. The poor bird companion lets out a shriek of terror and zooms away across the floorboards to escape the incoming explosion. With a deafening slam, the door shatters wide open as the loyal bodyguard barges straight into the room to save his leader. Ryder and Miria freeze dead in their tracks, looking over their shoulders in absolute shock as their romantic moment gets violently interrupted. The bodyguard unleashes a terrifying wave of dark blue aura, his eyes burning with lethal intent as he prepares to obliterate the perceived attackers. Kaboom! A massive explosion of black energy blasts straight through the mansion wall, blowing out the side of the building as screams echo across the estate. Just when you thought the romantic tension was about to reach maximum overload, the entire mansion wall gets blown to smithereens, leaving our terrifying demon lords flat on their faces in absolute defeat, while little Mori sits in the debris completely unscathed. Groaning on the floorboards as smoke clears around them, Ryder can barely utter a squeak while the floating bot lets out a pathetic little chime, realizing that total collateral damage was the price to pay for stopping a non-existent threat. Meanwhile, our unbothered tiny protagonist just sits there among the rubble playing with his wooden toy blocks, utterly oblivious to the fact that his mansion just lost an entire wall. Suddenly, Mori's tiny ears perk up as he abandons his toy tower and goes waddling across the sunlit wooden floor with his miniature cape fluttering behind him like a pint-sized superhero on a mission. He pushes open the heavy double doors into a bright room, catching sight of a mysterious silhouette waiting for him in the warm afternoon sunlight. The camera pans up to reveal a sweet little girl with braided brown hair and gentle golden eyes, curiously looking around the grand hallway. Standing under the massive stained glass windows, the young girl turns toward the entrance, locking eyes with our tiny, cape-wearing toddler. Her entire face lights up like a Christmas tree as she lets out a joyous gasp, instantly recognizing her best pal from back in the day. Talk about maximum excitement! Mori's eyes literally pop out of his head like a cartoon character as sheer, unadulterated hype takes over his tiny body. The kid literally turns into a blurred tornado, spinning around the little girl in super speed circles because his toddler brain simply cannot process this level of hype. Honestly, the artist's use of motion blur here is peak comedic perfection. Without missing a beat, the little girl sweeps Mori off his feet and scoops him into the most wholesome, bone-crushing hug you've ever seen. As Mori hugs her back, a subtle static glitch shimmers around them, revealing this whole reunion is actually a high-tech direct-feed magic hologram. Back in the main room, Ryder and Miria narrow their eyes in suspicion, wondering who this mystery human kid could possibly be. Miria explains that this girl was Mori's absolute best friend back at the human care facility, and while she's known her exact coordinates for ages, they never had the official clearance to launch a direct comms link until right now. From a top-down view, the two toddlers hold hands in the warm sunlight, looking like the sweetest long-lost buddies in the universe. To pull this off, Miria reveals she literally dispatched one of her top operatives, a terrifying plague doctor bodyguard, straight to the girl's house just to set up a magic FaceTime call. Imagine a giant Grim Reaper showing up at your door just so your kid can do a play date. Holding his tiny hands, the girl giggles and squishes Mori's cheeks, teasing him about how round and healthy he's gotten since joining his new household. Miria watches the screen with a subtle, glowing smile, feeling a genuine sense of warmth seeing the kid so happy with another human child. The girl leans in closer, holding Mori tight while showering him with friendly toddler banter. Suddenly, a gentle human woman kneels down into the frame, warmly greeting little Mori with a bright, welcoming smile. Mori's tiny hands start fidgeting with his cape in nervous, cute energy as he stares up at the friendly adult face. With total toddler pride, the little girl beams and introduces the woman as her mom, reminding Mori that this is actually his second time meeting her. A giant exclamation mark pops above Mori's head as a sudden realization strikes his tiny brain. Panicking as the feed jitters, Mori starts making adorable gibberish sounds while Ryder and Miria watch in total confusion. Sensing things are getting out of hand, Ryder and Miria literally drag the struggling toddler back by his tiny arms like a pair of overprotective helicopter parents. Before you know it, the entire demonic entourage, including the bird companions and the plague doctor, stacks up behind Mori, staring cluelessly into the magic screen like a bunch of confused extraterrestrials trying to understand human social interaction. Flailing his tiny arms around, Maury lets out a frantic barrage of toddler noises, desperately trying to convey something super important to his human friend. With utmost serious determination, Maury pats his own little chest and clearly speaks out his very first words. The little girl blinks in total surprise, instantly catching the meaning behind his babble. Behind him, the entire demonic squad freezes in sheer shock, their eyes popping open in disbelief at what just came out of his mouth. Understanding his intent perfectly, the girl gives him a warm, reassuring smile and nods along. She turns to her mother and happily translates, declaring that Maury is proudly introducing all those scary demon lords as his official family. The screen flashes with text echoing her words, confirming that in Maury's eyes, these terrifying mythical beings aren't monsters, but his true, loving family. Ryder and Miria instantly turn beet red, exchanging an awkwardly touched glance while trying to act tough, despite their cold demon hearts completely melting on the spot. Seriously, watching scary warlords get defeated by wholesome toddler love is top-tier storytelling. Shifting the topic, the girl proudly shows off her new white dress and shiny shoes, bragging that she got promoted to the cloud class at her school. She reaches out toward the screen and asks Maury what class he's going to be in. Seeing his blank stare, she giggles and clarifies that she's talking about his daycare class. Cut back to the real world where Ryder is holding Maury, who has slapped adorable sparkly stickers all over Ryder's red face and horns, as the demon lord echoes daycare in complete confusion. Decorated with sticker hearts herself, Miria steps in to explain that daycare is a special human establishment where young children gather to learn basic social skills and education. Flashback to a grand council room where Miria recalls negotiating with the human care facility staff to ensure Maury gets a proper human curriculum fitted to his royal status. Sitting on a massive bed, Ryder and Miria discuss how human kids are split up by age groups, agreeing that setting up proper education for Maury will make raising him much smoother. A quick exterior shot shows a cute new educational building constructed right next to the city facility, funded directly by Demon Kingdom Wealth. Interrupting their planning, a penguin-like bird attendant waddles into the bedroom carrying a special delivery box sent straight from Nayfall. Boom! Presenting the absolute peak of toddler fashion, Maury standing proudly with a super cute bear-shaped backpack strapped to his back, surrounded by magical sparkles. Both Ryder and Miria instantly strike a dramatic hype pose, screaming in pure excitement at how insanely adorable the kid looks. Miria proudly takes credit, explaining she specially tailored a shortened version of his red cape so it wouldn't interfere with his cute new backpack. She scoops Maury up and holds him in front of a mirror, telling him to look at his awesome new gear because he's officially ready to go to daycare. Maury twirls back and forth in front of the glass, checking out his bear bag from every angle with maximum toddler swagger. The camera zooms in on his wide, shimmering eyes, overflowing with absolute wonder and hype for his upcoming adventure. Cut to the hallway where our little boss is dragging his bear backpack along the floorboards like a tiny seasoned traveler heading out on an epic quest. Before even leaving the house, Maury plops down on the grass, unzips his new bag, and immediately starts packing it full of essential toddler survival gear, including sticks, grass, rocks, and a live little caterpillar. You gotta love how a kid's idea of school supplies is literally just whatever bug he finds in the yard. Ever wonder what happens when a terrifying demon lord gets completely wrapped around a tiny toddler's finger? Right off the bat, we see little Maury fast asleep, drooling peacefully onto his favorite bear pillow after a long, chaotic day. Back in the master bedroom, the demonic power couple Ryder and Miria are tucked in together under the moonlight, looking over at their newly adopted human child like two exhausted first-time parents trying to mentally process their new reality. Cut to the next morning where the penguin bird assistant suddenly lets out a pathetic little squawk, looking totally helpless as trouble brews in paradise. Oh boy, cue the waterworks! Maury's giant sparkling eyes overflow with dramatic tears as he lets out a heartbreaking toddler cry that could instantly shatter a demon's soul. Standing under the clothesline, the penguin assistant hangs up Maury's freshly washed bear bag while trying to comfort the sobbing toddler on the lawn. Honestly, seeing a legendary bird attendant doing laundry duty for a weeping kid is peak comedy. Later that afternoon, Ryder sits cross-legged on the massive rug with Maury, while the little floating bot hovers nearby, projecting a glowing magic interface. Zooming in on the little floating bot, its screen flickers to life as it processes some mysterious data in the background. Ryder tilts his head with a confused expression, wondering on what earth on this little mechanical companion is trying to display.
The bot projects a clean holographic icon showing two figures exchanging a wedding ring. Look at Ryder's face. He's realizing this bot is literally trying to act as his high-tech matchmaker. Ryder stares at the hologram with a deep, serious expression, the reality of his hidden feelings for Miria finally starting to sink in. That night, as Miria gently cradles a sleeping Mori in the grand bed, Ryder lies back with his hands behind his head, staring at the dark ceiling while lost in heavy thought. Flashback to Ryder sitting at a cozy, dimly lit underground tavern, seeking relationship advice from a wise, long-eared elf bartender over a quiet drink. Back in the present, Ryder stands alone in the moonlit kitchen, silently sipping a glass of cold water while staring out into the quiet night. The moonlight catches his intense green eyes as he contemplates taking the ultimate leap of faith with the woman he loves. Turning back toward the window, Ryder gazes out into the vast, dark estate grounds shrouded in peaceful evening mist. Deep in the grass, a tiny yellow light sparkles mysteriously like a fallen star waiting to be found. The artist's use of soft, ambient lighting here really sets a gorgeous, romantic mood. Spotting the strange shimmer, Ryder narrows his eyes in curiosity, wondering what could be glowing out there in the dark fields. Kneeling down in the night grass, Ryder gently scoops up a glowing golden crystal, a rare soft smile gracing his demon face. Holding the radiant gemstone high against the starry sky, he realizes he finally found the perfect centerpiece for something truly special. The next morning, Mori sits on the sofa flipping through a big picture book, suddenly imagining Ryder's cheerful demon face floating above him. Right on cue, Ryder steps into the room with a proud smirk, holding out the sparkling yellow magic crystal to show the kid his rare prize. Bam! Mori's eyes literally turn into giant shining searchlights as he gasps in sheer, unadulterated toddler hype. Miria glides into the sunlit room, tilting her head in confusion as Ryder sits on the floor showing off his shiny new find to the toddler. Uncontrolled giggles erupt as Mori hops up and down in absolute glee, clutching the glowing crystal to his tiny chest while both demon lords watch in amusement. As Mori twirls around with his new favorite toy, Ryder suddenly glances up at Miria, his cheeks burning red as a wave of nervous tension washes over him. Sensing his sudden shift in aura, Miria turns her head and looks down at him with a warm, curious expression. Under the golden morning light, Miria's soft smile completely melts the room, proving that even terrifying high demons aren't immune to true affection. Taking a deep breath, Ryder steps up to Miria near the grand stained glass window, holding out his hand to present a handcrafted ring adorned with the yellow crystal. Flustered beyond belief, Ryder stammers out a cute breakdown explaining that since blue flowers represent her, combining a ring with the flower crystal makes it her official engagement token. Ryder side-eyes her nervously, sweating buckets as he waits for her reaction like a guy who just put his entire soul on the line. Talk about high-stakes proposals. Kaboom! Miria's face turns beet red as her glowing white eyes pop open in absolute shock, her feather wings flaring up in total flustered chaos. Ryder stares at her with maximum intensity, his heart pounding in his chest as the silence in the room becomes almost deafening. Gulp! Ryder swallows hard, his entire face flushing a deep crimson as the sudden reality of proposing to a demon queen hits him like a freight train. With his lizard tail wagging furiously like a happy puppy, Ryder reaches out and takes her hands, officially sealing their union under the title On the Way to Meet Mom. Fast forward to later that evening, the entire demonic family gathers in the dark room, checking over Mori's daycare prep list with intense, serious faces. The camera zooms in on Mori's cute bear backpack, completely packed with a yellow water bottle, toothbrush, extra clothes, and a small towel according to the official packing list. Miria nods in satisfaction, confirming that every single item on the list is accounted for before declaring it's officially bedtime for the household. A peaceful exterior shot shows the grand mansion resting under a canopy of twinkling stars as the night settles over the estate. Up in the master bedroom, Miria chuckles quietly as she points out that Mori sleeps in the exact same goofy position as Ryder, making Ryder gasp in hilarious denial. Soon enough, Miria drifts off to sleep, tucked beneath the heavy blankets in the cozy silence of the night. The camera pulls back to show all three of them snuggled up together in the giant bed, a terrifying demon lord, a moth queen, and a tiny human kid looking like a perfect little family. Close up on Miria, sleeping peacefully, her white feathery head resting against the plush pillows. Gasp! Miria violently snaps awake in total terror as a sudden nightmare strikes, imagining Mori crying hysterically because he ran out of clean extra clothes at daycare.
Panicking in the dark, she immediately updates the official packing list in her mind, writing down extra clothes too, just to be safe. You gotta love overprotective mother instincts kicking in at 3 a.m. Clinging to her maternal panic, Miria silently slips out of bed and tiptoes into the dark hallway to pack more clothes into his bag. Meanwhile, Ryder lies motionless on his back, fast asleep in the dark bedroom. Done. Ryder's glowing green eyes snap wide open in the pitch blackness as his own overprotective dad's senses tingle with a terrifying vision of Maury crying. Without a single word, Ryder gives a stern, determined nod in the dark, mentally deciding that his kid will have the most stacked daycare bag in history. Outside, the quiet night window reflects the calm, starry sky, totally unaware of the parenting chaos happening inside the mansion. The next morning dawns bright and beautiful, with fluffy white clouds drifting across a crystal-clear blue sky as our little boss prepares to conquer his very first day of daycare. Ever wonder what happens when a toddler tries to bring heavy military weaponry to preschool? Standing right in front of us is the ultimate security inspector, rocking a massive top hat and a terrifying metallic mask that screams zero tolerance for toddler chaos. Honestly, you can't even blame the guy when you look at what's inside Maury's bear backpack. Beside the standard water bottle and snacks, there's a literal high-caliber handgun crammed right next to the high-tech minibot. Like seriously, who let a 3-year-old pack heat for his first day at daycare? Without missing a beat, the tall masked inspector kneels down and gently snatches the loaded bag right out of tiny Maury's hands, while the penguin attendants watch in pure, awkward silence. Spinning around with cold, ruthless authority, the inspector flatly rejects the entire packing job, leaving both Ryder and Miria sweating bullets like two kids getting caught by the principal. As the adventure kicks off on the way to meet Mom, the inspector orders the little floating bot to get out of the backpack too, proving that no contraband is getting past this security check. After stripping away all the tactical gear, the entire demonic household poses together like a proud, chaotic family, sending our little hero off on his big solo journey. Look at Ryder's smug smirk. He really thinks his kid is about to conquer the world today. Maury gives a super determined nod, his giant sparkling eyes glowing with pure toddler hype as he gets ready to step through to the human realm. Whoosh! The wind whistles softly across the vast green field as our little boss struts through the tall grass, cape fluttering like a miniature hero heading straight into his destiny. Suddenly, a loud voice echoes across the meadow calling out Maury's name, making the little guy freeze and look back in complete confusion. Out of nowhere, a brown-haired woman comes sprinting across the grass with tears of pure joy streaming down her face, eager to pull him into a massive bear hug. In her mind, she's desperately praying he won't hit her with his signature Ultra Instinct dodge move like he used to do back in the old days. Honestly, imagine having to emotionally prepare yourself just to hug a toddler. Squeeze! Miraculously, Maury stays completely still, letting her scoop him up in a warm, suffocating hug that instantly fills the air with sparkly background hearts. Nuzzle! The little guy even buries his tiny face right into her shoulder, completely melting her heart into a puddle of absolute mush. Totally losing her mind from the affection, she turns around and screams at her friends, a girl pushing an old lady in a wheelchair who immediately flash double thumbs up in total hype. Maury just stands there looking completely bewildered with his classic dot-eye expression, clearly wondering why everyone in this village is so dramatically emotional today. Before he can even process what's happening, 3 adorable kids peek out from behind a wooden doorway, shouting his name with absolute excitement. Gasp! Maury's eyes instantly transform into giant shining searchlights as pure, unadulterated toddler hype takes over his entire body. The kids shower him with compliments, gushing about how much he's grown since the last time they saw him. Group hug time! The kids pile onto Maury, excitedly explaining that while he's joining the star class because he's younger, they're already upperclassmen in the moon class. Right on cue, a sweet blonde teacher steps in with a gentle smile, reminding the little army that class is starting and they'll have plenty of time to catch up during recess. Cut to the interior of the sunlit classroom, where the teacher holds up objects at the chalkboard while all the tiny students sit nicely around round wooden tables. During arts and crafts, Maury rolls up his sleeves and gets deeply focused, squishing and kneading a clump of yellow Play-Doh like a master baker working on a legendary recipe. Next up is lunchtime. Little Maury sits proudly at his table, holding his orange spoon like a tiny gentleman while digging into his balanced meal tray. After a heavy meal comes the ultimate toddler struggle, nap time. Maury lies tucked under his blanket on the floor mat, staring up at the ceiling while the rest of the kids drift off to sleep. Once the nap clock expires, total energy erupts in the playroom as kids start dancing and running around like crazy little speedsters. As the sun begins to set, the teacher asks Maury if he's truly confident walking back home all by himself, while the other kids finish packing their bags. Proving he's a big, independent boy, Maury trots back out onto the sweeping green hills, embarking on his solo trek back to the Demon Mansion. Stopping midway through the lush field, the little guy pauses to take in the quiet scenery, looking around with those giant, inquisitive eyes. The camera pulls back into a gorgeous wide shot, showing tiny Maury lost in a sea of vibrant green grass beneath a dramatic sky filled with fluffy white clouds. Check out this environment design. The artist really went all out with the Ghibli-esque atmosphere here. With a resolute look on his face, Maury gets ready to step back through the dimensional threshold that leads straight to his demonic parents. Inside the dark void portal, quiet, hushed whispers echo through the gloom, counting down the seconds until his return. Boom! As soon as he steps out, the entire demon household is waiting in high formation, shouting a glorious welcome back with bright magical sparkles floating everywhere. Ryder and Miria instantly drop to their knees, leaning in with intense curiosity as they ask him if daycare was fun and if he made a million new friends. But instead of a proud smile, Maury starts trembling violently, his massive eyes welling up with giant, shimmering toddler tears. Huh? Both demon lords freeze in absolute horror, their faces completely draining of color as they realize something went horribly wrong. Wah! The floodgates burst open as Maury lets out a soul-shattering toddler cry that echoes through the entire grand hall. Total chaos. The penguin attendants, Ryder, and Miria all crowd around him in a frantic panic, screaming in confusion over what could have possibly harmed their precious little boss. Sniffling against Miria's robe, the parents desperately brainstorm theories, wondering if the dark portal journey was too scary or if the daycare report was a complete lie. Maury buries his face deep into Miria's chest, letting out tiny, pitiful snifflings while she gently strokes his hair, promising they'll walk him through the portal every single day from now on. Trying to redirect his attention, Ryder flashes a goofy grin and asks Maury if he learned any cool new dance moves at school that he can perform for him. Shake shimmy? Tears still streaming down his face, Maury obediently does a pitiful little toddler shimmy, causing Ryder to burst out laughing while Miria furiously berates him for making a crying kid dance. Seriously, Ryder's parenting skills are 50 love and 50 pure chaotic trolling. The next morning, Ryder personally walks Maury through the dimensional doorway, making sure the little guy gets dropped off safely without any portal trauma. Returning through the void frame, Ryder announces drop-off complete, while Miria instructs the entire household staff to stay busy with work until pickup time at 5 p.m. Cue the montage. The penguin bird attendants immediately get to work, scrubbing down windows, sweeping the wooden floors, and polishing copper pots in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Miria sits surrounded by floating golden magical runes, grinding through heavy piles of kingdom paperwork like the absolute boss queen she is. Over in the corner, Ryder sits cross-legged using floating sci-fi interfaces to meticulously design a miniature holographic motorcycle for Maury. Outside, the grand mansion sits under a crystal-clear blue sky, wrapped in a heavy, deafening silence that hangs over the entire estate. Unable to focus for even a second longer, Ryder turns to his floating bot assistant with a look of extreme anxiety, begging to know how many hours have passed. The bot cold-heartedly responds that it's only been 40 minutes, causing Ryder's eyes to bug out in utter disbelief. Talk about severe empty nest syndrome hitting after less than an hour. Back in her grand sunlit study, Miria sits at her massive wooden desk surrounded by mountain-high stacks of books, struggling to survive the endless quiet hours without her cute little toddler around. Ever wonder what happens when the literal queen of the demon realm tries to handle a quiet house? Sitting at her massive wooden desk, surrounded by royal paperwork, Miria is staring blankly at a single document, but her mind is completely lost somewhere else. Stealing a quick glance over her shoulder, her eyes dart toward the grand clock resting on her desk next to her teacup. Sweating bullets, the high and mighty demon queen feels her composure slipping away as the crushing silence of the mansion hits her all at once. It's literally only been 5 minutes since Maury left. Seriously, empty nest syndrome hit her faster than a warp portal. Outside, the sky is bright and cheerful with fluffy white clouds, but inside the mansion, total parental withdrawal chaos is brewing. Down in the kitchen, the penguin bird attendants jump in total shock as a sudden sharp sound echoes down the corridor. Zoom! Muriel literally breaks the sound barrier, sprinting past the doorway like an absolute speedster. Wiping a nervous bead of sweat, the penguin attendant tries to laugh it off, convincing itself it was probably just a drafty window slamming shut. Talk about top-tier denial. Cut to the main hall where the entire demon household, including Ryder and the masked inspector, has gathered on the floor in a tight circle just to cope with the silence. A hilarious little diagram pops up explaining that this pathetic display is what humans officially diagnose as severe separation anxiety. Meanwhile, back in the bright human daycare, it's finally lunchtime as the sweet teacher ladles out warm soup and tells all the kids to dig in. Maury sits proudly at his round wooden table, holding his orange utensil and staring down his food tray with intense determination. Look at those giant shining eyes. You can tell our little boss treats lunchtime like a high-stakes tactical mission. Swoosh! Without warning, Maury opens his mouth wide and devours his entire meal in one gigantic Kirby-style gulp, while the kids next to him freeze in utter shock. Cheek puffed out and tongue sticking out, he sits back with ultimate toddler satisfaction. Whip! A tiny fork reaches into the frame and gently stabs a fresh strawberry right off a neighboring food tray. Maury's toddler radar instantly triggers, making him freeze as he notices the sudden movement right beside him. Turning his head with giant inquisitiveness, he locks eyes with his dining neighbor. The art style shift here is just unbelievably cute. Sitting right next to him is an adorable little girl with brown twin tails holding her fork. Seeing his empty plate, she casually asks if he wants some more, making Maury nod his little head like a hyperactive bobblehead. Flip, flip! In a lightning-fast sequence, she starts shoveling her entire lunch onto his tray, handing over her bread, eggs, sausage, and soup without hesitation. Ta-da! Maury's tray transforms into an absolute mountain of delicious food fit for a mini king. Bro's eyes literally turn into giant, sparkling white diamonds. He just unlocked the ultimate infinite food glitch. Ack! Maury lets out a joyful toddler laugh, munching away with pure happiness glowing from his face. The cute twin-tail girl sits quietly, observing him with big, curious eyes as he tackles his second feast. Leaning in close, she gently asks if his name is Maury, getting a solid, confident nod from our little hero. But just as she starts to follow up, a frantic yell shatters the cozy lunch mood in the background. The teacher comes charging in holding a ladle, yelling at Lily for giving away her food to her friends again. Seriously, Lily is running a whole covert lunch charity here. Lily stammers that she totally ate already, but the teacher points at the literal mountain piled on Maury's plate, launching into a passionate lecture about nutrition and health. Caught red-handed, Lily hits the turbo button and zoom! She dashes away at full speed, leaving the teacher shouting in total bafflement. The teacher chases the runaway toddler down the hall, leaving Maury sitting all alone at the table in complete, quiet room atmosphere. Maury just sits there tilting his head back with classic dot-eye confusion. Daycare drama is truly on another level today. Cut to arts and crafts time. While the other kids zip down slides and stack giant toy blocks, Maury sits quietly at a round wooden table with his pastel crayons. Sneaking right up, Lily quietly appears behind Maury, staring down at his drawing notebook. She reaches over, holding a bright yellow pastel crayon with a super serious, mysterious expression. Press. She presses the yellow crayon onto his paper, helping him fill in the artwork with bold strokes. Ta-da! The drawing reveals a glowing golden star shining against a dark cosmic background. Honestly, this art direction is surprisingly detailed for a preschool doodle. Maury's mind is completely blown as dramatic lightning flashes behind his head in sheer amazement. Lily asks if he wants to give it a shot, and Maury starts nodding his head furiously in pure hype. As they keep coloring together, Lily leans in and whispers a wild rumor she heard, asking if his mom is actually an alien. She proudly declares that her own dad is a star, dropping some high-tier toddler lore completely out of nowhere. Looking over from above, she explains she read about stars in a book and figured they look pretty similar to alien beings. Lily jumps to the most hilarious toddler logic ever, excitedly concluding that since his mom is an alien and her dad is a star, they might actually be related. She adds that while Maury's dad always comes to pick him up, her own dad is just super duper busy, while Maury lets out a tiny curious sound. Check out the close-up on the crayon coloring in the star. The lighting effect on these drawing panels adds such a warm, nostalgic touch. Lily's cheerful expression suddenly dims as she gazes down thoughtfully at the paper. Softly mumbling under her breath, she admits that sometimes she worries her dad might have forgotten she's even waiting here. A warm, emotional flashback panel flickers into frame, showing a tiny figure sitting in soft lantern light. Maury turns his head, locking his big, empathetic eyes on Lily as her words hit his little heart. Trying to stay bright, Lily asks if Maury could pass a message to her dad, right before a harsh voice suddenly breaks the quiet, shouting, "Liar!" Talk about an intense cliffhanger. Just when you think daycare is all fun and games, this little brat decides to shatter a sweet girl's world by screaming that she doesn't even have a dad. Enraged, Lily slams her hands on the table and screams back that her dad is totally real, but the bullies immediately gang up on her, chanting that she's a dirty liar. To make matters worse, the leader of the bully squad snickers and tells her she doesn't even belong in this room because this is the toddler section and she's supposed to be in the bigger kids class. Lowering her head with the saddest, most pitiful pout you've ever seen, Lily softly whimpers that she's still just a baby, trying her best to defend her presence. Man, these daycare kids are absolutely ruthless. Somebody call the teacher already. The bullies surround her table like miniature vultures, pointing fingers and mocking her for constantly lying about having a father who never shows up. Even as they mock her, Lily desperately insists her dad is just super busy at work, but the kids start clapping and singing the classic "Liar, liar, pants on fire" chant. Another kid jumps in to defend her, claiming her dad became a star in the sky, only for the main bully to smirk and coldly drop the real truth on everyone, that adults only say that when someone dies. The bully leans in with a twisted grin and screams right in her face that her dad is dead and gone forever. Wow, kids in manhwas really have zero chill, huh? Crack! Out of nowhere, a tiny fist reaches out and violently grabs a clump of hair. A shrieking fight breaks out as a fist flies straight into the bully's face, sending shockwaves through the entire classroom. The bully flails around, screaming in utter horror, trying desperately to pry off the relentless attacker who has given him a full taste of daycare justice. The rest of the class panics, grabbing each other and yelling at the top of their lungs for everyone to stop fighting before the adults notice. Look at this total daycare anarchy. It's like a pint-sized fight club. Maury stands right in the middle of the chaos with wide, terrified dot eyes, completely frozen as he watches the violent chaos unfold. Meanwhile, Lily stands there trembling and hyperventilating, her eyes completely lifeless as the trauma of her dad's loss completely breaks her spirit. The image of Lily trembling in despair reflects right in Maury's huge, glossy eye, hitting him straight in his little demonic heart. Wrath triggered. In a lightning-fast streak of pure rage, Maury breaks the sound barrier, zipping through the air like a tiny pink and orange missile. With shadows falling dark over his face, Maury looms over the bullies like an absolute mini raid boss ready to exact pure vengeance. The artist went so hard on this shading, you can practically feel the dark aura radiating off this toddler. Crash! Screams and destruction echo all the way outside the quiet daycare building as Maury single-handedly wrecks the entire bully squad. Cut to the aftermath. The strict teacher stands with her arms on her hips, radiating pure, disappointed mom energy as she stares down the troublemakers. The bullies stand lined up in a row, completely covered in scratches and bruises while sniffling in pure humiliation. Standing in her grand office, the teacher scolds the kids for causing such a riot that poor Lily literally fainted from the stress, warning them that the principal is on her way. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo down the quiet hallway, making both teachers turn their heads in utter confusion. The double doors creak open wide into the brightly lit corridor. Thud! Stepping into the room is an absolute nightmare-fueled demon titan rider in full futuristic battle gear with 4 glowing yellow eyes cut through the darkness. Talk about the most intimidating dad pull-up in human history. A menacing glow emits from his multi-eyed visor as he stares down at the room with terrifying silence. The two teachers freeze in sheer panic, their eyes bulging out as they stare up at this towering otherworldly behemoth. Ryder speaks, but all that comes out of his mouth is corrupted demon distortion text that sounds like absolute static noise to human ears. Beep! Sensing the language barrier, his floating bot assistant immediately projects a golden holographic spell interface to translate a speech. Just then, Principal Bella rolls into the doorway in her wheelchair, gasping as she takes in the wild sight before her. From a high-angle perspective, the imposing demon commander stands face-to-face with Principal Bella while the tiny toddlers cower in the corner.
Bella politely greets him, introducing herself as the principal while casually mentioning she expected Miria to be the one picking up Mori today. Ryder's floating bot buzzes around his head as the system processes the translation in real time. With a warm golden prompt, the interface converts his rough demon speech into clean text, explaining that his partner was far too busy with realm duties to make it. Sweat dripping down their faces, the assistant teachers internally lose their minds, wondering if alien demon lords actually participate in human marriages. Meanwhile, Principal Bella offers to explain the daycare incident. Done. Ryder turns his towering dark silhouette around and stares right down at the group of trembling bullies. He's massive, like a force of nature, and his eyes are burning with this cold, icy fury. The kids instantly flinch in absolute terror, convinced this giant red monster is about to eat them alive for picking on Mori and Lily. But instead of squashing them, Ryder gently reaches out his massive gloved hand and places a warm pat right on top of Mori's head. Kneeling down on one knee, Ryder gives Mori a gentle head pat while our polite little prince takes a deep bow in respect. Turning back to the terrified bullies, Ryder slowly leans in close to their tiny faces. Ta-da! He opens his hand to reveal a fistful of shiny, colorful wrapped candies resting in his palm. Softening his menacing tone, the giant demon dad offers the sweet treats directly to the bruised little kids. Seeing his sweet gesture, Principal Bella closes her eyes with a gentle, approving smile, touched by his surprisingly soft heart. Honestly, Ryder went from terrifying final boss to wholesome neighborhood uncle in 5 seconds flat. Sniffling back their tears, the cute little bullies take the candies with sparkling eyes, softly thanking the giant red mister. With the conflict officially resolved, the teacher calls for a big group hug so everyone can say sorry, while telling Mori to go fetch his backpack. Crouching down by the wooden cubby shelves, Mori quietly pulls his cute little brown bear backpack out to head home. Behind him, the bullies stare at his back with total awe and wide, sparkling eyes. Bursting with hype, the kids squeal that Ryder was literally the coolest guy they have ever seen in their entire lives. They swarm around Mori, gushing about how tall, super red, and insanely badass his guardian looked. The leader of the bullies smiles brightly and eagerly asks Mori if that amazing red demon hero is actually his real dad. Blushing furiously and clutching his teddy bear bag tightly to his chest, Mori vigorously shakes his little head side to side in cute toddler denial. Talk about a total mood flip. Just seconds after denying Ryder as his dad, Mori flashes the smug little thumbs up like he's the undisputed boss of the playground. Outside the daycare window, the other kids are losing their minds, gasping in total awe about how epic his mom and dad are. Meanwhile, over in the infirmary, poor little Lily slowly opens her eyes, waking up from her fainting spell while reaching her tiny hands into the empty air. Hearing her stir, the gentle blonde nurse pulls back the heavy curtains, softly welcoming Lily back to the land of the living with a warm, comforting smile. Sitting beside her on the bed, the teacher softly explains that the breathing trouble made her pass out, offering to fetch her a fresh glass of water to help her recover. As the nurse steps out of the room, silence falls over the infirmary, leaving Lily all alone with her heavy thoughts. Man, you gotta feel for this poor kid. School drama is exhausting enough without passing out. Suddenly, something catches her attention outside, making her big brown eyes light up with curiosity. Sliding off the white sheets, she tiptoes across the wooden floor like a tiny covert operative on a secret mission. She scrambles onto a soft ottoman, straining her little arms to reach the high windowsill. Peeking over the edge with cute dot eyes, she gazes outside to see what all the noise is about. Out in the golden afternoon light, Ryder carries Mori on his massive shoulders, walking peacefully toward a shadowy portal. Mori beams with pure joy, hugging his scary demon dad tightly while giggling uncontrollably. Man, seeing this terrifying demon lord act like a loving father figure is honestly peak wholesome energy. Lily presses her face against the cold window glass, her tiny fingers squeezing tightly as tears threaten to spill over. Framed in the warm sunlight, she stands all alone at the window, wishing with all her heart that her own dad would come pick her up, too. Cut back to the headquarters, Ryder turns to his floating AI bot, trying to get his head around human terminology by asking what people call a mother figure in marriage, only for the bot to deadpan that the term is wife. A cute, hooded penguin-like servant approaches with a tray, happily announcing a fresh batch of custom-brewed tea that smells absolutely heavenly. Walking down the grand wood-paneled hallway, the servant casually drops that a mysterious guest is waiting inside the lounge to see Miria. Ryder rubs his chin, trying to remember what request this visitor brought, completely oblivious to Mori flailing wildly in his arms like a squirming sack of potatoes.
Giving up, Ryder gently sets the toddler down, sternly commanding him to stay put, while Maury hits him with the most devious little smirk you've ever seen. Zoom! Before Ryder can even blink, the little guy takes off like a hyperactive rocket down the hall, leaving the giant demon screaming in utter frustration. Maury sneaks up to a massive set of double doors, softly pushing them open to peek inside the private meeting room. Tiny dot eyes full of curiosity, he spots someone sitting in the fancy armchair across the room. Sitting there is a super intimidating figure clad head to toe in a sleek, futuristic white spacesuit. Doom! The mysterious suit turns its head, revealing a dark helmet with a glowing purple vertical visor slit cutting straight through the shadows. Okay, this character design is giving off major galactic bounty hunter vibes. Snoop capped. Ryder swoops in from behind, grabbing Maury by his collar and scolding him for wandering off into high-stakes adult meetings. Sitting across from the suit, Miria turns her winged head with a welcoming smile, inviting Ryder to join their private conversation. Sweat. Ryder awkwardly lowers himself onto the couch with Maury tucked in his lap, sweating buckets under Miria's imposing aura. Seriously, Ryder might be a terrifying demon lord, but around Miria, he acts like a scolded schoolboy. In the middle of the room, a swirling galactic portal pulses with cosmic energy, casting a surreal purple glow across the entire lounge. Miria politely informs the visitor that she can manipulate the gravitational forces in the room, inviting them to take off their heavy helmet and relax. Ta-da! The visitor pops off their helmet, revealing an adorable, liquid-like, starry blue cosmic blobhead waving hello. You cannot tell me you expected a cute space slime under that hardcore sci-fi suit. Ryder instantly panics, yelling that their guest is melting into a puddle, but Miria calmly explains that their friend is just reacting to Earth's heavy gravitational pull. Relaxing into the cushions, the starry guest chuckles, admitting that Earth's gravity always gives them terrible motion sickness, but thanking Miria for easing the pressure. Getting down to business, Miria's eyes ignite with a holy white light as she mentions that Nafal personally recommended them for this meeting. She leans forward, asking what kind of special request brought a cosmic spacefarer all the way to her realm. The guest's gloved hand clutches their knee tightly, trembling with intense emotional weight. Dropping a total emotional bombshell, the cosmic visitor softly asks if Miria could help them reunite with the child they were forced to abandon long ago. A dramatic flashback fades in, revealing a bleak, cratered moonscape where space workers in hazmat suits rappel down deep, dark chasms. The visitor narrates that their fluid species can adapt to extreme gravitational forces, allowing them to survive in the most hostile environments across the universe. Descending deeper into the pitch-black abyss on a glowing yellow tether, the solitary worker braves uncharted underground depths. Deep inside the alien cavern, massive crystalline clusters glow with brilliant blue cosmic light. The visitor explains that most species stay far away from such dangerous mining operations out of fear, but they take immense personal pride in doing the heavy work nobody else can do. A high-tech holographic terminal projects orbital trajectories and planetary mapping data floating in midair. Inside a sterile space station, the suited worker stands looking down in deep, quiet reflection. Cut to a dramatic wide shot of rugged, sunlit mountain peaks towering beneath a vast blue sky. Inside a bumpy transport ship, a crew of suited miners sits side by side, with one worker head and hands weeping, while a comrade gently pats their shoulder in comfort. The dark metallic floor of the shuttle vibrates as the heavy craft descends toward the planet's surface. Close up on the worker's dark visor, reflecting total heartbreak and regret, as tears fall inside the suit. The intercom crackles to life with a loud chime, announcing a quick 10-minute break and warning everyone not to wander off. The shuttle doors slide open, letting the weary space crew step out onto a lush green mountain meadow to stretch their legs and catch their breath. Standing on the open grass under the warm sky, the lonely star being gazes toward the distant horizon, holding on to the faint hope of finding their lost child. Talk about an incredible setup for the next arc. Imagine being a cosmic space slime on a multi-million-dollar mining expedition, only to spot a mystery straw basket floating right down a mountain river. Out in the pristine wilderness, surrounded by towering mountain peaks and turquoise waters, something totally unexpected rests right near the rocky lake shore. Bump! A soft splash echoes across the quiet shoreline as the clear water ripples around a strange object wedged against the rocks. Clad head to toe in a sleek white spacesuit, our cosmic worker Delver approaches the water's edge, completely mesmerized by the bizarre sight. Sitting right there in the shallow current is a tightly woven straw basket with its lid fully secured. Okay, this is giving off major futuristic Moses vibes right now. Flashback time, high above the rugged alien terrain, the heavy transport shuttle hovered over pitch-black abysses where miners rappelled down on glowing tethers. Dark, terrifying chasms carved deep into the planetary crust. Honestly, looking down those sheer drop-offs is enough to give anyone instant vertigo. Descending into the uncharted underground depths, Delver braved the dark cavern walls to harvest precious cosmic energy sources. But while the mining crew was hyper-focused on raw gems, that mysterious sealed basket was floating peacefully down the freshwater stream. Back inside the sterile shuttle cabin, Delver stood frozen in heavy reflection, staring down an absolute internal conflict while the crew prepared for departure. Looking out through the reinforced glass window, the breathtaking mountain landscape slowly faded into the golden afternoon haze. Clenching their gloved fists, Delver's heart hammered inside their suit as the ship's departure timer ticked away. Talk about an intense moral dilemma. Realizing the entire squad ran on strict operational orders, Delver knew asking the captain to halt a massive spaceship for a floating basket was totally out of question. Row after row of suited miners sat strapped into their safety harnesses, completely oblivious to the discovery outside. Meanwhile, the wooden basket drifted gently past submerged logs, bobbing helplessly in the cool river current. Unable to just walk away and leave it behind, Delver bowed their helmeted head in deep frustration before making a wild split-second call. Whoosh! High-speed energy line alerts flashed across the upper ceiling as emergency alarms echoed through the ship's interior. The sitting crew members jumped in utter shock as a rogue miner unbuckled and sprinted full speed toward the exit hatch. Clonk! The heavy metallic airlock unlatched with a loud hydraulic hiss, throwing the heavy outer doors wide open. Sprinting across the gravel shore at top speed, Delver huffed frantically beneath their suit while the giant shuttle hovered overhead. Splash! Diving headfirst into the crystal clear water, Delver kicked wildly through the current to catch up to the drifting basket. Reaching out with trembling black gloves, Delver gently grabbed the edge of the woven lid, holding their breath for what lay inside. Removing their helmet's visor lock, Delver slowly peeled back the straw cover, terrified of what kind of wild alien beast might jump out. Aw, it's an insanely adorable human baby. Swaddled in soft white blankets with a tiny pacifier resting right beside her, the tiny newborn blinked tearfully up at the suit. And just like that, history was made. That was the exact moment Delver met little baby Lily. Standing waist-deep in the cold water under the wide-open sky, this cosmic space worker officially became an accidental adoptive dad. You gotta love how fate just drops a whole newborn into a space slime's life. Shift over to the moon base. The heavy transport ship landed on the cratered lunar surface under a starry black sky. Deep inside the subterranean mines, massive crystalline clusters radiated with brilliant blue magic light. In their natural starry liquid state, cosmic slimes gathered near the crystal walls to discuss their massive seasonal mining targets. The chief slime bragged that digging 3 times deeper into the abyss would boost their crystal yield exponentially. Hyping up the entire crew, the boss demanded everyone bring their absolute A-game to hit the jackpot. But right in the middle of the speech, Delver blurted out a hasty apology and bolted away from the tied-up workers. Seriously, Delver's attendance record is looking real sketchy right now. The chief grumbled in pure annoyance, muttering that Delver was throwing away a golden career opportunity for some secret nonsense. Huff, huff, sprinting through the sleek white halls of the station, Delver pushed their heavy spacesuit to its absolute limit. Hop, hop, squishy, starry blue slime head popping straight out of the top collar, Delver bounced down the corridor in a frantic rush. Above, high-tech station ventilation grates hummed softly, circulating purified oxygen throughout the living quarters. Bzzz. The automatic sci-fi door slid open, revealing a cozy private nursery module inside. Standing inside was little toddler Lily, clutching her pacifier with massive brown teary eyes sparkling like literal diamonds. My heart honestly cannot handle this level of pure cuteness. Melting into a soft, loving blue blob, Delver scooped the sniffling baby into a warm embrace while a cute star mobile swayed gently above her bed. Holding Lily close, Delver checked the holographic medical interface, projecting her vital stats and heart rhythm in real time. Relief washed over Delver as the scanner confirmed Lily's oxygen levels were stabilizing, showing she was growing healthier and stronger every single day. Giggle! Gently tossing the happy princess into the air, Delver cooed with pure fatherly affection, treating her like the most precious treasure in the universe. A sudden loud shout echoed from the doorway, making Delver flinch while thanking fellow slime Upo for holding down babysitting duty. Looking down from a top-down perspective, Upo stood near the bed while Delver cradled Lily against their squishy cosmic body inside the sleek cabin. Upo chuckled warmly, teasing Delver about how quickly they warmed up to taking care of a human child. Resting her cute little head against Delver's soft, starry shoulder, baby Lily drifted off into a peaceful, cozy nap. Honestly, this whole scene is peak wholesome energy. Changing the subject, Upo casually mentioned that a special delivery parcel had just arrived for them. Russell, sitting side by side on the high-tech floor, the two starry slimes excitedly dug into a cardboard box full of packing peanuts. Ta-da! Upo proudly held up a bottle of high-end dark liquor with a huge celebratory shout. You know you're hanging out with space slimes when their idea of relaxation is unboxing alien whiskey. Settled inside the futuristic lounge room, the cosmic duo admired their fresh haul, ready to unwind after a long day of secret parenting duties. Imagine ordering a custom toddler clothing kit from an interstellar delivery service only for the courier to lose their mind because your species doesn't even wear clothes. Talk about the ultimate cosmic confusion moment. Lifting tiny baby Lily into the air inside the sleek space station module, Delver excitedly announces that it's officially time to throw away those makeshift rag scraps for real actual outfits. Sweeping across the futuristic nursery quarters, the pristine metallic walls glow with ambient white light as our cosmic duo gets ready for a full fashion upgrade. Hanging right above the cozy bed, a cute star and cloud mobile gently sways in midair, casting soft, soothing shadows across the sci-fi room. Commentary? Honestly, having a miniature celestial galaxy dangling over your crib when you're being raised by literal star beings is peak atmospheric interior design. Giggle! Delver scoops up the tiny toddler right near the metallic kitchen unit, spinning her around in a warm hug while her sweet laughter fills the entire cabin. Late into the quiet space night, Delver sits diligently at the desk workstation, crunching data while little Lily slumbers peacefully under a soft white blanket. Staring up at the ceiling with a sudden drop of nervousness, internal anxiety starts creeping back into Delver's mind over whether this sterile metal box is really a proper home for a human child. Hop hop! Delver does a hilarious little victory dance across the polished floor tiles, instantly bringing a massive beaming smile back onto toddler Lily's face. Commentary: can we just pause and acknowledge how Delver is single-handedly running away with the title of best cosmic dad in the entire galaxy? The dedication is unmatched. Dressed in her brand new white toddler outfit with red embroidered trim, tiny Lily opens her arms wide with the absolute sweetest grin imaginable. Proudly posing under bright, colorful party banners strung along the ceiling vents, Delver radiates pure fatherly joy inside the sterile space quarters. Sitting side by side on the white bed, father and daughter gaze quietly through the heavy portal window as breathtaking green cosmic auroras ripple across deep space. Bzzzt! A sudden dark flashback memory interrupts the peace as Delver recalls standing alone in the subterranean crystal mines, plagued by doubts about raising a human girl in space. Commentary? The stark visual contrast between the cozy warm nursery and these eerie blue crystal caverns really drives home the emotional burden Delver carries. Harsh memories of fellow slime miners echo through the glowing crystal caverns, accusing Delver of being completely selfish for keeping a human child isolated from her own kind. Looking up at the towering spires of cosmic ice, the haunting voice asks if keeping Lily hidden away is really for her happiness or just Delver's own desire. The shadowy cosmic figures cold-heartedly warn that being too sweet and attached will only make the inevitable separation hurt 10 times harder down the road. Whoosh! Purple energy surges as space-time hazards swirl around, flashing back to heavy hazmat miners repelling into treacherous planetary chasms below. Commentary? Man, talk about heavy guilt tripping. It's like every single coworker decided to become a certified parenting critic overnight. Holding the heavy white mining helmet in dark, starry hands, Delver stares into the dark, glossy visor with intense internal conflict and grief.
A chilling prompt echoes in Delver's mind, asking if this tiny metallic space room is really going to be that child's entire world for the rest of her life. Gasp! Delver violently snaps back to reality inside the shuttle transport, gasping heavily beneath the visor from the terrifying nightmare. Whoa, easy there. A comrade seated opposite notices the sudden panic and asks if Delver just suffered another awful bad dream. Sitting side by side on the shuttle bench, the friendly miner gently asks if the harsh words from the rest of the crew have been weighing heavily on Delver's mind. A quick memory panel flashes showing the shadowy council of slimes debating what Delver should ultimately do with the human child. Commentary? Classic unsolicited advice. Everyone's a parenting expert until it's actually their turn to pull late-night babysitting duty. Reassuringly, the comrade reminds Delver that everyone knows they're the absolute top worker in the squad, suggesting some of that harsh criticism is pure jealousy over Delver's newfound happiness. Beep! The high-tech ship intercom chimes loudly, signaling the break time is officially over and duty calls back on the lunar service. Sprint! Out on the stark, cratered moonscape under a black sky, a fellow space worker comes running across the gray regolith, frantically waving arms in the air. It's bad, really bad, the miner shouts through the comms channel, completely out of breath with utter panic as emergency alerts trigger. Stomp, stomp, heavy boots tear across the dusty ground as both workers sprint full speed toward the high-risk hazard zone. Huff, huff, Delver's chest heaves inside the heavy white suit while rushing blindly into the danger zone to investigate. Cut to the station infirmary. Delver sheepishly chuckles, explaining how a sudden localized gravity anomaly literally sucked off one of their cosmic slime hands. Commentary? Imagine getting an entire limb ripped off and casually brushing it off with, well, this is embarrassing. Talk about an absolute flex of cosmic slime biology. Resting in the sterile medical bay, the comrades ask how long it'll take for the liquid cells to regenerate, with Delver estimating anywhere from 6 months to a whole year. The crew notes how insanely lucky Delver was because losing any more total body mass would have permanently prevented cellular regeneration from working. If you ever lose your life, I'm taking your secret boost stash, the comrade jokes, prompting Delver to angrily yell back to keep away from those drinks while everyone bursts into laughter. The warm, lighthearted banter fades as Delver gazes down the white hallway, filled with quiet relief at surviving another deadly mining shift. Back inside the cozy nursery, fellow slime Upo whispers softly that tiny Lily just drifted off to sleep, earning a heartfelt thank you from Delver. Aw, little Lily lies curled up on the soft white bed, softly suckling her pacifier in deep, peaceful slumber. Commentary. The soft, warm lighting in this panel is absolute perfection. It makes the whole room feel like a cozy sanctuary away from the cold universe. Tenderly extending a starry blue tendril beneath her tiny foot, Delver makes sure she's tucked in safe and warm without waking her up. A subtle tear glistens at the corner of baby Lily's eye, showing just how deeply connected she feels to her slime father's comforting presence. Soft, ambient light illuminates the spotless futuristic room where every single detail has been customized to keep a little human safe. Flashback to a poignant night, Delver cradles tiny newborn Lily close against the white suit under the vast blue night sky. Pause. A mysterious, high-ranking official in a white cloak and sleek circular helmet appears out of the darkness. The official quietly reminds Delver that human children rarely retain memories from when they're this tiny, questioning if staying together is worth the hardship. Commentary? Ouch, that cold corporate logic hits right in the feels, but Delver's protective fatherly instinct is clearly stronger than any official lecture. Squeeze! Delver pulls the tiny swaddled baby even closer against the suit's chest, refusing to let go no matter what anyone says. Zzz, golden holographic scanner overlays display detailed biodata monitoring Lily's vital organs and healthy human growth. Fast forward to break time. 2 starry slimes float near cosmic crystals, casually chatting about using their upcoming work bonus to buy an actual toy for Lily. Back inside the crew quarters, Delver sits focused at the desk workstation, meticulously managing schedules to make time for parenting duties. Beep, beep! The holographic comm screen lights up as a voice announces that an official physical photograph of Lily has finally been dispatched. Sweat, sweat. Both slimes bounce up and down in pure hyperventilating excitement, having taken the entire afternoon off just to wait for this delivery. Commentary. Look at them sweating literal drops of excitement over a single picture. If that isn't peak wholesome dad energy, I don't know what is. Ding dong! Upo screams over the comms about wanting a half day too, since it's been 6 long months, right as the delivery chime echoes through the doorframe.
Slide, a golden delivery package slips right through the mail slot, making Upo demand a sneak peek later as the call disconnects.
Flail, flail. Panicking in pure joy, Delver frantically searches for a box cutter before deciding to tear it open with raw hands, after a quick hand wash, of course. Sitting on the bed inside the sleek white nursery, Delver carefully unpacks the golden delivery box that just arrived through the door mail slot. With gentle blue tendrils, Delver pulls out a crisp physical photograph wrapped in protective paper right from the bottom of the parcel. Ba-dum! Delver's heart skips a beat as a warm blush spreads across the starry slime form before even turning the photo over. Oh, the picture reveals tiny toddler Lily wearing a gorgeous red dress, holding a little star magic wand and smiling with pure angel energy. Commentary: look at that $1 million smile. Honestly, if this picture doesn't instantly brighten your day, I don't know what will.
Zooming in on her adorable face, Lily's cheerful grin shines brighter than any star in the galaxy as she plays in our brand new outfit.
Delver turns to gaze up at the custom dresses hanging neatly along the sterile white wall, feeling an overwhelming wave of fatherly pride. Cut to the kitchen fridge, completely covered in sweet Polaroid snapshots capturing every milestone of Lily growing up in space. High above the crib, the soft star and cloud mobile sways gently, a quiet reminder of the home they built together. Commentary: the visual contrast between cold sci-fi metal and cozy nursery decor here is honestly top tier. Resting on the counter near heavy sci-fi equipment, a hand-woven baby basket sits lined with soft white blankets. From the doorway frame, Delver sits motionless on the edge of the mattress, lost in quiet reflection as the ambient lights hum. Out in the freezing vacuum of space, the lunar mining facility looms over jagged gray mountain peaks under a pitch-black starry sky. Thud! Heavy industrial crates hit the icy ground, packed to the brim with glowing purple cosmic crystals mined from deep crevasses. Commentary: that glowing crystal detail is insane. The artist really pulled out all the stops for these mining panels. Watching from a distance, two fellow miners stand completely stunned at how fast Delver processed the heavy ore shipment ahead of schedule. "Did you see them diving into those treacherous chasms?" one miner remarks through the comms, completely terrified by Delver's fearless work ethic. Silence. Standing alone in the heavy white spacesuit, Delver remains completely silent while the crew gossips about their relentless work pace. Click! Stepping inside the habitat module, the heavy pressure door seals shut with a mechanical hiss as Delver returns from the surface. Bright red decontamination lights flash overhead as the automated airlock initiates a full disinfectant scrub down on the suit. Trudging inside the sterile living quarters, Delver drags heavy boots across the floor, completely exhausted from pulling double shifts. The glossy black visor reflects the bright fluorescent ceiling lights, hiding whatever intense emotions are brewing underneath. Reaching for the heavy neck zipper, Delver pauses, reluctant to take off the suit after another brutal shift. Commentary: man, talk about the ultimate dad grind. Working non-stop in deep space just to send back toddler clothes is crazy dedication. Suddenly, a crewmate opens the door and walks inside, casually clutching a green bottle of alien liquor in one hand. "Oh yeah!" the comrade exclaims, strutting into the white cabin to drop some big news about the delivery address on the desk workstation. The comrade reveals they actually went ahead and sent those handcrafted toddler clothes directly to the human facility address written on the desk. Delver freezes in place, staring back in dead silence as the heavy words hang awkwardly in the chilled air. Thud! Slamming both hands onto the control console, Delver lunges forward in pure shock and rising panic. Holographic yellow overlays flash across the glass screen, displaying full schematics and shipping manifests for Lily's custom dresses. Standing face to face inside the narrow cabin, the atmosphere instantly turns icy cold as tension skyrockets between the two crewmates. Down by the counter, the green bottle of booze sits forgotten as the argument heats up behind sealed visors. Commentary: you know things are getting real when cosmic slimes drop their expensive alcohol to start drama. "Relax, man," the crewmate defends, explaining that they knew Delver spent endless nights slaving away to get those dress frills just right. "What is wrong with you?" Delver screams back, losing all composure and demanding how anyone could ship Lily's things without permission. Standing in the middle of the room, Delver quivers with fury, feeling like an ultimate line of trust was completely crossed. Looking down from above, the comrade hangs their head in frustration, refusing to back down from the heated confrontation. Beneath the dark glossy helmet, Delver's purple visor slit pulses with raw emotional distress and betrayal.
I did it because I couldn't take it anymore, the crewmate yells back, admitting that Delver's endless wallowing forced their hand. Green energy lines surge through the panel as the comrade steps forward, completely fed up with keeping quiet. Commentary? Wow, okay. The emotional, explosive energy in this argument is peak dramatic storytelling. The comrade snaps, asking if Delver really thinks nobody notices the boxes full of Lily's belongings stuffed into the corner of the room? Gesturing toward the stacked metal storage crates shoved into the corner, the crewmate calls out Delver for hoarding her memories forever instead of letting go. And did you ever consult me before you sent gifts to Lily in secret, huh? The comrade shouts right back. Closing the gap between them, the comrade confronts Delver head-on, emotional, raw anger spilling out through every word. You really think you're the only one who misses that tiny little human kid? The comrade yells, voice cracking under pressure. Delver places a gloved hand over their chest in shock, rendered completely speechless by the unexpected outburst. You didn't even give me a chance to say goodbye to her, the comrade cries out, revealing the deep pain of being excluded after helping raise her. You bastard, the comrade screams, pouring out all the suppressed grief and anger bottled up for months. Commentary. Ouch! That plot twist hits like a freight train. Turns out the whole crew fell in love with baby Lily too. Standing silently against the white wall, the comrade sags down, completely drained from venting all that built-up sadness. Turning away toward the doorframe, the crewmate drops their head, letting the heavy silence return to the habitat module. Flashback. Deep space stars twinkle across the dark blue cosmos as memories of that crucial decision resurface. Cradling tiny newborn Lily close to the heavy white spacesuit, Delver gazes up at the vast galaxy on the night they parted. Squeeze! Delver's gloved fist tightens until the fabric strains, remembering the unbearable agony of giving her away for her own safety. The official stern warning echoes across time. Human children rarely remember anything from when they're that small anyway. A warm flashback memory flashes showing baby Lily laughing joyfully in bright light, proving she deserves a real, normal human life above all else. Imagine sacrificing everything for your child's future, only to have the painful reality burst wide open. Delver explodes in pure rage, screaming that all he ever wanted was a life full of happy memories for tiny Lily. With hands trembling against his suit fabric, the glowing purple light behind his visor flares like a dying star. You can practically hear the reinforced material straining under his intense grip. Tears welled behind the pressurized visor as Delver roars at Upo, reminding them of the sheer agonizing torture it took to send Lily away for her own safety in the first place. Bam! Delver tackles his comrade to the floor, screaming that Upo completely ruined everything and calling him out as the ultimate traitor. Commentary? Honestly, who can blame him? Imagine secretly shipping your homie's kids' clothes without asking. That is a massive boundary violation. The heavy metallic thump echoes through the sterile cabin as the two friends roll around on the floor, all sci-fi decorum completely thrown out the window. Deep down, Delver's intense fury wasn't just about Upo crossing a line. We're sending those gifts behind his back without permission. A ghostly blueprint of the nursery flashes before his eyes, showing tiny baby Lily clutching her pacifier on the bed, a painful reminder of the cozy home they used to share. A single glowing tear rolls down the inside of the dark visor as Delver chokes back a sob, unable to finish the thought of losing her forever. Commentary? Okay, the artist using glowing alien tears inside a pressurized spaceship is peak dramatic cinema, not gonna lie. Slumping down on the edge of the cold mattress, Delver shrinks back into his true blue starry slime form, feeling completely isolated inside the vast empty room. The low ambient hum of the facility fills the quiet space, highlighting just how empty and cold the habitat feels without a child's laughter around. Inside a heavy storage drawer lies the hand-woven baby basket lid, preserved like a holy artifact from a happier time in his life. Sitting quietly on the hard floor, the little blue slime carefully unpacks the basket, treating every single scrap of paper like priceless treasure. Aw, the physical photos reveal toddler Lily beaming with angel energy in her bright red dress, holding a star magic wand. Commentary, look at those cute puffy cheeks. If that photo doesn't instantly melt your heart into a puddle, nothing will. Vroom. Bright yellow comms and biodata displays hum into life, projecting real-time updates directly from the human facility. Complex medical metrics and organ schematics float through the air, constantly monitoring Lily's vital growth and physical health from light years away. Delver reaches out a soft blue tendril, gently touching the glowing UI screen just to feel a little closer to his growing daughter. The story shifts back to a crucial encounter with two high-ranking cosmic entities, a grand white-winged arbiter and a sharp-eyed red-horned warrior sitting in an elegant room. Standing nervously in his heavy white spacesuit, Delver whispers a desperate plea, wishing for just one chance to make things right for his child. Splash! Memories of baby Lily crying hysterically flood his mind, reminding him why he had to seek higher authority in the first place. Without a second thought, Delver drops to his knees and bows his head all the way to the carpet in front of the powerful beings. Commentary: seeing an interstellar miner bow so low shows how far a dedicated dad'll go for his child. Total respect. Desperately swallowing his pride, Delver begs for their aid, admitting how shameless it looks for someone like him to intrude on their domain. The majestic Arbiter and her horned lieutenants stare back in utter disbelief, caught completely off guard by the slime's dramatic entrance. The red-horned warrior crosses his arms with a skeptical scoff, clearly unimpressed by this low-ranking miner crashing their private quarters. Sweat, sweat! Delver's starry blue head pops out of his collar, dripping literal sweat drops as the pressure in the room skyrockets. Ha! The red-horned guy suddenly bursts into a booming laugh, amused by the sheer audacity of this desperate cosmic dad. Commentary: classic tough guy trope, acts mean for 2 seconds, then laughs it off like a cool uncle. Grinning mischievously, the horned warrior teases Delver while the arbiter face-palms in the background at her subordinate's total lack of manners. Delver blinks his wide oval eyes, completely bewildered by the sudden shift from high-tension drama to lighthearted banter. Returning to her calm, dignified composure, the white-winged arbiter gazes down with glowing eyes, ready to discuss official protocol. The ambient atmosphere fills with swirling galactic energy, representing the vast universe-governing power these supreme beings possess. A blinding stellar entity shines through the void, embodying the cosmic balance and laws that rule over all alien clans. As the rules dictate, overall authority over these territories belongs to the Arbiter, while management duties fall directly onto Nafal. Sitting elegantly in her dark embroidered robes, the Arbiter listens intently, carefully weighing the legal constraints of Delver's request. Commentary: the art detail on her feather headpiece and gold-trimmed robes is genuinely breathtaking. She explains the strict regulations. Entering the human care facility requires explicit permission from the primary caretakers themselves. She lays out the bureaucratic nightmare, noting they could list him as a temporary dependent, but the endless mountain of paperwork would take ages. A shadow of worry falls over the Arbiter's dark face as she contemplates the harsh reality of their strict bureaucratic system. She secretly realizes the grave urgency. If Lily's life force has weakened this drastically over recent years, she might not have much time left. Her white eye flashes with resolute determination as she makes a swift mental decision to intervene, despite the rules. Turning toward her loyal Lieutenant Nafal, she signals that it's time to drop the official act and take matters into their own hands. Nafal's 4 green eyes widen in surprise as he immediately picks up on his master's unspoken command. With a gentle, reassuring look, the Arbiter turns back to face the anxious slime father sitting across the table. Commentary: you just know when an ancient cosmic deity gives you that look, major moves are about to happen. Folding her white-gloved hands together, she prepares to drop a game-changing revelation that will leave everyone speechless. The heavy silence in the room reaches a crescendo as she sets the secret plan into motion. Wham! The dramatic mood instantly shatters into cute chibi chaos as both cosmic beings pull funny, shocked expressions. Nafal pulls out a miniature golden holographic scan of baby Lily, holding the glowing toddler outline right in his palm. Delver's jaw practically hits the floor as he stares at the glowing miniature image of his beloved daughter. Suddenly, peeking right over the edge of the furniture, a ridiculously cute little toddler with giant sparkly brown eyes pops up into view. Delver freezes dead in his tracks, a huge sweat drop forming on his blue starry head as his brain completely short-circuits. Gasp! Look at those massive, shimmering eyes filled with pure innocence as the little kid gazes directly at Delver. Commentary: stop right now. This kid is illegally adorable. That eye detail is 10 out of 10 cuteness overload. Question marks practically float above Delver's head as he tries to process who this mysterious kid standing right in front of him actually is. With sparkles twinkling all around his adorable face, the child stares back with teary eyes, setting up an emotional cliffhanger that will leave you begging for the next episode. Talk about an awkward first meeting. Out of nowhere, this adorable little kid toddles right up to Delver's heavy spacesuit and starts pressing his chest like it's an interactive arcade button. Poor Delver's standing there completely frozen, sweating bullets behind his visor. Before anyone can even process what's happening, the toddler literally uses Delver's helmet as a stepping stool. He climbs right up onto his head, leaving the red-horned warrior and the white-feathered arbiter gasping in absolute shock. Panicking at the breach of decorum, Nafal and Miria start yelling for little Mori to get down before he breaks something, but Mori just happily nuzzles against the pressurized glass helmet, while Delver raises his hands in a frantic panic, stammering that everything is completely fine. Lowering himself down into his raw blue starry slime form, Delver gently reassures the wide-eyed toddler that there's nothing to worry about. He softly notices that the kid got a little bit of glowing cosmic dust stuck to his tiny hands. Commentary? Honestly, Delver switching from intimidating space miner to gentle kindergarten dad in 2 seconds flat is the sweetest thing ever. We get a dramatic close-up shot of Mori's tiny little palms, literally glowing with shimmering yellow stardust and magical sparkles. Mori looks down at his sparkling hands, his eyes blowing up into massive, glossy, teary bubbles of pure wonder as he lets out a breathless whisper of awe. Cut to outside the grand room. Muffled, frantic shouts echo through the heavy carved wooden doors as someone inside begs Mori to stop climbing on guest protocol. Outside in the silent hallway, 2 bird-masked attendants stand nervously near the doors, while a little floating camera drone hovers quietly between them. One of the feather-headed servants wipes away a dramatic tear, admitting that if it were their own child in that painful position, they'd break every rule in the cosmos just to hold them again. Commentary. Even the background staff are absolute softies in this habitat. You've got to love how everyone in this facility has zero emotional resistance to sad dad stories. The hovering green-eyed drone suggestively chirps, asking why they don't just send a formal invitation to little Lily directly. But the hooded attendant quickly shuts that down, reminding the drone of the catastrophic legal drama that went down when Mori showed up on his own. A cute chibi thought bubble pops up showing toddler Mori and little human Lily holding hands with happy shadow friends. The attendant notes that while Mori could theoretically invite her over for a playdate, it's a massive risk. Standing under the warm sunlight filtering through the hallway windows, they realize the Arbiter would instantly see right through their scheme. After all, trying to fake a casual meetup while actively scheming behind the scenes is a recipe for trouble. Suddenly, heavy metallic footsteps ring out right behind the double doors. Step, step, the attendants freeze in total terror. With a loud zoom, both bird attendants literally turn into high-speed blurs, sprinting down the corridor at Mach 1 to avoid getting caught red-handed. The door swings open and out steps Nafal, holding a steaming mug in his hand. He blinks his green eyes in confusion, wondering why 2 high-ranking staff members were just lurking outside his room. Commentary. Nafal walking out with his little morning coffee while attendants scatter like cockroaches is top-tier comedic timing. The floating robot cheekily tells Nafal he should try clear his throat next time, prompting the Red Warrior to deadpan that that's a pretty bold way to admit he was eavesdropping. Later that night, the high-octane drama settles into a heavy, suffocating quiet. Delver sits alone on the edge of a bare mattress, his blue, starry slime body slumped under the moonlight streaming through the window. Knock, knock. A sharp rap on the wooden door breaks the silence, making Delver gasp as sweat drops form over his glowing eyes. Nafal steps into the dark bedroom, holding a folded white blanket. He offers it over casually, asking if the guest needs anything else, while Delver quickly stammers that he's already been given far too much hospitality. Sitting quietly in the candlelight, Delver softly admits that he never expected the high authorities to agree to help a low-tier miner like him so easily. Nafal leans back against the wooden desk, crossing his arms in the dim room, as he candidly agrees that backing Delver's cause puts everyone's head on the chopping block. Looking closely at the Slime Father, Nafal reveals the real reason behind their mercy. Miria took a personal interest because she witnessed Mori's tragic final moments firsthand. Commentary? Wow, dropping heavy lore like that in a cozy late-night bedroom chat? The emotional contrast in this scene is masterclass writing. Deep space cosmos flare up in a mesmerizing cosmic vision, showing a colossal black void swirling with bright galactic matter across the dark universe. Nafal admits that, as a father, his own child will always come first no matter what, so he directly asks Miria why she was willing to gamble everything for an outsider. A shadowy flashback frame appears, highlighting Miria's glowing white eyes as her quiet answer echoes, because Mori smiled. The scene shifts to a heartbreaking memory where Miria cradles Mori's fragile body, glowing tears streaming down her face as the dying child looks up into her eyes with a tender, peaceful smile. Returning to the present, Nafal stares quietly at the floor, repeating those final words that completely shattered the Arbiter's stoic composure. Crackle, crackle, the dark tension melts into the warm, soothing orange glow of a roaring fireplace inside the grand library. In a high-angle shot of the room, Miria sits peacefully in a wooden rocking chair, hovering a glowing golden magic document above her lap while papers lie scattered across the ornate rug. Resting safely nearby, little Mori sleeps soundly wrapped in his cloak, his tiny cheeks flushed red under the fireplace glow. Knock, knock. A quiet knock at the library entrance draws Miria's attention, her glowing white eyes locking onto the doorway. Delver steps into the cozy room, his blue translucent body catching the warm firelight as he carefully approaches the seated arbiter. Standing humbly near the massive wooden bookshelves, Delver bows his head slightly, politely asking if he can borrow a quick moment of her time. Miria turns her head toward him, her white feather headpiece casting soft shadows over her dark, mysterious face. Commentary? The art team deserves a raise for Miria's character design. She looks so regal yet incredibly intimidating all at once. On a small wooden stool next to the crackling hearth, a stack of bound leather books sits undisturbed, setting a serene mood. Whip! Delver reaches out a dark-gloved hand presenting a sleek, high-tech glass vial filled with a glowing yellow payload. Cut to a wide overhead shot of the grand meeting room. The entire council of Bird Mask staff, Nafal, and Miria gather around as someone asks what this mysterious jar is. Miria explains that Delver brought finely crushed Leyloon fruit. Nafal points a finger in surprise, recognizing it instantly as little Mori's absolute favorite treat. A cute chibi insert shows toddler Mori joyfully munching on a green fruit with hearts floating around him. Delver speaks up in front of the council, explaining the desperate backstory of when baby Lily's health plummeted years ago. A heartwarming flashback panel shows Delver in his habitat bed, tenderly feeding a tiny, sick baby Lily spoonfuls of crushed yellow fruit. He reveals that he spent a full month's salary to get it, and her miraculous recovery saved her life. Standing before the High Council, Delver admits he was terrified to mention the fruit earlier because he didn't know if importing foreign alien produce violated space contraband laws. Miria secretly realizes he risked everything just to deliver this cure in person. Looking down thoughtfully at the glowing vial, Miria's eyes narrow as a stroke of genius sparks in her mind. Swoosh! Miria raises her hand, projecting a brilliant golden solar calendar circle floating with phase of the moon runes. She notes that human culture loves celebrating specific calendar dates, and Children's Day is right around the corner. A festive green holiday tree decorated with red ribbons and golden gift boxes pops up. Miria explains that official caretakers used to arrange gift events for human children on special holidays. A flashback memory reveals an ancient masked guardian resting outdoors with cute furry wombats climbing over his shoulders while managing busy official affairs. Holding official glowing document stamped with green approval checks, Miria proudly announces that she submitted a formal petition to take over the event duties, and it was officially granted. Commentary: bureaucracy magic at its finest. Who knew loopholing cosmic laws could be this satisfying? Standing tall with absolute authority, Miria lays out the official covert plan. They will throw a massive holiday celebration specifically for the facility's kids. The tiny black robot projects a cute hologram showing mascot bunnies handing out gifts. Miria explains they can dress up in fun animal suits so the kids aren't scared and use the Len fruit to bake delicious magical treats. The tall, plague doctor masked envoy Jair steps up, noting that he and the taller staff will stay off-site during the event so their towering height doesn't terrify the human children. Looking down from above at the entire assembly, the plan is finalized. Ryder and Nafal will take point on the floor, and because it's registered as an official public festival, extra staff will be legally permitted in, giving Delver the ultimate golden ticket to see his daughter. Miria drops the massive news that Delver gets to join the mission as an external hire for the event team, causing the blue slime father to freeze in pure shock. Imagine betting your whole life on a stealth operation just to see your daughter, only to realize you're basically getting brought on as seasonal event staff. A tight close-up shows Delver squeezing his starry slime fist until it trembles, stealing his resolve for what comes next. Miria stands quietly across from him, her stark white feather crest casting a calm, intimidating authority over the entire room. Later that night, the mood drops into a deep, heavy stillness as Delver sits alone at his bedroom desk, bathed in the faint amber glow of a single candle and cool blue moonlight. Commentary: you've got to give props to the background artist here. The contrast between the warm candle flame and the cold window light makes this scene feel so peaceful yet melancholy. Scratch! Delver scratches his head in total frustration, staring blankly at the open book sitting before him. Boing! Suddenly, the tiny green-eyed drone pops up out of nowhere, asking if he's having trouble understanding. Delver lets out a startled yell, nearly jumping out of his skin. The floating bot casually apologizes for forgetting to knock, while Delver tries to catch his breath, stammering that it's totally fine. Hovering over the desk, the drone notes that Delver is grinding away on a human language book, which Delver softly confirms was a personal gift from Miria. Commentary: Miria handing out human language textbooks as gifts is such a dad move, but hey, gotta learn the local dialect somehow. Slumping his starry head, Delver quietly sighs, wondering what good it is to learn a whole language when he might not even get a chance to speak to his daughter. The drone gently pushes back, reminding him that little Lily might still remember him deep down, but Delver just shakes his head in quiet doubt. Flutter, the bot gets all hyped up, suggesting that if talking out loud is too scary, they should practice writing a letter instead. Delver's sweat drops, realizing this little robot isn't listening to a word he says. Floating peacefully in the dim room, the drone softly asks what single message Delver wants to tell Lily the most if he gets the chance. Commentary? Man, this floating little toaster is low-key the best emotional therapist in the entire space habitat. Cut to the silent night sky outside the tall lattice windows, where distant stars glitter against the deep velvet blue. The next morning, the Grand Council gathers as someone reports that little Mori has been dropped off safely at school. Miria steps up to kick off the covert mission, warning everyone not to forget the snacks and animal costumes. We get a sharp profile view of Delver suited up in a heavy white astronaut rig with a sleek black visor. Whoosh! The portal opens up and Delver literally goes flying through the threshold, face-planting into the void. Commentary: the transition from cool space warrior to clumsy ragdoll falling through a magic doorway is absolute top-tier comedy. Maria's voice echoes through the transmission, dropping a massive reality check. There's a critical catch to this entire operation. Looking down with deadly seriousness, Miria explains that the facility has an automated security failsafe active to protect the children. Vroom. A glowing golden topographical map flares up across the room floor, revealing a massive gravitational warp encircling the entire perimeter around Morse Portal. The hologram highlights cute little woodland animal zones, with Miria pointing out that the force field is completely harmless to the local forest creatures. But as Delver listens nervously, Miria warns that the gravitational field will target him specifically. Commentary: of course there's an active anti-intruder force field. Nothing in this habitat ever comes without 3 layers of legal and magical red tape. The holographic greens flare red, warning that the intense gravity warp will crush anyone trying to reach the border unless they are holding little Mori's hand. A chaotic swirl of brilliant pink and purple cosmic energy ripples across the screen as Miria lays out the final danger of stepping over the boundary line. Lowering her gaze, Miria delivers her ultimate ultimatum. No matter what happens out there, he cannot mess up. Under a bright sunny sky, Ryder leads Delver across a lush green meadow toward a picturesque little village with red-roofed cottages, reminding him that everything depends on his reunion with Lily. Gasp! Ryder stops in his tracks, turning his red-horned face around as someone calls out his name. A warrior clad in a sleek, white-hooded robe with a dark chest plate waves a black-gloved hand in friendly greeting. Standing on the open green field beside the portal, Ryder chuckles that it's been a hot minute, while the white robe companion asks how the whole crew's been holding up. Commentary: seeing this ragtag squad of cosmic entities casually hanging out in a peaceful green village feels like a wholesome RPG side quest. The hooded ally hands over a pile of disguise gear, noting that they brought all the requested animal suits for the infiltration. Looking toward the schoolhouse in his full astronaut gear, Delver asks if they should suit up now, pointing out that Ryder is assigned to the Star class while he's headed to the Moon class. Delver casually mentions that he heard rain is on the forecast later, making Ryder freeze in utter disbelief under the clear blue sky. Inside the sunny classroom, a cheery brown-haired teacher claps her hands together, asking the kids if they know what special day it is, and the toddlers shout back in unison that it's Children's Day. Smiling warmly, the teacher announces that to celebrate, they've invited some special furry friends all the way from the forest. She turns toward the doorway with an enthusiastic wave, inviting the surprise guest to come right inside. Doom! The door swings open and three towering, hyper-realistic animal mascots, a fox, a rabbit, and a bear, walk into the classroom like absolute mafia enforcers. The teacher's smiling face instantly shatters into a sweat-drenched panic as she internally screams that these wild beasts look like they came to devour the children. Commentary. Seriously, who designed these suits? They look like they walked straight out of a horror game instead of a cute preschool event. Instead of crying, the toddlers erupt into pure joy, raising their tiny hands in excitement. The teacher blinks in total shock, amazed that the kids actually love them. Little toddler Maury sits up on the floor, locking his big glossy eyes onto Ryder standing tall in the fox suit. We get an insanely adorable close-up shot of little Maury, his massive dark eyes twinkling with total wonder. Ack! Mac! Ryder in the fox suit lets out the weirdest, stiffest animal yelps, trying his absolute best to stay in character. Raya! Maury bursts into a massive grin, throwing his hands in the air with a happy cheer. Sniffle. Sparks fly in Ryder's eyes beneath the fox mask as he gasps, wondering if his little boy actually recognized him through the entire costume. Commentary. Ryder's heart literally melting inside a giant fox suit is the most wholesome dad moment of the entire chapter. Sweat. Panicking internally, Ryder forces himself to get a grip, repeating his mental mantra that he is just a majestic wild fox united with nature. Swish! A close-up shot catches soft golden strands of hair fluttering in the breeze as someone turns around in the classroom. Looking past the sea of toddler heads, the camera frames the three animal mascots standing before the class. A delicate close-up reveals a toddler girl's soft golden hair and big amber eyes peering up in quiet curiosity. It's little Lily. She looks up with the cutest pigtails, her massive brown eyes wide with gentle wonder. The rabbit mascot taps Delver in the bear suit on the shoulder, asking if they should start handing out gifts, snapping Delver out of his trance as he nervously stammers yes. Outside the window, soft white clouds drift across a serene blue sky, marking a picture-perfect moment. Delver kneels down gently in his brown bear suit, holding out a bright red gift box tied with a white ribbon to little Lily, who reaches out her tiny hands to accept it. Standing among her tiny classmates, little Lily quietly hides behind the crowd with a timid look on her face, completely overwhelmed by all the sudden excitement. The teacher announces to the class that these magical holiday presents are specifically designed to help every single one of them grow up big, tall, and super strong. Cheep! The adorable toddlers chirp back in full agreement, totally buying into the holiday hype as they get ready for their treats. Meanwhile, Delver stands nervously in his oversized brown bear costume, holding out a shiny red present while little Lily sulks away in the corner with a super heavy expression. Instead of joining the joyous chaos with the rest of the kids, Lily walks all the way over to the quiet corner of the classroom, seeking shelter right beside the wooden bookshelf. Taking a closer look at her delicate profile, you can tell her little mind is heavy with memories, staring blankly at the books with a wistful look in her big amber eyes. Seeing his daughter isolated, Delver gently drops down to his knees in his clunky bear suit, stepping up to her level so he doesn't look like a towering monster. Gasp! Lily turns around and timidly looks up, softly asking the giant fluffy bear if he happens to be a friend of Maury's mom. Delver freezes up for a second before extending the bright red gift box again, silently praying that this simple token will bring a smile to her sweet face. Clutching her tiny hands against her chest, Lily hesitates, looking down with an anxious stutter as if she's totally unsure whether to trust this random bear. Lane! Seeing her hesitate, Delver tilts his head in utter concern, silently wondering why his own daughter looks so uncomfortable around him. As the red box sits between them, Miria's earlier warning echoes through his mind, reminding him that these gifts were meant to heal and protect the children, no matter what. We get a dramatic close-up reflection of the red present right inside Lily's pupil, building up the intense emotional tension of this long-awaited father-daughter moment. Commentary? Yo, the cinematic lighting in this panel is absolute top tier. The artist really pulled out all the stops to make us feel every bit of this dramatic pause. Smack! Out of nowhere, Lily suddenly panics and slaps Delver's hand away with all her tiny force. Thud! The wrapped red gift box sends ripples through the air as it goes tumbling head over heels across the polished wooden floorboards. Trembling in absolute fear, Lily clutches her chest and hyperventilates, terrified out of her mind by the massive wild beast kneeling before her. Wobble. Her tiny body shakes violently as a full-blown panic attack triggers, sweat dripping down her face as she struggles to catch a single breath. Shout! The teacher turns around and gasps in total horror, screaming Lily's name at the top of her lungs as she witnesses the toddler collapsing. Cough, cough! Delver panics inside his mascot suit while the teacher rushes over, frantically trying to soothe the wheezing child and calm a racing pulse. Cradling the distressed toddler in her arms, the teacher quickly decides they need to rush straight to the infirmary before her breathing gets any worse. Left behind in the empty corner, Delver remains frozen on his knees, completely crushed as he watches his daughter get carried away because of his presence. Commentary? Man, my heart literally just broke into a million pieces for Delver. Imagine getting a chance to see your kid after years only to give her a panic attack. Rumble. Outside the high-arched windows, dark, heavy storm clouds gather rapidly across the sky, perfectly matching the gloomy heartbreak inside the room. Jolt! Ryder in his fox costume and their rabbit companion step through the doorway, calling out Delver's name to snap him out of his paralyzed trance. Quickly slapping a fake smile on his mascot face, Delver plays it off with a self-deprecating laugh, mentally cursing himself for letting his personal emotions ruin the whole stealth operation. Dash. Trying to hide his absolute devastation, Delver quickly bolts out of the room, promising his teammates that he'll go grab their gear and meet him outside. Walking alone across the vast, rain-soaked meadow under a brooding gray sky, the lonely bear figure trudges forward with his head slumping down in total defeat. Inside his mind, he painfully reflects on his own doubts, realizing he was a complete fool to think a toddler would ever remember a father she lost so long ago. Creak! Reaching up with trembling paws under the gloomy sky, Delver begins to unlatch the heavy mascot helmet from his head. Flashback to last night's scene where the cute floating drone gently encouraged him that deep down in her heart, little Lily might still remember who he is. Sob. Tears stream uncontrollably down Delver's face beneath his sleek space helmet, breaking down in heavy, quiet sob as the weight of heartbreak finally crushes him. Commentary. Okay, who's cutting onions in here? This scene hits way harder than any action beat in this entire manhwa. Back inside the quiet nurse's office, Lil Lily stands by the grand lattice window, gazing out across the overcast fields at the solitary figure walking away. Pressing her little nose against the cold glass pane, her big glossy eyes track the distant brown bear moving through the grass. Sparkle! Suddenly, something catches her eye. Tiny, brilliant golden stardust particles twinkling softly along the path where the bear walked. Dash! Shocked by the familiar glowing light, Lily spins around on her heels and bolts straight out of the infirmary bed without a second thought. Pigtails whipping through the chilly wind, the little girl runs through the open doorway and races out into the gloomy, storm-swept fields. Determination flares in her wide brown eyes, ignoring her heavy breathing as she charges across the grass after the retreating figure. Stopping near the edge of the border, Lily stares down in awe at the trail of glittering, starry sparkles floating up into the dark, cloudy sky. Her eyes widen to the maximum as a long-buried memory begins to unlock deep within her mind. Flashback, a warm visual appears in her memory. A gentle, smiling, cosmic blue slime dad reaching out a loving hand to comfort her as a baby. Commentary. Talk about a legendary core memory unlocking. That blue slime daddy form is honestly so iconic. Realization strikes her like a bolt of lightning as tears well up in her huge eyes. She finally realizes who that bear really was. Step, without a single second of hesitation, her brown leather shoe steps right onto the sparkling trail, chasing after her long-lost father. Far ahead on the field, Delver clutches his helmet, wincing in pain as his emotional breakdown makes his severe motion sickness kick into overdrive. Feeling dizzy and nauseous under the heavy sky, Delver groans that he needs to hurry back to the team portal before he completely passes out on the lawn. Dun dun dun! Turning his head around, Delver freezes in absolute disbelief as he spots a tiny little girl frantically running toward him across the wide green meadow. Badum! His heart takes a violent leap against his chest as cosmic energy bursts wildly behind his visor. It's Lily, running straight for him! Crash! But suddenly, intense chromatic distortion surges through the air as the facility's automated security force field slams down onto Delver's body with immense gravity. The glowing topographical defense grid flares red around the perimeter, actively targeting Delver as an unverified intruder because he isn't holding Mori's hand. Doubled over under the crushing gravitational force, Delver gasps for air, his vision blurring as he struggles to stay conscious against the lethal pressure. Lowering his dark visor, Delver gazes down in sheer awe as the tiny toddler finally reaches his side, softly whispering her name through his radio transmitter. Whack, whack! Instead of a tearful hug, little Lily fiercely raises her tiny hands and starts furiously pounding her toddler fists against his leg, scolding her dummy dad for making her worry. Commentary? Ending the emotional peak with a hilarious toddler beatdown is absolute perfection. You gotta love this story's comedic timing. Hold on to your seats, because right when you think this emotional father-daughter reunion is gonna turn soft, little Lily starts wailing on her giant mascot dad like an absolute savage. Slagging him with all her tiny force, she demands to know how he could ever leave her. With every toddler punch, she demands to know how he could possibly abandon her after all this time. Poor Delver can only raise his giant bear paws in utter defeat, totally helpless against the wrath of his angry daughter. Tears stream down her cheeks as she lands another pair of tiny fist slams right on his chest, screaming out her heart. Commentary? Bro, toddler rage is no joke. She might only weigh 20 pounds, but every single strike is carrying 5 years of repressed abandonment issues. Delver sits there in his mascot suit, sweating bullets, completely paralyzed because he literally has no defense against his own child's heartbreak. With a soft hiss, cosmic blue energy starts oozing out from the collar of his suit as Delver gives up the mascot disguise entirely. Emerging in his true cosmic slime form under the dark storm clouds, Delver gently reaches out his starry hand to cup her tiny hands. Commentary. Man, the visual contrast between this glowing starry entity and a tiny little girl standing in a grassy field is insanely beautiful. Lily stops her beatdown for a second, her massive amber eyes welling up with tears as she stares directly into her father's true face. And then the dam completely breaks as she bursts into a full-blown toddler meltdown, sobbing at the top of her lungs. Panicking instantly, Cosmic Slime Dad throws his hands up with sweat drops flying everywhere, having zero clue how to calm down a crying toddler. Commentary: imagine being an overpowered cosmic entity capable of bending reality, yet completely defeated by a crying toddler. Peak comic relief right here. Through her heavy sobs, Lily cries out the one question that's been breaking her heart. Why didn't he ever come back to see her? We cut to a sudden flashback of little Lily in an oversized purple dress standing quietly in front of a big wooden mirror. A heavy memory surfaces of her being told that she can't wear her favorite dress anymore because she's grown too big for it. Commentary. Oof, now that's a subtle detail that carries huge emotional weight. The poor kid attached growing up to losing her connection to her dad. Back in the present, Lily wipes her face with her tiny sleeves, weeping that she never wanted to grow up if it meant losing him. Hearing her tragic logic, Delver's slime body jolts as a bunch of paper sheets suddenly scatter around them in the wind. With a soft whoosh, a breeze sweeps the scattered white papers across the green grass right around the two of them. Lily blinks through her tears, looking down at the notes fluttering all around her feet in confusion. Commentary. The artist really knows how to deliver cinema with these atmospheric wide shots under those brooding clouds. Flashback to the previous night. The tiny floating drone asked Delver what single message he wanted to say to Lily more than anything else. We see a spread of handwritten papers with notes like, "Sorry, I love you, and I missed you." Back then, Delver sat in the dark, struggling to put his overwhelming feelings into words as his cosmic form glowed softly. A starry blue slime tendril reached down toward the pile of draft notes, hesitating over every single word. Commentary? You can literally feel the agonizing fatherly anxiety through a blob of slime, and that's top-tier character design. With a swift motion, his tendril grabbed a specific folded paper from the pile. He solemnly admitted to the drone that even if Lily ended up hating him for the rest of her life, he could live with it, as long as one condition was met. Back in the present, Delver's glowing eyes widen in realization as he spots the exact note sitting among the grass. Quickly reaching out his starry arm, he snatches the handwritten paper right off the lawn. With the dramatic dune, Cosmic Slime Dad kneels down low and holds out the single piece of paper right in front of his crying daughter. Commentary? Y'all, the suspense in this panel is unreal. What could possibly be written on that paper that overrides all the I love yous? Lily freezes mid-sob, her huge brown eyes locking onto the paper with sheer curiosity. Flashback again to that quiet night where Delver revealed his single deepest wish to the floating drone. A close-up captures Lily's massive eyes filled with shimmering tears as she reads the simple message. Written on the paper in crude, heartfelt letters are just two simple words: no sick. Delver holds up the note with a gentle, humble expression, proving that he didn't care about getting forgiveness, he just wanted her to live healthy. Commentary: bro, I'm not crying, you're crying. He didn't write "I love you" or "I'm sorry," he just prayed she wouldn't get sick anymore. My heart. A tearful realization hits Lily like a freight train as she stares at her dad's ultimate wish for her. Overwhelmed by love, Lily lets out an explosive, ugly cry sob, letting all her fear and loneliness melt away. Flashback to when she was just a tiny infant, bursting into the exact same dramatic cry while clinging onto her slime dad's soft blue body. A single glistening tear slips down Delver's cosmic face as the emotional relief finally hits him. Commentary: look at that single teardrop on a celestial slime body. The aesthetic choices in this manhwa are unmatched. The camera pans out to a breathtaking wide view of the vast green meadow under towering stormy clouds where father and daughter are finally reunited. A text narrative reveals the deep backstory, explaining that Delver's overwhelming guilt stemmed from a terrifying truth. We see a peek inside a sterile, futuristic pod equipped with a cute baby mobile featuring stars and clouds. It's revealed through medical logs that when Delver first rescued baby Lily as a newborn, her life expectancy was estimated at 3 weeks at best. Commentary: what? 3 weeks? Man was literally fighting against time itself to keep his baby girl breathing. We see a heartwarming collage of Polaroid photos taped to a metal door, showing Delver's slime form cradling and raising baby Lily as she grew up. A close-up photo shows tiny infant Lily sleeping peacefully with a pacifier, safely snuggled against her starry slime father. The story shows the high-tech, love-filled nursery room Delver meticulously crafted for her inside the facility, complete with space views and cozy decor. We then see a photo of grown toddler Lily smiling among her classmates and teacher Maria. A gorgeous, custom-made dark blue dress adorned with sparkling stars and elegant lace appears in a magical flash with a huge wow! Flashback to when Lily opened the gift box containing this breathtaking starry dress in front of Miria and the other orphans, marveling at how pretty it was, but noting it was way too big. Miria sat beside the kids with a gentle, knowing smile as Lily held the oversized gown. Miria warmly encouraged little Lily, telling her with a gentle smile that she'd better hurry up and grow into it. Commentary: bro, the teacher meant it as encouragement to stay healthy, but poor little Lily took it as a countdown to losing her dress. Toddler Lily looked down at the starry dress with deep wonder, taking those words to heart. She spent hours sitting alone in front of the mirror, wearing the oversized dress that swallowed her whole. A heartwarming close-up shows Lily holding the dress up, beaming with pure joy as she imagines looking like a real princess. And in an absolutely stunning finale frame, little Lily twirls with pure delight as the celestial starry dress billows around her like a galaxy. Imagine looking out into the vast, silent void of space and realizing your home planet is just a distant blue marble hanging in the dark. Out on the desolate lunar surface, Delver's crewmate calls out to him through the comms, letting him know it's time to head out. Underneath that spacesuit helmet, Delver flashes a super wholesome smile, totally ready for whatever cosmic mission lies ahead. Fast forward to mealtime back down on solid ground, and little toddler Mori is turning into the ultimate picky eater, pushing veggies right off his plate with a smug little face. Commentary: honestly, every parent watching this can instantly feel the sheer pain of toddler mealtime battles. Seeing the kid refuse to eat, our hooded chef dramatically draws a massive cleaver with full anime intensity, declaring the desperate times call for secret culinary tactics. With lightning-fast precision, chop, 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 the chef pulverizes those green veggies into microscopic specks, so small no kid could ever spot them. Whoosh! Tossed into a blazing hot wok over roaring flames, the veggies get thoroughly blended into a golden, delicious mountain of fried rice. Presenting the master plan on a silver platter, dice every single healthy green down to an atom and mix it completely into the savory rice. At first, the trick works like an absolute charm as Mori happily shovels spoonfuls of fried rice into his mouth, munching away without a care in the world. Commentary: bro thought he outsmarted a toddler, but you should never underestimate the superpower of a kid's taste buds. Bah! In a terrifying display of biological filtering, Mori sticks out his tongue with every single green pea completely isolated and spit right back out. droop. The entire kitchen staff collapses in absolute defeat, while Ryder and the Winged Guardian observe the tragic culinary failure from the doorway. Exchanging a sneaky glance, the Horned Demon and Winged Guardian share a silent nod, realizing physical force won't work. It's time for psychological warfare. Raising his voice so Mori can hear every word, Ryder casually remarks how Lily was noticeably taller than Mori the last time they saw her. The Winged Guardian immediately plays along, pointing out that kids who eat all their food grow big and tall, while picky eaters get left behind. Ryder casually lays down the nursery school lore, explaining how growing kids move up from star class to moon class, while Rowena has already advanced all the way to cloud class. Commentary: reverse psychology on a competitive kid is honestly the most elite parenting strategy in history. Mori freezes in mid-bite as the realization hits him. If he keeps picking out his greens, he's going to be stuck in baby status forever. The Winged Guardian hits him with the ultimate dramatic pause, lowering her eyes with solemn heartbreak. Crackle. A bolt of pure shock strikes Mori's soul as she delivers the final blow. He's destined to stay trapped in star class all by himself forever. Om nom nom. Panic setting in, Mori starts frantically vacuuming the entire plate of fried rice, while Ryder and the Guardian low-key fist bump over their galaxy brain victory. Setting off on a new chapter titled On the Way to Meet Mom, the mysterious tall figure and feathered guardians gather around toddler Mori as they prepare to depart. Whoosh! Rain streams down the tall diamond-pane windows of the grand estate, casting a gloomy, serene vibe throughout the hallway. In a massive, high-ceilinged room under the gentle pitter-patter of the storm, the long-haired tall figure sits quietly on the floor next to little Mori looking out the glass. Commentary: the scale of the architecture compared to this tiny toddler sitting quietly is visually gorgeous. Little Mori presses himself up close, gazing wide-eyed through the wet glass at the gloomy raindrops falling outside. Rumble, the mysterious masked figure in the broad-brimmed hat, steps right behind the kid, radiating an aura of silent protection. Under the shadow of his wide hat, the figure's visor lights up with glowing blue energy rings, tracking the little toddler's every move. Wipe, wipe! Reaching up with a gloved finger, the tall figure gently wipes away the condensation on the glass to clear the view for Mori. Right in the middle of the cleared fog spot, the tall guardian draws a cute, crude little stick figure baby on the window pane. Mori's eyes light up with pure wonder as he stares at the surprised doodle left on the foggy glass. Stooping down low, the tall masked figure gently scoops up the toddler in one arm so he can reach the window himself. Mori reaches out his chubby little hand, pressing his fingertip against the cool, foggy pane to make his own mark. Dragging his finger along the condensation, the little guy carefully traces a continuous outline right over the original drawing. He draws a big umbrella-like arc right over the little baby figure, symbolizing his guardian keeping him safe from the rain. Commentary: okay, that is pretty adorable. This kid literally drew his dad as his protective shelter. Satisfied with his masterpiece, Mori turns around with glowing cheeks, proudly pointing at what he just created on the glass. Just then, one of the penguin-masked bird caretakers walks into the grand room, pausing in surprise at the heartwarming scene. The bird guardian bows respectfully, chatting with the tall figure as Mori watches the interaction with curious eyes. Soon enough, the rest of the avian crew wanders over to the window, gathering around to check out the kids' window art. Reaching out with long, dark claws, another caretaker adds her own delicate touch to the fogged glass drawing. Rumble outside the rain continues to pour down against the massive medieval windows as the group shares a cozy moment inside. With their brief pit stop finished, the feathered companions fall into step beside the tall figure as they guide Mori down the hall. Walking along the sunlit corridor, the entire crew moves in harmony to keep the little kid company on his big journey. Over on the window pane left behind, the complete glass doodle reveals a circle of feathered friends all surrounding and shielding the tiny baby figure together. Commentary: details like this really showcase how much love and thought went into crafting this story's cozy world. With a bright sun and flying birds etched into the steam, the cute family portrait stands as a lasting memory on the glass. Outside, the heavy storm clouds clear away, opening up to brilliant blue skies over the majestic mansion estate. Back inside, the tiny floating drone's battery display flashes critical red, indicating it's desperately in need of a recharge. Hovering slowly through the tall double doors into a sun-drenched room, the little robot searches for its charging station. Gently gliding downward, the tiny drone lands right on its designated white cushion charging pad lying on the hardwood floor. A slick holographic interface pops up with the system notice confirming that charging has successfully commenced. The green LED bar around the drone's side starts pulsing steadily as power trickles back into its primary battery cell. Crackle! Meanwhile, deep inside a high-tech facility, massive electrical arcs detonate across a heavy mechanical ring gate. Energy surges violently as a massive dimensional portal tears open in a flash of purple light, with a figure sprinting full speed toward the glowing threshold. High-voltage lightning crackles violently through the air as a clawed, gloved hand grips the tiny cylindrical drone tightly amidst the roaring dimensional portal energy. Gritting his teeth against the blinding shockwaves, the red-skinned horned demon holds the line as raw energy surges across the facility. Safe within his hands, the small robot rests undamaged after surviving the massive electrical storm. Suddenly, the drone's internal interface goes completely haywire, triggering a red memory corruption alert across its digital display. Commentary. Bro, imagine surviving a dimensional rift only to get hit by a system crash. Tech in fantasy worlds is always hanging by a thread. Desperate to preserve its precious logs, the system immediately initiates a critical data backup before everything gets wiped clean. Red warning banners begin cascading rapidly across the screen as corrupted files threaten to overwrite the robot's entire hard drive. System errors pile up in a digital wasteland of glitching warning symbols, threatening total shutdown. Mechanical schematics for weapons and vehicles are targeted for immediate deletion as storage space rapidly vanishes. Commentary. Watching a backup progress bar stall out while error pop-ups multiply gives me more anxiety than any boss fight. Amidst the mass purge, a lone window displays a tranquil snapshot of the grand estate mansion, holding on for dear life. Prompted to save essential data, the system pulls up cherished memories of little Mori exploring, playing, and toddling around with his favorite mini robot companion. Warm, everyday moments flicker across the screen, crayon doodles, shadow puppet games, and gentle smiles shared with his avian guardians. Commentary, the art style transition into these soft, sketchy memory panels is honestly top-tier storytelling. From high-speed motorcycle rides to camping out under the stars and floating along calm rivers, every adventure with the crew gets locked into permanent memory. A glowing snapshot captures the red horned demon laughing with pure, genuine joy as he holds tiny toddler Mori close. Out in the quiet desert expanse, a faint campfire burns against the dark canyon night, capturing a serene moment frozen in time. The horned guardian turns back with a gentle smile as the floating drone hovers beside him in the golden sunset glow. Commentary, tell me why a tiny cylinder robot is getting the most emotional character arc in this entire story. Standing firm under the warm sunlight, the demon guardian radiates pure confidence and protective resolve. With all of its most precious memories successfully archived, the system interface glimmers dark and initiates a full shutdown sequence. Beep! The interface blinks back to life with a clean prompt confirming that the battery recharge is complete. Lighting up its green eyes, the little drone tilts its head in confusion as it feels a soft, warm weight pressing against its side. Sprawled out on the sunlit floorboards, toddler Mori is fast asleep on a cozy pillow, hugging the tiny drone close to his chest like a teddy bear. Nuzzle! Curving its digital eyes into happy green crescents, the little drone gently leans against sleeping Mori's cheek for a cozy nap together. Commentary? If this adorable duo doesn't melt your heart, I honestly don't know what will.